Yes, we're alive. We're alive and well. Wario dies in a car accident. How's it going? Cool username. Yes, I can see us now. Okay, we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Electric Live. It's been a long time since we've been live on Electric Live. And joining me is a very cool guest. Quash, welcome to the show, my dude.
Hey, Mark. Doing all right. Glad to be here. It's EVO Day 1. I think the stream's even still running as we speak, so I guess we're actually vying for attention with the event itself.
Yes, but, yes, and I'm sure we're going to get it. I'm sure everyone's swapping right over out of pools to tune into Electric Live. Yeah. Well, I really wanted to bring you on, too, and as a little bit of introduction for people not familiar with Quash, Quash is a top-tier Guilty Gear XX plus R player, and that's the best Guilty Gear in my opinion. So he gets major, big respect points for me for that alone. Been in multiple top 8s. Yeah, give us a little rundown of your resume.
So I guess probably the biggest feather in my cap as far as placements go is I was on the first ever team of all-American players to get top 3 at Mikado Nationals in 2016. It was myself, a guy I knew, met over there named Perry, and someone I actually played a lot with back in the day named AJ. And we were all there. We just, happened to all be in the right place at the right time, decided to join, and ended up getting top 3. So that's probably the biggest feather in my cap.
And you also lived in Japan and played in the arcades. That's
true. I was there for
super cool.
Not the first version of Plus R, because there was a version 1.0 and it was not that great, but thankfully I wasn't there for it. I moved there in 2013, which is when the game was basically what it is now. As far as my other placements in recent memory, Frosty Faustings 2019, 4th place. Frosty Faustings 2020, 5th place. Frosty Faustings 2022, 5th place. And then in 2019, I got 2nd place at Anime Ascension. I lost to a local player here in Southern California, DQRF. He basically got his revenge for me knocking him out of the bracket in Frosty that year. So that's what that was.
Yeah, and Tony just mentioned that. I want to get your thoughts. We'll answer comments as we go through. Tony just mentioned that he thinks it's a shame that EVO came out before Tekken 8 or MK1, I guess the new Mortal Kombat. What are your thoughts on that? Because personally, I'm quite excited to have one more year of Tekken 7. I always feel like with releases, that last year of the game, like remember the last year of Street Fighter 4, the last year of the game, everyone just kind of like, yeah, let's get on with it. It's always like underwhelming, and then years later you look back on it and you're like, this was one of the best events in the game's history. But the last EVO for a game always seems to be, people aren't as into it, I guess. Yeah,
so I think the thing to keep in perspective is that EVO is pretty much always around the same time of year, right? So if developers want their game, if they want the newest version of a game at EVO, they can pretty reliably predict when it's going to be. Funny story about that as it pertains to I've actually never been to EVO. I've been playing fighting games for 16 years. I've never been to EVO. But one of the things that happened back in the day with Guilty Gear that I remember vividly, this was back when EVO had regional qualifiers, right?
Oh, that's
before the main tournament in Vegas. Yeah. So EVO actually used to try to be the all-in-one, the esports, the open bracket, etc.
Yeah. US Open.
Just sort of, yeah. But there was a bit of a problem there, which was that the regional tournaments were actually ran on Guilty Gear Slash, and then actual EVO in Vegas was ran on Accent Core.
Oh boy. Which one was newer between the two? I forget.
Accent Core was the newer game at that point. Slash was actually a PS2 Japan exclusive, and I think they were very willing to take those off of their hands at that point. That may have played a factor in that decision. This is back when those were expensive.
And they were playing it on cabinet?
No, they were playing on PS2s, Japanese PS2s.
PS2. Okay, yeah.
But I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to avoid scenarios like that as much as possible. That's the other thing too. If a new game comes out right before EVO, most people, in most cases, aren't going to want to switch. I think this year we kind of ran into an exception with the rule because of SF5. But we'll talk about that later.
The Street Fighter players were all too willing. They could have released, absolutely. And I feel like the Tekken players are kind of like that too, and we'll get to that when we talk about the tournament preview. But I feel like the Tekken players are, I mean, the numbers are there, but the will doesn't seem to be there, at least for this year's turnout. It's just kind of meh. Anyway, before we get into talking about the tournament preview, which I'm really excited to talk about the games individually, there were some topics that I think would be cool to cover. So let me remind myself what our first topic was going to be. Oh, yes. So EVO 2023, from what I understand, this is going to be the biggest turnout in history. Is that right? In the event's history?
I believe so. And I think for Street Fighter, certainly in North America, I'm pretty sure it's the most entrants a Street Fighter tournament's ever had.
Yeah, 7,000 people.
It's ridiculous.
I remember when 5 came out, it was 5,000, right? Or something like that. And it was mind-blowing back then. Kanye West was going to be there or something. Do you remember all that?
There was Lupe Fiasco, who infamously won the set against Daigo.
But there was also word that Kanye was he was member of TurboGrafx 16. This was the era where he was kind of into gaming a bit more. And there was word that he was like sneaking around on the event floor in disguise and stuff. I remember. He
probably bought off a body double just to mess with us.
Yeah, probably. Or it was Lupe Fiasco and people get their rappers mixed up.
Could also been that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the biggest Street Fighter tournament ever in North America. So that's definitely a feather in EVO'S cap. And Street Fighter 6 is at that too. You know, because that's the other thing is SF6 or SF5 rather started at a very high point. But it actually was, I believe, the first game of the modern era, so SF4 onward, to lose entrants every year and consistently.
Yeah,
so. I mean, it really went to almost nothing.
Big time. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's interesting too, because outside of we're looking at the numbers here. Outside of the explosion that is Street Fighter 6, I didn't feel like the other tournament numbers, other than Strive, were that much of a jump from previous years. I don't know why, but maybe because everyone's excited for the event to be in person again. There's more buzz for it. I just felt like this year had a really big sort of impact. First, I guess because it's an in-person tournament again. That would be my only, and of course Street Fighter 6.
Yeah, I think this is a lot of right place, right time, to be honest.
Oh, let me fix the square in my head.
I did see it, but okay. I figured that was something.
No, it's my camera. Okay, it's off. It's my stupid camera.
I will say this, right?
Cool.
As a game, I don't have very much nice to say about Strive, but I will give the community credit where it's due.
We'll talk about that.
I fully expected SF6 to just completely destroy any interest remaining in that game. But that's not the case. It's actually not the case at all. It's actually the opposite. It's the second most attended game with the second most entrants.
I wonder how much crossover it has between it and Street Fighter, which is weird to think about.
Yeah, I would imagine a decent amount. I mean, I think with Strive, they've kind of hit their and this is something I think we'll probably end up talking about later. The target audience for these games, right? Because we have a subject on the horizon about how sales don't always translate to entrants, and I think Strive is a really good example of that.
Yeah.
There are other really good examples, but we'll talk about that later. But yeah, basically, I think with Strive, probably just the community was really dead set on keeping it around, and it worked. So, props to them for that.
Yeah, and what's interesting is I wonder how much of that was because of the absence of Street Fighter, because a lot of the guys who played Street Fighter in my local scene, they're not playing 5. So they were kind of like homeless for a while. Am I playing Tekken? Oh crap, now I have to play these anime games, I guess. Am I playing? And it was funny, like every time I go to the local, they were changing games. They were going through games like girlfriends. They're like, today we're doing Under Night. Okay, now we're doing Melty Blood. I guess we're going to do Blaze Blue. They brought Blaze Blue back for a bit. Then they're like, maybe we'll play Xrd again. They're just all over the place until Strive came out, and I think Strive kind of solidified them. So it'll be interesting to see how many of the Strive players jump over to 6 and don't look back, or if there's going to be kind of a crossover scene between the two now. You probably know better than me, because my scene's tiny.
I mean, I'd say I have an okay pulse on these things, right? I definitely don't keep up with the latest goings on in the community at this point. I mean, I haven't for a long time, if I'm being honest, but my best guess is that there's probably a good amount of crossover. I'd say probably roughly half of the Strive players are Strive Ride or Die, and then the other half are probably just the type of people who want to play whatever's new and whatever has the most players.
Yes. Yes. I had a term for it in my Tragedy of Fighting Games video, like the max. Well, it's live. I can't remember what the term was. But basically, the more players a game has, it creates a gravity field that sucks in new players because they see everyone wants to join the party. You don't want to just go to the party with 3 people. You want to go to the party with 300 people. So you see the party with 300 people, and it creates this sort of snowballing effect, so... And once a game gets that going, you can see it increasing by the years. But then once a game loses that momentum, like Street Fighter V, you just see it melt away. And it's quite tragic at times.
Yeah, I've said for a while now, the best thing to happen to fighting games outside of, Street Fighter was Street Fighter V. Really? Because like you said, on every scale, just about, it lost interest. It made people... fighting game homeless in a sense, right? And they just hopped around. They tried other games out. I don't know how much, and again, I think we're going to touch on this a little bit more later. I don't know how much of Tekken 7's success I want to attribute to that.
I think a good amount. I think it contributed,
but I don't know how much.
I remember it was like perfectly lined up. Street Fighter V came out. It flopped. I can only report what I saw in my local scene. It flopped. I was actually interested in Tekken before Tekken 7, but like right before it during the Tekken Tag era. And if you went to my locals and said, hey, let's play Tekken Tag, I might as well show up and say, hey guys, let's play Tetris. I mean, they're Tekken Tag? Are you serious? Yeah. So, but with Street Fighter falling off and they didn't know what to play, and then Tekken 7 had Akuma in it, and it was kind of making these advances towards the 2D players. I think Street Fighter V flopping as big as it did really help Tekken a lot, I think.
I'm definitely in agreement that it played a role. I just don't know how much. That's the thing, is I feel like there were probably a couple other factors up there.
Right, yeah. So, EVO this year, massive tournament from what I see in the chat. Biggest tournament ever? That's what someone said, which is crazy. And now it's got some Sony involvement, and now it's sponsored by Chipotle. So we are entering the esports era, my friends. When you see sponsored by Chipotle on screen, we're hitting esports big time.
Absolutely. And I guess I'll be the one to segue into this part of the discussion.
Yes.
There's definitely been some cries recently from pretty prominent players and figureheads for other types of tournaments other than just the open bracket format.
Yes. Yes.
And specifically for Street Fighter 6, which, I mean, I can't blame them, right? So
7,000 people.
Right.
Oh my God.
The basic argument I'm hearing at this point is that if people are sponsored, right, if this is their job and they are being paid by a company to fly either across the country, across the world, to go play a game, right, and they want to be able to showcase the highest level of play possible, doing so in an open bracket with 7,000 players. Now, who knows if it's going to stay that high or taper off or grow even bigger. Hard to say right now. But let's just work with what we're given. 7,000 players.
Yeah,
and this is a best of 3 format. So fighting games in general already are fairly volatile, right? And now we were in... I don't know where I'd place SF6 on the volatility scale, but I mean, it's fairly volatile. Yeah, I'd say it's fairly volatile.
It is Street Fighter, though, so definitely it's fairly volatile. Because Street Fighter has a lot of like, okay, some guy is just not going to stop doing uppercuts, and like 90% of the time that's not going to work, but in like a tournament environment, you just are like, he's not going to. There's no way. And then he does. You're like, what the hell? Which I've seen in tournaments and stuff, even in past EVO'S. You've seen like really good players lose to dudes just throwing uppercuts. And you're like, oh. And then, of course, I'm sure, think of like the top Japanese players, right? I'm assuming that scene's a little bit more connected, close together. They know each other. They know what each other are going to do. They know the matchups. They show up to the tournament. Some dude from Brazil is playing a character that they didn't even think was viable, and he's doing stuff that they've never seen before, and they're like, oh my God, I'm going to lose this tournament to this dude from Brazil, which I've never heard of before. And you got to go through like 7,000 of these guys. I could see it being extremely volatile if you think about it, as far as what you could come up against. You got to know the entire game, basically. You got to show up knowing everything.
Yep, and even in Japan, where the the gaming culture, I guess you would say, is more suited to games like this. Even over there's blind spots in knowledge, even in old fighting games sometimes, right? Even ones that they kind of wrote the book on. So, you know, for a new game especially, they have to hit their nose to the grindstone pretty much just as hard as anyone else if they're planning on competing internationally. But as far as what this means for the open bracket format, again, couple pretty prominent names. I mean, even Daigo himself, right, came out and said, you know,
I think of Daigo. At his age, he's probably like, I'm not going to grind through 50 matches or whatever he's got to do. Like, just do the math on how many matches he's got to play.
The reasoning he gave was pretty straightforward, but it holds water, is that, you know, in a first to three environment, strictly speaking, you're not always going to see the better player win. And to be honest, right, that's something that people have accepted for a long time as kind of just a necessary evil of the format. Because if you want to have as many people entering as possible, you know, there's another aspect of this, which is that the tournament needs to start and end at a certain time or before a certain time.
And I think players really underestimate that. As, you know, I run Shmup Slam. That's not a fighting game event, but there's like times where it's like, okay, there's like reset timers and stuff. And when I first started doing Shmup Slam, I was like, you know, I want to be as generous to the players as possible. So I gave them pretty generous restart timers. And then I realized, oh my God, this can drag out the event by hours. Just giving people 5 more minutes. You add up that 5 minutes across 20 people, all of a sudden you're an hour behind schedule and stuff. And so I can imagine with a fighting game, imagine if you do first to 5 all the way through, and then you got people turtling and timing out. I mean, the schedule could get insane. So I do get that.
This goes a little bit into a later discussion point as well. One of the biggest sticking points for fighting games back in the day, especially these days, it's not as much of a problem, but the button setting screens.
Yes.
Oh my lord!
Button checks, controller checks.
And the thing is Guilty Gear got that right with the PS2. You just command, you press a button, and it's mapped, and it tells you, and then you just go to the next one. Button checks were not a thing until SF4, and that's in part because, you know, people started playing for higher stakes, but also because the button setting menu in SF4 was bad. You had to scroll through each individual button and set it manually.
And imagine you come to Evo, you plug in your PlayStation 3 stick, but you've dual modded it. So you've got your dual modded PS3 stick, you plug it in, and they're on 360. You're like, okay, Square is what now? Why? You know, like people have to.
I've got to hold start and select for a couple seconds so it reads the 360 controller on the inside. That type of stuff.
Yeah. I can imagine. So do they? I'm assuming now what they do is they do like pre-button config setup, or are they still doing old school? You both sit down, you both do button checks.
They're still doing it old school, but credit where it's due, right? They do mostly use the right type of config, like what Guilty Gear had on the PS2, where you just go to a command, press a button, and it's mapped. And then they also have a visual button check. So
yes, that's nice.
It maps out, you know, 3 punches, 3 kicks, and then as you press a button, whatever button you mapped it to will light up, and then you can visually verify it that way without having to go into a match, do a button check, etc.
Yeah, that's crazy. So, with 7,000 people, what was Daigo's main concern? I would assume it would just be the sheer volume of people he's got to battle, but did he have another concern?
As I recall, and this was on a recent FGC Translated, so if you go to that YouTube channel, you can just watch the video there for reference. But basically what I recall him saying was, you know, in a first to 3 environment, it's too volatile for top players to be able to really showcase their skill. And that's not even just the side of the coin of, oh, well, you could get randomed out by a scrub, which that could happen, right? And it's more likely to happen
in a mid-tier wild card guy.
Right. Yeah. But also, too, against 2 top players, it actually arguably becomes more volatile, right? I mean, depends on the game and the matchups, of course, but like, you could have a really good sponsored player going 0-2 at an open bracket format tournament. And of course, seeding helps to prevent that, which is its own subject. But you know, basically, the idea is that for the best players to be able to really showcase their skill, it would be better to have a smaller first to 5 tournament. And I honestly don't necessarily disagree with that. you know, there's a lot. So I actually remember, this was a while ago now, someone who ran a bunch of online Guilty Gear tournaments actually ran the numbers on it and posted a spreadsheet, and pretty much what was demonstrated with this data was that at least for the tournaments that he was running, which were like medium-sized online tournaments, right? Like we're talking not like 10 people, but closer to like 50, 60. And this, mind you, this is Guilty Gear. This is what a lot of people would consider to be a pretty volatile game.
Yeah.
Best of 5 didn't actually matter a whole lot. In most cases, whoever won the best of 5 was also winning the best of 3. Now, granted, this could be seen as an outlier, right? For a couple of reasons. First of all, it's not a Street Fighter game, and Guilty Gear, honestly, even among anime games, is. I believe this was Exert Rev 2 mostly that he was using this data with.
Okay.
He did also run some Plus R tournaments, and I'm talking about Hirsch, by the way. Shout outs to Hirsch if you're watching this, which I don't think you are, but if you are, shout outs for running all those tournaments. Yeah.
Tell him he got a shout out. He has to watch it legally.
You got a shout out. But yeah, basically, you know, if we run enough first to 5 tournaments of any form, and we have enough data to run the numbers across multiple games, then I would say we could really make an informed decision on whether it actually matters that much or not. Mm-hmm. But in the meantime, I'm not opposed to the idea, just not for open bracket tournaments. And I mean, for obvious reasons at this point.
It's just impossible.
Especially if we're talking about games like SF6 or Strive with thousands of entrants.
Yeah.
So
I think it's just not even possible as far as, I mean, I guess if they're like, okay, we're literally running the tournament 24 hours a day. So your match is at 4:30 a.m. and then you got to be around for your next match at 6:30 a.m. and we're going to run you all the way till the next day. You can go sleep for 2 hours and come back. I mean, just because of how much time that would take and the sheer amount of people, it would be wild if you did a best of 5. One thing they could do, I've been thinking about this, is, so we'll talk about the Invitational US Open style, but let's say that EVO, they want that venue fee, they want that money, so they want the 7,000 people there. What they probably would have to do, or maybe at some point they'll just have to do this, is they're going to have to extend it out to like 5 days. So you're showing up on Wednesday playing matches.
So some tournaments have already pretty much done that. They've added another day. And I don't think they've officially expanded the tournaments into those extra days, at least not to my knowledge yet. But they do have an extra day at the venue where they set things up, and they'll have casuals, and like on the last day they might have like an after party. I know Frosty Fausties usually does that. I mean, you're not wrong. The problem, it's a logistics problem at its core when it comes to the open bracket format. Yeah. Which is that, you know, past a certain point, and honestly, it's pretty low. The threshold for this being pretty impractical is low. You can't run first to 5. It just takes way too long. I mean, and part of it also has to do with the games too, right? Some games take way longer than others.
I feel like you would know this better than me. Do you feel like games are getting longer or shorter? Because I was watching a VF5 tournament, and those rounds are like 40 seconds. They're like dead.
They're lightning fast.
Yeah. But it doesn't feel that way for like Strive and stuff. I feel like those take a bit longer, but let me know what you think.
I don't think it's gone on a linear trajectory.
Okay.
So one of the slowest fighting games in terms of like time to finish a match, and this is backed up by anyone who ran a tournament for this game, Capcom vs SNK2, which, you know, this shirt is representing to some extent. But those matches would take forever because the combined hit points of each team, because people found out early on in CVS2 that, you know, it was best to run a ratio 2 as your anchor with 2 ratio 1 characters. That way you get the most hit points on your team. So everyone pretty much did that, right? And ratio is just basically giving the character a certain amount of hit points. So you have, you know, more than a standard fighting game's life bar basically on your team. And the combos in that game could do a lot of damage, but they were all for the most part, I'd say the damaging combos were pretty resource intensive, so they weren't something you had access to right away in most cases.
Oh,
and
so they had a really long start phase for the rounds.
Yes. and also just because of the nature of the game, right? It's a very grounded game. There's a lot of walking back and forth, jockeying for position. Roll canceling, of course. Can't talk about CS2 without mentioning roll canceling. But, and the thing is it's funny too, because when you play the game, it doesn't feel like it takes that long, at least not in my opinion. But when you are actually at an event, or if you're running a tournament for the game and there's more than like 8 or 10 people, you realize pretty quickly, wow, these matches take a while to finish. Yeah. So DVS2 was definitely a slow game in that aspect.
Tekken Tag 2 was also like that. Because you have 2 characters, and then just the power of turtling in that game. You'd see a lot of matches go to time.
But then on the other end of that, on that spectrum, and around the same time period, Marvel 2, those matches could be done in a blink of an eye.
Yeah.
So
weren't they running Marvel? I think I remember tournaments back then where like everyone would be first to 3 except Marvel. Like they'd give Marvel a little bit extra.
They actually sometimes gave Marvel first to 5.
Yeah,
from what I remember.
I remember that.
But that game could actually just be done in the blink of an eye. It's insane how fast that game could go. But I guess to answer your question, I don't think it's really been on a linear trajectory. I think there's definitely games today that you could classify as slow, and then others you could classify as being pretty quick. I guess right now, for the most part, most games hit kind of a good middle ground, right? They don't take too long to run in terms of just the length of the matches. Like even Street Fighter 6. Street Fighter 6, I don't think the matches take all that long. And, it kind of depends on the matchup, right? If Dawson's on screen, that might go out the window. But, for the most part, I think the matches get done in a pretty reasonable amount of time. And it's probably, just thinking about it, eyeballing it, it's probably a little bit longer than SF5 on average, but not by very much, I would say.
Yeah. So what I'm thinking is probably going to happen is they're going to keep this open format for as long as possible, as long as they can pull it off, because I was looking at how the US Open handles this in tennis, and the way the US Open handles it is they take the ATP rankings, and the top 104 or whatever automatically are qualified to enter. And fighting games, I guess you could go off of like the Capcom Tour points, but like fighting games don't have a really solid ranking system, I don't think, that I'm aware of. So
no, nothing universally applicable, that's for sure. I mean, if you wanted to, you could go off of your online ranking, but we all know
oh my god.
Probably not the best idea.
Yeah, don't do that. Okay, yeah. So they have rankings, and then so the top 104 are automatically in, but usually, not all 104 are going because of injuries, because of scheduling, because of all that. So then if you're in the top 200, you have a chance to get in if a guy gets injured or whatever, or if you play in a qualifying tournament to get in. So in the top 200, it's not a whole bunch, but I think it's like 20-something slots. The numbers are going to be a little off here, but it's like 20 slots. So the top 200 have to kill each other to get those 20 slots. And then the last 8 slots are just TO wildcards, where they just give them to whoever they want. You're my nephew. Here's a wild card. So when you get the final total, the only amount of people they have coming into the bracket is like 128. So if you played this to fighting games, obviously you could get a bit higher than that. But if you had, let's say, 300 players coming in, something like that, versus 7,000, think of the drop-off in revenue on EVO's side of how much revenue they get from those 7,000 people there. And of course, their friends might come, their family might come, their neighbor might show up, spectators might show up. Whereas if you have this smaller, more intimate tournament, sure, like the players are going to probably get a more competitively viable integrity experience, which I agree with. But on EVO's end, now it's not the Super Bowl of fighting games, because you're probably not going to get however many thousands of people showing up to spectate, because it's not this big spectacle of having this, gladiator style elimination system. So I think I'm personally thinking just for revenue alone, EVO is probably going to try to keep this open bracket format as long as possible. As long as they can get away with it, they'll do it. That's what I think.
So we already do have some level of coexistence between a pro tour or an invitation. Well, I don't know if it's invitational, but it's the CPT, right? The Capcom Pro Tour.
Yeah.
Now,
League.
is that treated with the same prestige as EVO right now?
Absolutely not.
No. And if that changes, right? I mean, it doesn't have to be CPT. It could be any league, right? If that changes, right, and an invitational or pro league circuit becomes as prestigious or more than EVO, now you have something of a conflict of interest there, right? Which is why I think the smart thing to do is for EVO to kind of do that on their own, right? I mentioned earlier, there used to be EVO qualifiers, so that actually used to be part of the process. And it was still an open tournament, but if you won a qualifier, I believe your reward was a higher seed in the bracket. So basically, what they could do is they could have, like, I mean, it doesn't have to be called this, but they could call it whatever, right? EVO Gold, for example. You know, it's basically the league where the people who we know are good at the game, right? Whether they're sponsored or not, if you're a good player, you know, you're pretty much automatically allowed in.
System, like an ATP style ranking system of some sort.
So that's the thing. Is historically speaking, is the fighting community has generally been small enough that a lot of the good players just become known, right, through exposure. And you can see the bracket kind of just by gut instinct if you want to. By introducing a ranking system, obviously you're putting a number on it, right? You're putting a value on it, and you're using some type of metric to come up with these rankings.
Yep.
And in a sense, it's more fair, right? Because if someone is legitimately good at the game but just doesn't get to go to a lot of tournaments, and that's more common than you might think.
Well, this is something I'm glad you brought this up, because this is where I actually tend to disagree with the fighting game community and other competitive gaming communities. Because in professional sports, for example, let's say professional tennis, which I follow, if you don't show up to the tournament, you suck. Like, that's as a professional player. Like, part of your job is to show up to that tournament, and there's like a meta element of being consistently present at tournaments, and that actually is valuable as a professional. It's a skill or an ability as a professional player. And the reason why tennis players and professional athletes can do this is because there's money to support that. So your sponsor can get you to each tournament, and so you going to each tournament is just a given. Whereas in fighting games, because revenue, prize money isn't really that lucrative, sponsors aren't really that present, you could have some of the best players in the world who can legitimately only travel to like 2 events. So then, I know like the argument against like a ranking system that is more just straight numbers is that it rewards attendance more than like skill or whatever. But I would argue, as we get close, right now you kind of got to play kind of a weird middle ground, but as we get closer and closer to esports and becoming esport teams and esport leagues and stuff, I think this will start to go away, because the sponsor would be like, I'm paying for your livelihood. You're going to the tournament, dude. You're going to every freaking tournament because I'm paying for you to live, basically. So I think as fighting, if they become more esports, the attendance thing will start to go away, because their sponsors will start to tell them, no, you have to go to the tournament. You're a sponsored player. What do you think of that?
So I don't disagree with that, and honestly, I think to an extent that probably already happens, right? The question and kind of the X factor here is, how do you get sponsored to begin with?
Yeah. I actually have no idea. I don't know. I'm gonna go on record here and say not every sponsored player is that great at the game. No, I'm assuming part of it definitely has to be public presence, because part of what you do as a sponsored player, even I accept this as a YouTuber, like part of your skill as a player, ironically, is like being publicly known, because not only does that get you more likelihood for sponsorship, but that gets you like better brackets, because like you're saying, people kind of gut instinct go off of, oh, I think this guy's sick. If you can convince the community you're better than you are, you will get better brackets. So, I mean, there's like a meta to that as well.
Yeah, there's an incentive there too. I just think the problem with prioritizing sponsored players for things like this is that and I kind of get the gist of your argument here, which is that, it's not just about your skill in the game. It's about being consistent. It's about showing up to events and all that. And I get that. And I'm not disagreeing with that fundamentally. It's just that you do still get talent that's going to fall through the cracks. And I think this is my ideal scenario, right? And I've kind of had this plotted in my head for a while now. The grassroots community, so the local tournaments, the regionals, the smaller major tournaments, those should be still what they are now for the most part, but they should also be something of a proving ground for the players who are talented, but otherwise are just unable to secure a sponsorship for whatever reason, right? And I think to some extent that's already the case, but I think the problem is that there's not really that many places to go.
Yeah.
In terms of the professional aspect of being
as the local player. Like, for example, when I was playing Melee more heavily, I had no dreams of being a professional player by any means. But I just liked to, let's see how far I can take this competitively. I was interested in that. Well, I got good enough to where I was beating my entire local scene, and then my local scene, they're like, we're not playing against you because this isn't fun anymore. So then I had to, now I have to get up my big boy pants and start going to other scenes with better players. But the problem was, that literally involved me traveling hours to get to those other scenes. And then I show up, day one, the other scene's like, yeah, we don't know who you are. We're going to put you in the worst bracket ever. And, the guy who wins the tournament, I play first round. The guy who got second, I play second. It's like I lost to the first and second player because that was my seeding. And then I go home, and no one at the tournament really wanted to play with me that much. They kind of kept in their own little circles and everything. And so I went home and went was that really worth it? Or should I just play net play and call it good? So I think that's going to be a big barrier, that initial transition phase from net play guy to guy that goes to out of city regionals or locals. There's this period where that guy has to just invest in himself and will basically get no return for a while.
So while you were telling this story, right, I could only think one thing in my head as you were telling it, and I'm going to look to the camera for this. If you are a fighting game developer, your game needs rollback netcode.
Yeah.
No ifs, ands, or buts. There are no exceptions to this anymore. It is unacceptable. Anything other than complete rollback-based netcode just isn't cutting it anymore.
Yeah.
5 years ago, honestly, really,
squeak by.
If you really go back, this is what is frustrating to me as someone who's witnessed this for as long as I have. Rollback isn't new. GGPO came out, I think the beta came out in 2007 and the public build in 2008.
I remember.
And and no game had it. The first game to ever have it as far as a commercially released fighting game that had the netcode built into it was Skullgirls, and that came out in 2012 or 13.
Really? That was So that predated the Third Strike port. I don't know the years on those. Wow.
Well, it may not have technically predated the Third Strike port, but the Third Strike port was still a port, right? It wasn't a entirely new game made for rollback. So even if it doesn't predate Third Strike, I think that statement still stands. But basically, what rollback does, right? And I'm not talking about the technical side of it, just being able to play fighting games online, right?
Yeah, big time.
What it does is it enables you to completely avoid that scenario you just laid out. Because even if you have a local scene, right? If you get to the point where you're wailing on your entire local scene and they don't want to play you anymore, well, guess what? Now you just don't need to play against your local scene anymore. You can just stay home and play online. And I have to say, SF6 kind of nailing it there in more than a few ways.
The online stuff, they took it dead serious.
They really took it serious, and they've definitely learned their lesson from SF5 on that one.
And I think also, I wonder too how much the whole pandemic thing finally kind of convinced Japanese developers, because so the thing is I can kind of sympathize with the Japanese developers. Not that I think it's the right decision, but So I now have, not in this office, unfortunately, but in my regular life, I have like insane internet speeds. I have like gig up, gig down. I'm blazing. I'm playing people in Russia without breaking a sweat. And when you get that good of internet speeds, you do start to be like, what's the big deal? I can, 14 ms ping? What's the big deal? Yeah.
So when I lived in Japan, right?
Yeah.
I actually tried to play a couple matches of Plus R Online with someone I knew over there. He was also from the US. He lived in Saitama, I lived in Yokohama. So you could envision that as roughly the span of Tokyo north to south, right?
Yeah.
A little bit further, but you could just eyeball it. Yeah. And I had gigabit fiber, right? And I'm not talking about the BS you get here in a lot of places where it's coax to your modem.
And it's not really 1G.
And I'm talking about the guy from the ISP came to my house, ran a fiber line directly into my modem, directly into the backbone, and I saw him do it. And this guy also had that. And we're playing, roughly 30 miles, maybe a little more away. And when I tell you, I never lost a match to this guy before, once.
Oh my gosh. What was the ping?
I don't even know if the game had an indicator.
Oh, so you have no idea what the ping was?
I honestly don't. I mean, it can't be high. When I watch Plus R players in Japan now in their lobbies, everyone's like 10 ping or whatever.
Yeah.
But, it was really miserable. Because, even good delay-based netcode still runs into a lot of problems.
Doesn't have to bake and lag no matter what, basically, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is a bummer.
But in any case, right, as far as we're bringing this back around to, the symbiotic, hopefully, relationship between grassroots open bracket tournaments, and I guess we're somehow making it into the esports era, which we're doing it really late, by the way, and maybe at the worst possible time.
I think part of that, too, is just there was a lot of hype for esports a few years back. I remember how hype it was, but there wasn't a lot of money. So it's like, you can have all the hype and interest you want, but without the money, it only goes so far.
So there's okay. I'm going to go on a little bit of a tangent here, but I promise I'm bringing it up. There's a really good documentary called Kings of Chinatown. Nominally it's about Justin Wong, but it actually ended up being a documentary about Triforce. If you are at all interested in the history of the U.S. fighting game community, I highly recommend you watch it. As someone who was around during that period of time, when I watch it, it takes me right back to that era. And when you hear what people are saying about how they were hoping and expecting to pay the bills by playing Street Fighter 4, I mean, they were serious about that. They really thought that was going to be what was going to happen, over 10 years ago. Mm-hmm. And clearly it didn't quite pan out that way, right? So somehow reality and expectations had a bit of a meeting, and I think reality won on that one.
Well, the money, but like I said, the money just wasn't there.
Right. Yeah. And here's the problem. Now that the developers, and specifically Capcom, honestly, I'm going to give Capcom their due credit here. Capcom is finally starting to take the prospect of having a pro circuit and actually getting the players a decent amount of money seriously. But they are doing this as the entire esports industry is arguably on its deathbed, and the money for everyone else has already dried up. Yeah. So I don't have any inside baseball on what goes on with Capcom and their financials or their decision making on this, but just from the outside looking in,
what's happened is Capcom in 7 or 8 years ago, they were desperate. Remember, they're about to get bought out. They're talking about protections about getting bought out and stuff. And I feel in recent years, maybe because the Resident Evil games and Monster Hunter or whatever, I feel they're more comfortable revenue wise now. So now they got a little money to play with, so they're pro circuit,
That's fair enough.
I think a lot of it has much more to do with, my point is, I think it has much more to do with Capcom's own personal finances rather than the esports.
You might be right, honestly. Yeah. They might really just be looking at the inside and not really caring about what's going on with anything else in the world.
I think that
you might be right. You might be right.
Yeah. That's how Japanese companies tend to be, I think.
Yeah, can't really argue with that.
So I think I think your idea is really good, and I think like in a proper competitive environment, I think that is definitely the direction EVO should go, as far as like having circuit events, qualifiers, like league points and all that. But I just get the feeling, because of the pure spectacle of having everyone there all at once, with so much venue fee and so much just hype, I think EVO is really scared to change that until it like has to, basically, until something is like, okay, we actually can't do this anymore. I think they'll keep this model rolling, and Daigo and all the pro players can complain all they want, but when EVO has a giant check on the other end of that 4-day event or 7,000 grueling event, I think players will have to do it. I mean, you have to. There's so much money. You have to try.
So I mentioned earlier, I've never been to EVO, right? So I talk with people who I've known throughout the years who have gone and, at different points. And when I ask them about what's changed at the event, right?
Yeah.
A lot of them, pretty much all of them, will say something along the lines of, it used to just be a tournament, and now it's a convention. Now it's a fighting game convention.
Well, it's funny is I'm thinking of going to EVO next year and not even entering a main game. Just going to just to go and just to like, record it and report on it and maybe play a little Virtua Fighter. But yeah, because the event is so huge.
With all 30 people playing it there.
Yes, I know. I've got chances.
Yeah.
All 30 are probably stone cold killers. But anyway, yeah, like that is like a legit prospect. Whereas like Combo Breaker is more of like a players tournament, and like I've been thinking about going to Combo Breaker too, but it would be like a different experience. I'd go to Combo Breaker, I'd actually have to like have a game to play there and go there and compete there. Versus EVO, you can show up with your camera as a YouTuber and just be like, I'm here at EVO, and make content.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I think there is something different about it in terms of its presentation and vibe, and I think they like this sort of gladiatorial style presentation, even though it is grueling for the players.
No, absolutely, and I think what they are probably going to try to do, if the demand from the sponsored players and all other parties involved is so high that they have no choice but to basically create a pro circuit separate from the main EVO. I think what they're going to try to do is for the event that we all know and maybe love. They're going to do everything they can to keep it as much of a fighting game convention as possible.
Yeah, exactly. Because now they have like trailers and stuff that come out, right? Remember the whole controversy where they did the Metal Gear stuff, and it's like, they don't have approval to use Metal Gear in your trailers, but...
So they've actually done trailers for a long time. That's actually not a new thing. They've actually been doing trailers since... at least like the mid or late 2000s.
Right.
I remember there was one year, I think it was EVO 2010 or 2011. It was the first year Melty Blood was a main stage game at EVO. And they had a rapper do these little songs, for each game. And I'll never forget this because it ended up being very poignant. He said one of the lines he dropped was, and we use more than the same 6 characters in this game for Melty Blood. And the grand finals for Melty Blood that year, Maid's Mirror.
Whoops.
Whoops.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, but no, they've actually done trailers for a long time, and like they've even had like interviews and stuff like that with some of the players. Actually, here's a piece of EVO lore that I don't think a lot of people really know about anymore. And again, not something I've been able to personally witness. They actually, and I believe it was the Cannons who made this documentary called Bang the Machine.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
And they've only shown it at EVO for a long time now. I mean, not saying they still show it. I don't know if they still do. But for a long time now, the only way you're ever going to be able to see this is if you watch it at EVO. And from what I know, it has to do with some of the songs they use in it. Yeah. And they can't sell it or distribute it or anything really because of that. But they could honestly, even in the modern age, right? They could take some kind of approach like that. They could go, hey, we have this documentary on Daigo or Tokido or whoever.
Yeah.
And if you want to see it, come to EVO.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're going to see more of is like with the arena and with the giant venue. Yeah, it's like an experience rather than just a tournament. It's like it's a whole deal. Like I went to EVO and I survived.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I survived the Vegas Strip.
I survived the Vegas Strip. Barely, but we made it out. That's awesome. Well, the next topic I definitely want to get your thoughts on too is we're talking about the EVO tournament style, which I think will remain this gladiatorial tournament style. But what do you think about the game selection process? Because before today's stream, I was trying to see if EVO ever has commented on exactly what their process is, and I couldn't really find anything. What do you think about how they select the games? Because it's no secret that I think if your game is in EVO, it gets like a little bit of longevity coming into EVO. Like, oh, Melty Blood's going to be at EVO. Everyone's like, oh, okay, I guess I play Melty Blood. Whereas if your game doesn't get an EVO, Dead or Alive, then it's like, oh, we're not playing this. It's not even an EVO, dude. What are you doing? So how do you think they choose their games? Maybe historically versus now. Is there a difference? What do you think?
So to my knowledge, no one on EVO staff has ever come out and said, this is our game selection process. I don't believe that's ever happened, not to my knowledge. I have seen throughout the years some offhanded remarks, maybe some hints being dropped, like, hey, we might choose this game over this other game.
The closest, I think, ever inside baseball we ever got was when Tekken wasn't at EVO, and then Markman called Namco and said, Namco, Tekken needs to be at EVO. And Namco's like, all right, Tekken's at EVO. And then Markman said, yeah, so Namco supported Tekken at EVO. What did that involve? Yeah, I think that's the most transparent, almost transparent one I've ever seen. Back when, people didn't care about Tekken, so it wasn't that big of a deal. Which is, I think, developer support is a big factor, big time.
I think it is a factor. I mean, just being real here, I think some palms are getting greased one way or another. As to who or what or for how long, couldn't tell you.
Well, now it's so corporate, right? Now it's not even like now it's like just a business transaction, it feels like. Like Sony's like, oh, you want in? Pay the Sony bucks and you're in. That's how it feels like to me. To me, it's like almost now kind of a given. Like publishers just kind of get their games in there. Maybe because we're so esports now.
I mean, I do think that is definitely a factor. I think there are honestly other factors as well. I think they don't want, for example, games that have maybe a lot of developer support, but don't have a lot of community support, right? Or games that just frankly have their own community infrastructure built to a point where they don't need to be at EVO. I'm definitely not talking about Smash Brothers here, by the way.
I as a Melee player at the time, again, I'm constantly disagreeing with Melee players as one, or formerly. I play Virtua Fighter more now. But I remember at the time when EVO and Melee's parted ways, a lot of the Melee guys were like, it's no big deal. What's the big deal? I was like, this is bad. Because let's not forget what helped make Melee was EVO, and it's showing at EVO and its connection to the FGC. And since then, I feel like Melee has lost its connection to the FGC in a lot of ways. And I don't think that's a good thing, but I know Smash players tend to
maybe
think
not a good thing.
Live off their own ecosystem.
Let's be honest. If there is a fighting game in the US that could continue to see, the numbers that it does, and I know Melee is kind of its own thing, and at this point, I'm talking more about the Royal Smash Brothers,
the new
right?
Smash. Yeah,
right. Smash just in general, right?
Yeah, it could live on its own.
It could do with that even. For Melee, at that point in time, I would probably be inclined to agree with what you said. Yes, for Melee specifically, for the Royal Smash Brothers,
No, it's just like I talked about this in another episode, but it's like it's just this endless well of marketing and PR and people coming in because it's Nintendo, all their franchises all together. We talked about the gravity thing. This thing is like a black hole. It sucks in the entire universe. You never have to Smash is so inherently popular that Nintendo can actively try to destroy its own competitive scene, and it still works. It's crazy. Yeah. I don't think you can say that for any other fighting game. Yeah, I was gonna say, is there any other game like that? I don't think so. I feel like any other game getting
not at all
is like amazing. No. It's like, yes, we did it. We made it. We're in the club now.
So I think there's one exception to that, kind of, and it's actually a game that's on the roster this year, and that's Mortal Kombat 11.
Oh, so, that's a good point. Yeah.
for that game, and because I was actually talking to someone about this not too long ago, because the entrants have been known for a while now. I was like, so why is it that this game, which actually does have an okay community, right, in terms of active player base and tournament entries everywhere else?
I looked at the active
and obviously
player base,
sells a lot.
The active player base on Steam is 4K, which is like one of the highest of all of them at the in the lineup, and yet the entrance numbers are crazy low.
So I basically asked him, how is it that this game that has all this going for it is like I think it actually is the least attended game at EVO this year, or as far as the main stage games go.
Yeah.
And the answer he basically gave me, because he plays NRS games and he has more of an idea of how that community operates than I do, basically said, well, the NRS community kind of just has its own infrastructure and they don't really see EVO as the event the way most other fighting games do.
Right, because they get paid, don't they?
Oh yeah,
I think that's part of it.
when they're getting the Warner Brothers support, they make money.
Sonic Fox made the right decision. I've always said that. Like, if there's one, I don't know about like the smartest, most talented fighting game player ever, but the smartest fighting game ever player was Sonic Fox, and all that prize money for Mortal Kombat. People are like, they should play Street Fighter. It's like, no, no, not with this prize money. Absolutely not.
Had a mind for the business, as they say.
Yeah, I would have done the same if I was good.
But I think EVO's legitimacy as a tournament, I don't think it's ever going to be in question, right? I think the main thing is that it fits some games and some communities better than others. I think it's really
some of them
simple.
need it a lot more than others, that's for sure. Yeah, like another interesting kind of counterexample to MK, and we're going to talk about this game here soon, is Melty Blood, because Melty Blood's like the opposite of Mortal Kombat in that it is incredibly unpopular mainstream-wise. It is incredibly niche, but that player base is just so sticky and dedicated to that game that it can, the famous one, isn't that the famous one where they're playing in bathrooms at tournaments and stuff? Like, you just can't stop them. So they're on the other
dedicated.
end of it. It's where they, like, EVO could help them out massively, obviously, but at the same time, it's not like other scenes where if they're not in EVO, they're not going to just pack up and go home. They're going to continue to play Melty Blood, even if there's 12 people there.
No, absolutely. There's a certain level of dedication, especially for games that come from, I guess you'd say, more humble beginnings like that amongst the player base. And honestly, that's part of the reason, too, why, like, I do firmly believe it's important to have, as much of the best of both worlds as possible, right? You want the open bracket format. You want the poverty corner, as they like to call it, right? You want those things.
The poverty
because you never know what's going to come out of it, right?
Yeah.
And then on the other side, if all you're concerned about is making money and, doing the best you can for the business side of things, I don't think that has to be opposed to that, right? I think you can have a good, mutually beneficial relationship between those two aspects of it. I really do.
Yeah, and I think EVO has struck that balance for a really long time, because I think even this year you can make that argument. For example, speaking of Melty Blood, when I saw the lineup, I was like, Melty Blood? Really? It made it in twice, because I was assuming, there's a lot of anime games that make it 1 year, like Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle, and then it's like, boom, did they even exist? So Melty Blood getting in hasn't gotten in twice now. That one definitely, I was like, that's kind of a standout as far as the game lineup.
My biggest reaction in that regard was actually King of Fighters 15.
Oh,
and this
is
nothing against the game, really. Yeah. I think the game itself is all right. In fact, in some ways, it's one of my more preferred King of Fighters games. But good lord, that online experience, front to back, is just
I
not
know
satisfactory.
People beat on the graphics, but I was beating on the graphics before it was cool. Like, because King of Fighters went from, in my opinion, one of the best looking, visually awesome, stylish, cool fighting game series of all time to just this terrible drop off in quality. I mean, it was shocking. I wasn't 14. Shocking when 14 was announced. I thought it was a joke or a mobile port. I'm like, oh, it's a mobile game. Let's not worry about it. No.
I remember.
I know that King of Fighters players are probably sick of hearing this, because from what I understand, the gameplay holds up pretty well, but those graphics, I mean, they've got to figure something out there. I don't think that, because we have the metrics here, the sales of that game compared to everyone else, even Melty Blood, which I assumed would have extremely low sales, I was actually able to see it's about $500,000, 400,000. But KOF 15 isn't even on the charts because the sales are so low. So that game is just really struggling, I think. And then the active player base, it's just I feel bad for the KOF players, honestly. That's my feeling. It's like sympathy.
So the graphics are one thing for sure, right? I mean, I remember in the build up to KOF 14, people would randomly Photoshop Andy from KOF 14 onto the covers of like Tekken 3 or Virtua Fighter 2, and I would be like, why does this game cover have 50,000 retweets? And then I look closer and be like, oh, you got me. But there he is.
That's funny.
But I think honestly, and that is a problem. I am definitely not the type of person who's going to say I'd play a game if it were just hitboxes. Like, no, I don't agree with that. But I actually think the bigger problem with KO 15 is that the online experience is just not good. The matchmaking is broke. The matchmaking doesn't work. You set it to 3 bars and above, and it'll match you with a 1 bar. You know, it's just, and then the netcode, like, it is rollback, but it's not, and I haven't done a deep test on this, and maybe at some point I will, because I do have the ability to do that. But the rollback netcode, when it works, is, I guess, good enough, but the problem is there's a lot of connections that just don't work well with that game. And the reason I bring this up is because what this basically means in the modern landscape is that the people who are playing King of Fighters 15 still are mostly going to local events. They're mostly still playing in person and not online. And obviously, you know, this year, probably not as big of a problem as it was in the past 2 years prior, or 2 and some change years prior. But
I just had a crazy idea. I wonder, this is a theory. Do you think it's possible that a lot of these players are playing 2002 on Fightcade to practice, and then they're like, okay, let's try to translate as much of this possible into 15, or are they just too different to make that work?
I mean, they're definitely, 15 is more in line with that's called the Dream Match style KOF, so it's closer to like 98 or 02 than the more oddball entries in the series. So if you're just a good KOF player, you could stay sharp enough playing an older game, I suppose, yeah.
That would be my strategy, maybe. You'd have to do your locals. Like you said, you'd have to go to your locals and play 15. But then when you're at home doing net play, you're like, I guess I'm playing 2002 on Fightcade to get net play matches, maybe. Or
if you have a local scene, you can play online, you know, just in short bursts. You know, that could work too.
Yeah.
But again, this all hinges upon having a local scene to play the game with. Because if you don't have that, I just don't think the online experience is good enough to allow for people to actually play and appreciate the game like that online.
Yeah. Yeah, so why do you think it did get in? That's a genuine question mark for me, because I don't get the feeling that SNK probably have that much cash to throw around to get it in there. Maybe they do.
Well, they did get bought by a Saudi prince not too long ago, if you can recall.
Oh, so, I didn't know that. I thought they were still a Chinese company.
Oh, no. They are
okay. Tell me about this.
Fully owned by a Saudi prince. So they might just have that much money.
Well, tell him, someone message him, hey, buddy, let's get these graphics going. You know, use some of that oil money. Let's get some graphics up in here.
I think that could be one reason they got in, is that they did just have the money to get it on the roster. Yeah. But honestly, I mean, maybe someone who works on EVO staff has a better pulse in the community than I do, and they were like, hey, there's actually quite a few people who still play this game and are really interested in it. Maybe they look at the entrance of other major tournaments like Combo Breaker or whatever, and they determined, you know what? There actually is enough demand to keep this game on the roster. So it could be either or. It could be organic or inorganic. But either way, it's there. And
yeah, I just can't help but
Wouldn't luck have it. 666 entrants on the spot.
Mark of the beast. This game has such bad luck.
Really?
But I also wonder, too, there's all these KOF 2002 players. I know because I see them on Fightcade all the time. They're just in Fightcade battling each other. I mean, last I checked, it is the most popular game on Fightcade almost all the time. It's like
pretty much
popping in there. So I could see these people, they're spending all this time playing 2002. There's not a lot of scene for that. There's not a lot of matches. It's an old game, no developer support. So I could see them being like, okay, we play 2002 in the streets, and then at business we have to play 15, and that's kind of what is keeping 15 alive, is the ghost of 2002 supplementing it. That would be my theory as to what maybe might keep 15 going.
It holds some water, only because, again, 15 is definitely rooted in the older style, or more coveted style, I should say, of KOF games. Yeah, it's possible. You could be just a solid 98 or 02 player, and as long as you know your confirms in 15, which are definitely pretty different from either of those games. But yeah, if you have those down, it's feasible. I mean, it's. I'm not saying. I can't say you're right, and I also can't say you're wrong.
I'm just spitballing.
But I can say that,
I'm bouncing theories off you. Yeah. You can tell me I'm wrong. I'm just spitballing ideas.
I don't know. I legitimately don't know, honestly.
So
the one thing I will say,
what is Fightcade? Just a quick answer to his question. Fightcade is an emulator that uses rollback netcode on your computer, and it's like the successor to GGPO's. What was the original? Was it called GGPO, right?
It was just called GGPO.
Yeah. So it's like basically the home of rollback netcode in a lot of people's minds, and it's almost like a console at times, because you're like, oh, when is Tekken 3 going to be in Fightcade? Oh, when is Dead or Alive 2 going to be in Fightcade? Which they are. It's pretty sweet. So it's like, it's an emulator that has rollback netcode, and you can actually use it for beat 'em ups too, which is really cool. And it has really good rollback and pretty sweet matchmaking and stuff. It's awesome. So it's an emulator that does really good rollback netcode in summary.
Yeah, it's actually, so they do have multiple emulators as part of Fightcade.
Right. It's like RetroArch. It's got like it's like a bundle of emulators. Yeah.
So FB Neo is what they use right now for CPS2, CPS3, Neo Geo. Flycast is what they use for Naomi and Dreamcast, which it's a bit of a contentious choice, honestly, but Flycast does seem to be on the right path, so I'll hold out for it.
I played Dead or Alive 2 on Flycast on GGPO. On Fightcade. It's not amazing, but it got the job done. I'll say that. It got the job done.
That's kind of the consensus right now. But for the more demanding games like CVS 2 and Marvel 2 especially, like, people have tried it and they've all said no, this isn't cutting it right now. So unfortunately, it's not quite at that point of like being close or even in the realm of offline parity for those games.
But for the FB Neo stuff, it's amazing.
It's pretty good now.
Did you know you can actually use run ahead in it with rollback? Yep. So you
use run ahead
too. Some serious. I think it's amazing for the FB Neo games. I was playing with Boghog. We're playing Sailor Moon co-op beat 'em up. He's in Latvia, and it was playable. That was amazing.
Yeah. They did add Duck Station, I think, recently for PS1 games.
Yes, yeah.
I haven't actually tried that yet, so I can't really comment.
Yeah, sorry to divert you. I just want to answer that question.
No, not a problem. I honestly don't remember what we were talking about at this point.
We're talking about KOF 15. We're talking about game selection. And let's lead into our next topic, which I'm going to jump ahead to a topic that has been on my mind the past EVO and 2, which is the decline of the 3D fighter and the lack of 3D fighter representation at tournaments, like generally, especially EVO though. I'm a big 3D guy, and in fact, the other day I was telling Boghog, he was talking to me about some fighting game or something. Maybe it was Melty Blood, and I said, right now I'm in kind of a headspace where I don't really even have a whole lot of interest in 2D games, at least playing them personally anymore. Like, I'm all about 3D right now. So for me, I would love to see more 3D games get more representation and more competitive play, because I feel like the will is there. The will to play these games competitively is there. It's just the outlet is a little bit difficult. So, I'm sad. I was really sad when they canceled Dead or Alive. I was all excited about Dead or Alive 6 being there, and then Core Values, it got canceled.
That's a moment that will never be lived down.
Oh my God. Amazing. The irony, too. The beautiful irony. Poor Dead or Alive.
I don't know if I'd call it beautiful irony, but there's definitely irony.
The more painful the irony, there's something beautiful about it to me. In a painful, dark sense of humor sort of way. Yeah. But also, too, I watched it. I was there. I watched that because I'm a Dead or Alive fan. I watched the Dead or Alive stream where they got canceled. And I was like, what? The booth girls are just having fun. You know, what's the big deal? They're just booth girls having fun. So
one of them ended up marrying Fudo, the VF player.
Nice.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's like a fighting game player's dream, dude. You go to tournament and you actually get a girlfriend that's one of the booth girls. So,
but no, this topic actually, it kind of hits close to home for me because the first fighting game I ever really learned was Virtua Fighter, actually.
Which one? Really?
It was vanilla VF5, really. That was the one, because that's when I was like, because I was pretty young at the time. I was still a minor. I was like 16 or 17. But, you know, that game had just come out on 360. Kind of its own subject. I'm not going to go too far into it, but like...
You can talk about VF all day.
Well, it's not so much VF, but it's more like there was kind of this...
You can't see the background of the stream. It's VF5 in the background.
Oh, is it really? Okay.
Yeah, it's the top Vanessa player. I took one of his live stream matches, and yeah, it's in blue and it's the background. But yeah, what is in the background is VF5.
Interesting. Basically, there was a bit of a pre-SF4 ecosystem for fighting games. And surprisingly, one of the biggest pieces of it, not the biggest by far, but one of the biggest pieces of it actually was Virtua Fighter 5, because I believe, with the only exception being the 360 port of Hyper Fighting, which came out in 2007, a couple months before VF5 did, it was the only fighting game you could play online on the Xbox 360 for a good while there.
Yeah, I think another one was Dead or Alive. Dead or Alive was one of the earliest ones too.
I honestly can't remember
Xbox. On the OG Xbox.
Oh, that's Dead or Alive 3. That one didn't have online play. It came out too early for that.
Wasn't it? No, Dead or Alive 2 Ultimate, I think, had
yes.
On the Xbox.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, baby.
For DOA 4, I actually can't recall if that game had online play or not.
Yes, I play
on the 360.
I play it.
Okay.
Yes, it does. It does.
Okay. So I guess there were 3 fighting games you could play online on the 360 at that point. Hey, I actually did play some Dead or Alive 5 when it came out in arcades in Japan. I actually did give it a fair shake. And I actually ended up enjoying the game more than I thought I would. I'll say on record, it's a better game than a lot of people give it credit for. I will say that.
I think so too. I'm a big Team Ninja guy. I feel like if you're a VF fan, it's like, you can tell it's kind of like a more playful entry-level VF with holds and stuff. Like,
yeah, absolutely.
The
holds are like the best and worst thing about the game. Is the problem is that it's an additional dimension.
I love them so much.
They're so hard to balance, though. That's the problem. Is then you get the counter hit throw.
Well, you were playing Dead or Alive 4, which had some absurd. Oh no, you're playing 5. Never mind.
I was playing 5.
Had some insane hold tech in that game because low holds were so good.
Yeah.
But you know, you can kind of make a meta game around how crazy the holds are too. Then
you absolutely can. The thing about 3D fighters, as I see it, is that Sega was, and I think if you talk with most people who were playing any 3D fighter back then, I think they'll pretty much agree, regardless of whether or not they even like Virtua Fighter. I think they'll agree that Sega was the trendsetter in terms of, you know, mechanical design and
absolutely
introducing new things into the genre. I mean, people talk about bounds and Tekken all the time, but like that actually started in Virtua Fighter. Believe it or not, it was actually the first game to have
ring outs.
So
that's from Virtua Fighter.
Yeah, I mean everything basically, really, for the most part.
So interesting. If you read developer interviews for fighting games, it is insane how much they reference Virtua Fighter. Like it's like the fighting game players series, because all the developers we got this idea from Virtua Fighter. Even Smash Brothers talks about, we got the idea of slopes and ring outs, you know, and all this stuff from Virtua Fighter. Even freaking Smash Brothers is influenced by Virtua Fighter. It's crazy.
Honestly, I think that's more of just a game developer thing in general. I've kind of had a theory for a while now. It's like most people's favorite game developer isn't Sega, but most game developers' favorite game developer is Sega, I've noticed.
Because they're the coolest.
I mean, they do a lot of things first, for better or worse.
I made a tier list of the 5 coolest developers in Sega 1. Because they're the coolest because the stuff they did was not only groundbreaking design-wise, but like their business decisions were so like just homey. You know, we're sitting in a boardroom smoking cigarettes. But wouldn't it be cool if we did this, dude? All right. You know, it's like not financially savvy at all.
No.
But it was cool.
It was very cool. But
go ahead. Yes.
without a trendsetter for 3D fighters, right? Without a trailblazer, excuse me, to follow in their wake. 3D fighters, I think, have been kind of directionless for a while. Yeah,
absolutely.
And this is kind of going into a bit of a different subject, but I bring it up for a reason. So, Tekken games in particular, right, are generally really bad at launch. And what I mean by launch, I mean the arcade versions.
The arcade versions, yeah.
Yes, they are generally horrible.
Yeah.
Tekken 5, honestly, was pretty bad when it came out.
Infinite and all that fun stuff.
Tekken 6 was the first one I played in arcades, like when it was new and relevant, and that game was inexcusably bad.
So the Tekken that I played on launch, but I wouldn't be able to tell you if it was bad or not because I don't think it ever recovered, was Tekken 4. I love Tekken 4, man. I loved it. I don't care what Tekken players say. I loved that game.
And not even Tekken players, man. There's actually a lot of people I've met over the years through fighting games who straight up tell me, they go, yeah, I used to play Tekken, but Tekken 4 came out and that came to an end. So then I started playing Street Fighter or Guilty Gear or whatever.
Yeah. Well, I loved Tekken 4, but like I said, I didn't play it I had no idea about backdash cancels. So for me, I was like, this is sick. You know, if you don't know about backdash cancels, Tekken 4 is awesome.
Yeah.
At least at the time.
But as far as just 3D games go, it's like, yeah, so the first versions of Tekken games tend to be pretty bad, right? But then by the time they have a couple revisions out, and in the case of 6 and 7 at least, that's the only version that hits console, right? Is the version that's had
the revision,
few. Yeah. So the reason I bring this up is because with Virtua Fighter in particular, that wasn't really always the case. But if you notice, the releases between Tekken and VF games, when they were still being made, VF games, are kind of offset, right? Like, VF4 came out in 2001, I believe, and then Tekken 4 came out, like, I think either later that year or a year later. And then VF4 went through its revisions, and I think Tekken 5 Vanilla came out during that period of time, where VF4 was being revised, and then Tekken 5 came out, or rather, Tekken 5 Dark Resurrection, the good version that every Tekken player loves, came out, I think, a couple years after that. I think it was 2004 or 5. So, and I'm not saying straight up that Tekken just takes things from VF, because like it has its own flavor, it has its own things. Tekken 5 especially is a very unique game. If you ever give it a shot, it's
I love Tekken 5. Yeah.
Even coming from Tekken 6 or 7, I think there's enough meaningful differences that like it's actually really worth revisiting Dark Resurrection.
Yeah.
But
air juggles, no bound, dude. You gotta juggle them in the air. Shorter combos, faster movement. To me, it feels like much bigger side steps. That's just me personally. I'm not an expert, but
honestly, I remember the biggest thing people preferred about Dark Resurrection over the revised version of 6 at the time was that the ground roll was more of a commitment. You couldn't block out of a ground roll right away the way you can in 6.
Yeah,
I think 7 still has that too.
Oh, 7, yeah. But, 7 is just hold back, baby.
Yeah. But I do think without the competition, and I do think without, frankly, the trendsetter in the genre, you know, really setting the standard of what can be done and what these games can be, they're just kind of lost at sea.
I think that absolutely, and that definitely rings home to me over the past few weeks where I've been playing VF5, and I've just been playing it, and you know, it's a ancient game, you know, these days, but you kind of are like, this game is so much more pure. If you play Tekken 7 and then you play VF5, there's no meters, there's no rage, it's just so much more pure, and it's so frame data heavy, and then it's just such a it's just on such a different level, where I feel like what happened with Tekken is they saw the bodies of all the 3D games around them, and they're like, we're not going down that road. And then they looked at Street Fighter, they're like, that is the road. Because you can see Tekken with 7 and then with 8, you can see them shifting much more towards the 2D side. And they're like the only 3D game still standing. So we're even within Tekken, we're losing that purity of the 3D design, I think, to some degree.
Right, and that's the thing, is like, I feel like no matter how you look at it, Tekken is absolutely going in I guess by default, a unique direction, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yes, that, but I think even more so than that, you can chart it back to before they started putting Akuma and Geese in the game. But Tekken has just been kind of trying to figure out how to make the core Tekken formula more palatable to people who
play 2D games.
Yeah, pretty much. And with the funny thing too is that VF5 in Japan, in the arcade community over there, is kind of seen as VF's attempt at doing it.
I could see that.
Yeah, and honestly, the game actually didn't perform that well, especially compared to VF4, because VF4 was like the biggest fighting game opener for a while.
That was
really
my first Virtua Fighter, was VF4.
Yeah, well, I played VF4 like as a kid, but like as far as like actually traveling around,
I'm counting that.
Okay, I mean if you count that, I played VF2, but
what it was is, so I had this whole period of college years where I didn't play any video games other than Metal Gear. I played Metal Gear 3 over and over and over, and then I was sitting in my apartment with a PlayStation 2, and I was like, okay, I've been playing Metal Gear for a year now. I'm going to go down to the local video store and I'm going to buy a PS2 game and I'm going to bring it home and I'm going to play it. I walk in, Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution, $2, baby. I'm like, $2? Now we're talking. And so VF4 was kind of one of those games that helped me reconnect with gaming just generally because, but I wasn't playing it competitively, but the quest mode was super good.
Yeah.
And it had that nice hardcore feel to it where I was like, okay, I have to actually learn the game and remember.
It was responsive. There wasn't very much input lag.
Yes.
It had an in-game tutorial.
I did play it in my college years, not competitively, but it did really connect with me. And I still have it. Like, I don't have a lot of physical games, but I still have my $2 VF game, and I treat it like it's special for some reason. I don't know why, but yeah. I love
the in-game tutorial that VF, and it wasn't even just Evo, even vanilla VF4 had it, really went in depth. It really taught you a lot about the game. And this is kind of its own subject. I don't want to go too far into this one. I think we're already 2 or 3 tangents removed right now, but the tutorial in VF4 was great, but what did that actually do for the game?
Oh, absolutely nothing.
And that's the problem, is that when you talk about ways to get people into these games, one of the things you'll hear, usually from people who, have been drinking the fighting game Kool-Aid for a while, is, well, we just need tutorials in the games.
Yeah, no.
And that's when I jump in and I say, hey, that's been done before, and you were probably playing fighting games, actually, when it was done, and you didn't play the game that had it. So, tutorials are not it.
You know what was one of the best critiques of Virtua Fighter that I ever heard, that they finally listened to 15 years later, which was way back in 2010. Eris did a podcast, and he was talking about Virtua Fighter, and he was complaining about the aesthetics of Virtua Fighter. And one of the things that I think was a big mistake in Virtua Fighter is the lack of hit sparks and the lack of animations on hit and block. Like, they went too realism. They went too far that way, so that when you're playing the game, like, go back and play Street Fighter or Virtua Fighter on 360 or play Virtua Fighter 4, like, nothing feels impactful compared to, I think, the newer port where they finally added in hit sparks and stuff. I think that type of stuff really goes a long way for bringing new people in versus tutorials. Like, the visual presentation of the game, not just graphics, because it looks good graphically, but like the actual aesthetic of, like, when you hit something, sparks fly out, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think too, in kind of a more broad sense, I think fighting games need to get better at presenting the essence of these games visually to players. But what I was gonna get at, and to kind of tie this back into talking about Evo, is marketing. Marketing, knowing your target audience, hitting that target audience matters more than just about anything else.
Did you look at Dragon Ball Z Fighters?
Yeah, and you know, I was and wasn't surprised to see that game on the roster this year, because the Dragon Ball Fighters community is obviously not small by fighting game standards, but it's very, like, insular, I'd say. Like, a lot of people that play Dragon Ball Fighters only play Dragon Ball Fighters.
Well, it makes sense to me a little bit, because there was kind of a legacy of fighting games. No one takes them seriously, But for example, like the Dragon Ball Z Budokai games, I loved those games. I played those just as much as like legit fighting games, I'm afraid to admit, on record here. But like Dragon Ball Z Budokai, Budokai 2 and all that, I played the crap out of those games. And I actually learned them to some degree. They have kind of a funny, janky meta, but some of those mechanics are actually in DBZ Fighters. So I think that could be part of the crowd. They're like these forgotten, ultra scrubs, but that could be part of the crowd of that game, or these guys who play DBZ Budokai and stuff, and like, some of these mechanics are in this game still.
Well, as I see it, as someone who actually did pay a good amount of attention to the game up to its release, it was both a failure and success of marketing. So they were really trying to market this game towards existing ArcSys players, so people who played BlazBlue or Guilty Gear, whatever. Marvel players, because that game still had a pretty decent following, and I can't wait to talk about Marvel a little bit. I have a lot to say about that, actually.
Good.
But on top of that, too, and the people were it was kind of a meme in the community of, Dragon Ball FighterZ will be the game to unite the whole FGC, right? It doesn't matter if you come from a splinter.
It's a noble goal. It's a noble goal.
Right. But obviously it ended up being basically the opposite. What it basically ended up happening was that it didn't really hit the mark for a lot of those groups of people. I mean, I can't think of one person that I know personally who plays BlazBlue or Guilty Gear or any of those games that also plays Dragon Ball FighterZ. I can't name one. I honestly don't know one person that actually plays that game. Personally, I don't know one person. But
I know people personally who played it, but they actually did not come from... Yeah, they didn't come from the enemy scene. They came from other places. So, yeah. Right.
What I can say is, like, a couple years ago when I first moved down here to SoCal, I went to a couple gaming venues that had Dragon Ball FighterZ there. And, like, I was just, being sociable, just talking to people. And I couldn't even make this up if I tried. Because I was standing over by a Plus R station. They said, is that BlazBlue? And I was like, well, kinda. But the thing is
we're close.
that's the level of engagement that they have with other communities, right? Is that it's not that I don't want to make judgments on a huge swath of people.
My theory a little bit that this could be tapping into that scene I was talking about. Those Budokai players who
it could be
don't even know what the hell anime games are, other than Dragon Ball Z, the anime, and those Namco games. Yeah.
But what I was getting at is that, the intended target audience for the game, which was basically, I think, honestly, ArcSys and Namco, because I think they published the game, I think they were betting on that game being a very big success in terms of the community. And it kind of was, but not really in the way they were probably anticipating, as far as I'm concerned.
For the chat. Dragon Ball Z FighterZ, 10 million sold, 10 million. And then Strive, up to this point, 1 million. So ArcSys and Namco are looking at FighterZ and they're like, nailed it. 10 million sold? Good God. That's a lot of money. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
No. I mean, that's pretty much all I had to say on the subject was that, having a target audience most of the time, as long as you know how to reach them, I think that's the biggest indicator and the most effective way to reach your goal as a publisher or developer.
What do you think the target audience for Virtua Fighter and like Dead or Alive and Soul Calibur, who would that be? Because I'm not quite sure, to be honest.
At this point, people above the age of 30, I guess. I mean,
yes, yeah.
I mean, what else?
You got to get those guys who like stream chess matches or something. We got to get those types, I guess.
Yeah, I think so. If you want to talk more about the 3D fighter thing, so I played a lot of Gundam Versus back in the day, which is a 2-on-2 mech fighter. Yeah. It was actually a Capcom series originally, and then it was handed off to Namco with Extreme Versus in 2010 or 2011.
Wow.
Yeah, so Capcom actually made those games for years. It started with like, I think it was just called Mobile Suit Gundam Versus something, or no, it was Federation vs. Zeon. That's what it was called. And that game came out in like 2001. And to be honest with you, if you look at that game, that doesn't really look very much like a fighting game. It looks more like a mech simulator type of game.
Yeah.
Over the iterations that they released, though, and they did release a lot. Capcom themselves released a lot. But of course, these games were, I believe, if not entirely, mostly Japan exclusive. But It was with the first game titled Gundam vs. Gundam, which is basically a culmination of all the games they made up to that point in 2007, I believe. That was the one that really took off and became like a huge, I mean, to the point where even on the Arcadia charts, after a while, they said, look, we all know Gundam's the most played game. We're just not putting it on the chart anymore.
It's like Harry Potter.
Actually just,
it's like Harry Potter in the New York Times. They're like, all right, forget Harry Potter. It's winning every time. Let's just take it off the list. Yeah.
Right. It's not even worth mentioning. It's a given. And then they made Gundam vs. Gundam Next, which was that was the biggest game and probably the best Capcom developed Gundam vs. game. And they actually were able to ride on that for quite a while because that came out in 2008 and Extreme Versus wasn't until, I want to say 2011 actually. Wow. So they were able to rake in the cash just with arcade
units, didn't they? Yeah.
Yeah. There was actually an arcade near me that had the Gundam Next cabinet. The only other way you could play the game was on PSP, which thankfully is region free, so I was able to practice it. But yeah. But what's cool about those games, right? Besides being team-based, besides being based off of a franchise that a lot of people like, they are surprisingly more like a 3D fighter as you know them, right? In GOA, VF, Tekken. Yeah. They're more like that than you might think.
Like they're sidestepping and stuff.
There is sidestepping. There's sidestep canceling.
That's cool.
we're already in familiar territory, right?
I'm changing. I'm going to be a Gundam player next. You'll see me playing Gundam.
Hey, it actually runs all right online because it's not a traditional fighting game. It doesn't run into the problem of both players need to see the same image on their screen. So
right, yeah.
It actually runs okay online. They can get away with some educated guesswork. But
that's cool.
What's really cool about those games is that they are team-based and they have obviously like the more ranged units that shoot and things like that. So in that sense, and I'm not saying it's a shooter, but like if you play like Splatoon, for example, right? Yeah. It may not be a bridge too far to cross to give Gundam a try, right? If you play fighting games like 3D Fighters, you can play a melee suit. I've mostly played Epion in those games, who infamously has the giant green laser sword and the heat rod, but no guns, right? So I'm just moving and schmoving and trying to hit you. Which is, that's how I generally like to approach 3D fighters, right?
Yeah.
So you kind of get a good, I don't want to say compromise, I don't think it's the right word, a good middle ground between a lot of different types of games.
Right. And shooter, which is very popular.
Yes. And Namco, in their infinite wisdom, just doesn't want to port these games over to the West. I don't know why. I mean, so I think Maxi Boost, which is on PS4, it's a digital download. I think you can get that on the US PSN store. But other than that, I mean, someone correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. I don't think they've ever actually localized a Gundam game. So you know what they did do at one point? They actually made a game specifically for the Western market, put it on PC, which was such a slap in the face considering what it is. It was a game called, you can look this up, Rise of Incarnates.
I remember hearing about this.
It was based on the Gundam Versus engine, but when I say it is the most, watered down as a compliment. I mean, just abysmal game. And of course, that's the one they put on PC, and that's the one they market to the West, right? Not the one that anyone would actually want to play, right?
That is so... Yeah, that's like almost old school. That's almost like, like 1990. Let's bring, the Western version and tone down the difficulty a ton because the Westerners can't handle it type of stuff.
Yep.
That's crazy. I remember hearing about that game.
With friends like this, who needs enemies, right? when the 3D game developers are stumbling over themselves and making all the wrong decisions and creatively lost, arguably, I would definitely argue that.
Absolutely.
Where can you go from there, right? That's my thing is like, when I talk with other fighting game players and I ask them, like, if you were to make a fighting game, what would you make? It's usually along the lines of, I'd make a Street Fighter type of game, or I'd make a Guilty Gear type of game, or whatever. I would make a 3D fighter, straight up. That would be my choice, because I think there needs to be more good 3D fighters out there. And I think those are the types of games that, and to kind of put in perspective here too, once upon a time, 3D Fighters would sell consoles because they would be some of the best looking games on launch.
They were the premium fighters, Like, I remember that era a lot. Like, when Tekken 4 showed up in the arcade, they had like an actual like movie poster looking thing that's like, Tekken 4 is coming. Tekken 4 is coming. You looked at the 2D fighters and you're like, shh, I mean, Tekken 4 is coming, dude. We're not putting our quarters in that. We're saving them for Tekken 4. I mean, I remember that era very well. And remember all that era of they would have all these kind of knockoff 3D fighters too, like the Dragon Ball Z fighters. Like, for a while, the template was make a 3D fighter. And then that shifted to Street Fighter 4, basically. Or somewhere in there.
Well,
somewhere in there. So remember, Mortal Kombat had the 3D fighter era too, where they're like, hey,
Armageddon,
3Ds, and Deadly Alliance, And then at some point in like 2010 area, somewhere in there, 9, 10, 8, 7, somewhere in there, like 3D just fell off big time.
Yeah, and I think what kind of ended up happening was, I guess to some degree you could argue they became a victim of their own success, because after the PS3 and 360, or honestly, I might even say with the PS3 and 360, other games looked basically just as good, if not better, on launch. And at that point, what else did they have to offer? A lot of them didn't have online play, and if they did, it wasn't obviously rollback based at that point. So what can you do? I mean, at that point, you got to sell it on the game itself, the actual meat and potatoes of the system design and whatnot. And how many people are even gonna, crack that shell open enough to even see it? You know
what they kind of ran into? This is reminding me of my $2 VF4 purchase. Is they kind of had a bit of a sports game vibe to them, a bit.
A little bit, yeah.
Where, for example, if you go into a game shop and you're going to buy Third Strike, or you're going to buy some PS2 2D fighter, they'd still probably hold their price somewhat. But you walk into a game, it might be different now, but you used to walk into a game shop, they might just hand you Virtua Fighter 4. They'd be like, we can't even sell this, Like, they had this sort of, how when you go into a game shop and like the sports games are 50 cents, I feel like a lot of 3D, Dead or Alive 2, you could walk in, you could buy like Dead or Alive 3 for $1 or something crazy low like that.
It's funny you mentioned that. I remember one of the times, this was longer than it feels like now, but when I was living in Japan, I was going through the used games section of Book Off, which is like a chain over there for used games and books. I remember I was kind of just bored one day. I was like, okay, what's the cheapest game I can find in the PS2 section? And do you know what it was?
Better not have been Dead or Alive 2 Ultimate, or Dead or Alive 2 Hardcore.
It was Dead or Alive 2 Hardcore.
No! I love
50 yen.
But the kind of fun part for me though is like, sometimes I'd go into a store and there was nothing else to buy at my local game shop, and I would just walk out with a copy of Dead or Alive. I already own it, but why not? I'll pay the $2.
I think 3D fighters just they've become kind of directionless, and from a creative standpoint, I don't want to beat that dead horse, but not having the trailblazer of the genre basically, hurts it. But then on top of that too, it's like, how do you market these games anymore, right? Do you market them as these are the best looking games on your console? Because that's not true anymore, right? Do you market them as
especially with freaking Guilty Gear figuring out how to do 3D and 2D and all that? Guilty Gear like put a real hole in that because of how good they look.
Right, and if anything, at this point, a 3D fighter in terms of looks isn't about the raw, computing power or just making the game look the most realistic or whatever anymore. It's about using the pre-existing tools like Unreal Engine in a way that's clever and plays to the visual presentation of a 3D fighter. Which again, ArcSys figured that out with Exler. People call it, that was their tech demo, right? Because they didn't give a shit about the game after that. They released a couple revisions and like, okay, we're done. But
that was so brilliant because that set up DBZ fighters and
that was the first time in a long time that you could say a fighting game was technologically relevant in any sense, really.
Like, people were talking. That's actually how I learned about Guilty Gear. Funnily enough, was
I believe
talking about its like technical achievements and stuff, and I was like, what? And then I saw it, and I was like, this is insane.
Yeah. Have you ever seen how the models look? Have you ever seen how the models in Exer look without shading? They look hilarious.
Yeah.
They look so funny.
Yeah, I bet the KOF guys were like, "You could have done that the whole time, dude. No, we didn't have to spend all that money on those sprites."
But yeah, I mean, that's just it. Is where do you go with 3D fighters now? I think the best thing you could do at this point, right? One, make a new game. No more Soul Calibur, Tekken, VF. As much as we love them, right?
Really? You mean a new franchise?
I mean an entire new franchise.
Wow.
I mean, hit the restart button on 3D fighters as close to as literally as possible. Because people, first of all, right, there's the perception of, oh, this is the 8th or 9th or 10th version of this game.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not going to catch up to the good players, right? And that's what like games like Strive have had to overcome, right? And to some degree, they've succeeded, I'd say, right? You know, they're like, oh no, this isn't like the
Strive is a new game. Yeah. Like,
right, exactly.
Yeah.
So I say just make a new 3D fighter, straight up. And
well,
you know,
one of my thoughts would be, and this might be annoying to fellow fighting game fans, but like, what if Dead or Alive, the next Dead or Alive, they just go Dead or Alive, and then they really go in on the graphics and stuff, and maybe that could be a breath of fresh air for 3D fighting games too. Well, Dead or Alive kind of figured out what it wants to do, because what I mean is, like, when you think about, okay, what could we do with Virtua Fighter to make it more popular and accessible? What could we do with it? That exists. It's called Dead or Alive. And so, like, if Dead or Alive got its crap together and made a really, really solid next entry, that I could see that being kind of a gateway into the other 3D games for people who don't typically play 3D fighters. I could see
that could, but there's a bit of an elephant in the room with DOA, and that is that some people just, on principle, won't play the game based on how it looks.
I have a very high tolerance for that, so.
Right, yeah. No, and that's the thing, is like, you know, you are definitely excluding a certain amount of people right out the gate just because of the game's visual style.
So give me, before we move on, give me kind of your pitch of what this new 3D fighter would be like.
I would make the best Soul Calibur game that Namco never cared to make. That would be what I would do.
Dark Souls fighting game.
Dark Souls PvP, where everyone just rolls all the time?
No. Like, the IP is Dark Souls. The IP is Dark Souls, but the gameplay is like Soul Calibur.
I wouldn't be opposed to the idea.
Then you could get the Dark Soul PvP guys to play it. Oh, yeah.
For however long, until they realize the Dark Souls PvP stuff won't work anymore, but yeah. I'm not opposed to the idea of hitching it onto a pre-existing franchise necessarily, but, you know, I just think we just need to wipe the slate clean, right? Because no matter what game you look at, whether it's Tekken, VF, Soul Calibur, there's aspects of those games that have endured literally just because that's the way it's been.
Yep.
And
like Shake Stun. Get that out of here, VF. Shake Stun?
Like Staggers? I love Staggers, but to be honest with you, I think, especially in the later years, they did kind of lose their way on what moves to put Staggers on and things like that. I think Staggers, when done correctly, actually add a lot of interactivity to fighting games. And I think why.
I think the actual implementation of shaking is just real. That's some old school stuff. I think what they should do is they should make it like a tech, where like you hit a stagger and you have to hit the tech during the stagger rather than shake. I don't know. I just think the shake is really, it doesn't feel properly competitive to me. It feels a little too arcadey to me, the shake. The shake.
I think when dialed in and done correctly, it's a net benefit. But I'll say, even with VF5, even with the last version of VF5, actually, that was one of the most controversial aspects of Final Showdown. They got rid of the stagger on elbows against crouching opponents. That had been a mainstay of VF for a long time.
Yeah.
And they got rid of it. They said, oh, we added more hit stunts, now you just get a certain amount of guaranteed reward. But I feel like that was really missing the forest for the trees. I think that's a large part of the reason why a lot of the VF players didn't really warm up to Final Showdown, honestly.
Yeah. Well, my thought would be, like, because DOA did this, they eventually were kind of like, they toned it down. They're like, okay, you can, because it used to be to shake out a stagger like crazy in VF, or in Dead or Alive 4. Like, you could shake yourself out of a lot of frames. And I feel like a little bit here and there could be cool, but it just feels to me like too variable and weird of a mechanic for today's sort of design. That would be my thought, is make it like a tech instead of like a shape.
If you're comparing it to other games that are on the market right now, absolutely it would feel very out of place. I do agree with that.
Yeah, definitely.
But I mean, if as far as like what I would make in a 3D fighter, I would really I think Soul Calibur arguably has the best concept of any 3D fighter, because if there's one thing, and
weapons,
this is definitely like a statement that needs to be qualified with other statements, but like as far as like replicating the best aspects of 2D fighters, I think Soul Calibur comes the closest of any 3D fighter, to be honest with you. Unfortunately, and here's where the qualifying statements come in, I think that tends to come at the expense of the 3D fighter parts of the game in many cases. And that's why Soul Calibur, especially in the later versions like 4 and 5, and 6 less so. 6 has something of a dedicated following, but it doesn't have good netcode, so it's effectively dead in the water these days. But I remember Soul Calibur 4, especially Soul Calibur 4 and 5, a lot of people were just like, this game's scrubby, it's stupid, blah, blah, blah. And I mean, they weren't wrong meters, necessarily.
I'm not a fan of the meters either.
I think meter in 3D games can work. I just don't think anyone's really cared to make it work, honestly. I think it can work. It depends on... It's honestly not even that different from how you would implement meter in a 2D game. It's just that, obviously you don't want to give people EX moves in a 3D game for the most part, right? You don't want to have meter dictate the decision-making process, which already that's a problem with. I mean, going back as far as it's really funny to hear, right? When you listen to a really old school Street Fighter 2 player, someone who played World Warrior, Champion Edition, and Hyper Fighting, right?
They were not thrilled with supers,
They go, Super Turbo ruins Street Fighter, because as soon as someone has a meter lead, they just sit on it. Which, I mean, on principle, isn't entirely wrong. Like there is some truth to that statement. But I think
this leads perfectly into the next topic. It's going to be this most seamless transition, which is the homogenization of fighting game mechanics. Because in my opinion, this is a big problem with 3D fighters right now. Dead or Alive 6, Tekken 8 we're about to see, where they're like, what do we do? Like I said, there's no Virtua Fighter to copy, so they're like, what do we do? We were copying Virtua Fighter mostly, so what are we doing now? Well, let's copy Street Fighter, I guess. And so we're going to add meters, and we're going to have FADC cancels. Does it make sense in our design? Where we were mostly based off of Virtua Fighter before? But maybe not, but here they are. I feel like this is a big problem. Like, nowadays, it feels like it's almost like a law. If you make a fighting game, it must have a super and a meter. It's dictated by the global council of fighting game design. It must have a super.
I think you've pretty much summarized the 3D problem pretty well there. But with 2D fighters, I think it's a little different. I think with 2D fighters, there's a more of a back and forth between what is proven to be popular and what, for lack of a better term, carries weight or brings clout to a game. And what I mean by that is, like, there are times where more popular games will take ideas from less popular games because that less popular game has a highly favorable opinion among fighting game players.
Yeah, street cred.
Yes, exactly. So, honestly, this has been a problem to me for almost as long as I've been playing fighting games. And I think patient zero for the modern implementation, or the modern aspect, where we are now, right?
Yes.
The patient zero of all this is FADC in Street Fighter 4.
Yes.
That was copy-pasted Roman cancel from Guilty Gear into Street Fighter. And this pissed me off then. It honestly still kind of pisses me off now.
Well, and it's like FADC cancel is so signature now that we're getting it in Tekken 8. I mean, this thing is like, it's like parry. It cannot be stopped. it even kind of came back with Drive Rush, right? In a way. Yeah.
But here's the problem with these types of mechanics, right? Is that Roman cancel makes perfect sense in Guilty Gear. Because Guilty Gear is intentional, and we're talking XX primarily here.
Yes.
But like, because we're comparing SF4, it's not about snubbing, it's not about thumbing my nose at the later games, but they have their own issues and they don't necessarily apply to this part of the discussion. But if you're talking about Guilty Gear XX, right, Roman cancels make perfect sense because the game is designed in such a way so that no one system mechanic can completely overpower other aspects of the game. They might overpower one or two, but there's like 3 other ones that you can use to work around, right? The problem with putting a mechanic like that in a game like Street Fighter, which inherently has less options, is inherently more limited in terms of, system-based options you can rely on, is that
it shifts the meta entirely.
What it does is it ends up creating a risk-reward scenario that wasn't actually intended when the mechanic was made in that other game. Right,
that's a good point.
Classic SF4 moment, right? When Ryu does wake up, fierce dragon punch, FADC, doesn't care, hit or block, doesn't really matter because he knows one way or another, as long as he can confirm it, which isn't that hard to do. You're gonna have, yes, exactly. Now, why doesn't that happen in Guilty Gear? Well, there's a couple reasons. For one, not every Dragon Punch in that game hits at ground level. So if you know a DP's coming, you could do a move that'll make the Dragon Punch completely whiff.
Yeah.
And they don't get moment cancel. So there you go. They just eat shit. The other thing, too, is that even for the DPs that do hit at ground level, they usually only keep them on the ground for a very, very short period of time. So could you just do, like with Soul, a Volcanic Viper RC immediately as you wake up and get something approximating the scenario with Ryu? Sure, but there's a bit of a catch here, which is that your window to confirm hit or block is a lot smaller.
Right.
And it's something that can't be overstated. But then the other thing, too, is if you try to let it rock and then do like a late Roman cancel on it, now you're airborne, which is not where you want to be in that scenario, especially if you're in the corner. Airborne in the corner.
Right, yeah.
So, again, this is just the first example I can think of, and maybe not the most pertinent to what modern games are like, although I do agree FADC and Roman cancel has become a staple in its own right.
Yeah.
But
it's like
that's the example to me. That's the example to me that I'll always cite because it really was the beginning of this trend. And again, Guilty Gear was not a popular franchise outside of Japan, right? It was doing very well for itself in the arcades over there. It was, in Arcadia top 10 pretty much every month. It actually, funnily enough, did better than SF4 in certain stretches of time.
Oh, yeah. Wasn't SF4 kind of a dud in arcades?
It was hit or miss, yeah. I mean, it had its good months, it had its bad months. But, here's Street Fighter 4, the game that is targeting a global audience, right? And it's taking a mechanic, basically a bespoke mechanic, from a far less popular game on a global scale and trying to adapt it to a system that was just never meant to handle it, and from there it's gotten exponential. Like every game now takes something from another game one way or another. All art is derivative, right? There's nothing new under the sun, all that. But when you literally just copy paste mechanics like that, you are just asking for problems. You are just asking for...
I talked about this with Parry in Resident Evil 4 Remake, where I said you can't just shove Parry into Resident Evil 4. And people are like, why not? Why can't you do that? It's like, well, because it has this domino effect for everything else. And I can see that absolutely with Street Fighter, because Street Fighter took like doing low forward pokes, which was kind of like, okay, you low forward into maybe a super, low forward into like a fireball. Now it's like low forward into fireball into full combo, baby. Like it did change the meta big time.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, I think part of the reason they went with the decision they did in SF6 to just give you full meter right away is because they knew that was going to be so integral to the game that you couldn't afford to wait to do any of this stuff. Like, drive impact is a different type of mechanic than what we're talking about, but that's the type of thing that like you want access to right away. You're not going to want to have to sit and wait on that, And same with Drive Rush, just today watching the pools, I can't tell you how many round start Drive Rush crouch forward I saw. Like it's just one of those. It's one of those things that like, they could limit your ability to use it, but because. And I'm giving credit to SF6 here, to be honest with you, because everything is put together in such a way that you really do need to use the system mechanics. It only makes sense to give you meter.
I think that was a really smart decision.
Yeah, it really only makes sense for
because
the type of game
if you're gonna make your game depend on meter, it's I think stupid to then make you wait for it to show up. Now you're just forcing players to hang around basically and play the let's build meter game. Like,
well,
I remember,
here's the thing: is
like in Third
there's
Strike,
room for that. Yeah, go ahead. I know.
I remember in Third Strike, you'd be playing against a Ryu online. Immediately, he jump backs and starts trying to build engine. Same thing with the Urian. It's like,
there's footage
buddy,
of
come on.
There's footage of Evo Third Strike matches where the best players in the world are doing, right?
They're just like,
yeah. So, not to blow too much smoke up Guilty Gear's behind, but I think Guilty Gear took a really good approach with that, with tension pulse and the mechanics that complement it and things like that.
Yeah,
and
you get negative penalty.
There's room for having no meter in fighting games, and even though I think generally it doesn't work more than it does work, I think there's also room for carrying meter over in fighting games. But a lot of it has to do with how important you make those options, right? And how essential are they to winning matchups? How essential are they to gaining not even advantage in like the frame data sense, but just in neutral, being able to jockey for position. Are you going to be able to do that without meter or not? Right? And that's a big deal.
Yeah, it's like you're walking into a fight without you're going into a knife fight and you don't have your weapon until halfway through the fight, and then it appears in your hand. You
sharpen your knife from the start of the round.
Yeah. You're like in middle. You're like, come on, meter. And I can't remember what match this was, but I was watching some replay or something. The guy's like, yeah, so I ended up losing because I thought I'd get meter here, and it didn't. I miscalculated. It's like an RPG. You got to calculate. Okay, I'm gaining meter on these hits and stuff. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that, because why I'm not is not because meter in itself is an issue, but it's because that you're not considering a holistic view of your design. You're just like, it's like a checkbox. Like you're saying, it's like, oh, well, we got to put FADC in there because people like that. We got to put supers in there because it's legally required to have a super. We need to create depth. So we need to create systems. Whether or not it actually improves the fundamental gameplay feels like unclear, especially with Tekken 8. Tekken 8 definitely feels that way. I can see the guys in Namco headquarters talking to each other like, what do we do? Like, what do we add from Tekken 7 that won't piss the core audience off, but will make it feel like we're doing something? That's how Heat feels to me. It really feels like we don't know what to do. Let's try something from another game and hope it works.
So I started at Street Fighter took Roman cancels from Guilty Gear, right?
Yeah.
So with Street Fighter V, which, here's the thing. Yes, it declined in popularity over time, and public sentiment was generally against the game after a certain point. However, it was still one of the biggest fighting games, which, that's its own subject, but I'm not going to get into that right now. What happened, in my opinion, is ArcSys and other developers saw that, and they said, well, even if people shit on this game, right? This is clearly a case of stated versus preferred preference. Clearly, they want more of what this game has to offer. So let's make Strive.
Yes.
And
Guilty Gear Street Fighter Edition.
I think we have come pretty much full circle at this point, where it started with more popular games taking things from less popular games, because those less popular games have a dedicated and I guess you'd say respected following, right?
Yep.
Of high-level players
from somewhere,
right? And then when it comes time for that game to try to blow up in its own way, it looks at the more popular game and goes, "Well,
that's so funny." It's like they're eating each other's vomit. It's just passing through them, and they're passing it back and forth to each other. Yeah, that does also make fighting games. We're talking about the need of a new franchise. That's also too, it makes them feel very homogenous and derivative, because everything they're just looking at each other, versus in the past when they're making Virtua Fighter, they're studying freaking kung fu and martial arts to come up with a fighting system. They're not looking at other fighting games to come up with this stuff. They're having to get external influences. And now it's all very meta, where like we get ideas from other fighting games, and fighting games get ideas from each other, and they just pass their design back and forth like a football.
Absolutely. No, I totally agree with that. And I think, too, honestly, fighting games look to other genres these days, especially for influence, but not really in, like, meaningful ways.
No, it's just enough to help market the game, basically.
Pretty much. Now, I never. I don't want to say I never had any hope for Project L, right? I did.
What, 6 years ago or whatever? That,
right?
Jeez, how it's been in development for like a decade, right? Or something.
Here's the thing: it's like this is where I sound like the bitter old man I am. Is like I don't get why Riot's games are popular. I don't like them. I don't enjoy them. I honestly don't even get the appeal other than just this is the flavor of dopamine drip that these people like.
Well, I think a big part of it is the topic we talked about earlier, where once you hit that enough mass, it can kind of perpetuate itself. So,
and I think
you know
it's definitely reached that point. Right? Yeah. I don't know when that happened, but it definitely reached that point. But my take on Project L back then was, well, I don't know what it's going to be like as a game. I mean, nobody really did. But maybe Riot can sprinkle just enough of that mental crack cocaine that they put in all their other games that maybe this will be the one that actually does get a sizable following, right? Mm-hmm. And that was pretty much my opinion for a long time until I caught wind of the fact that Seth Killian left the project. Now, for those of you who don't know, Seth Killian's a very old school Street Fighter player who has worked for Capcom in the past.
And wasn't Project L based off of his game? I don't want to mix it up because there's like a lot of games with similar names. There's like Rising Thunder or something.
Yeah, right? I believe so. Yes, yeah, I believe it was working.
Released Rising Thunder, and Riot were like, "This is sick. We'll buy it." Basically,
yeah.
And that's the origin of Project L.
To say that Seth Killian saved Street Fighter 4 from becoming an unmitigated disaster is an understatement, right? This is one of those guys from the community that once he made the crossover to the industry, he didn't stop caring, right? And he left Project L.
Yeah.
And I feel like on its face, that's enough for me to just go, okay, this isn't going to be it. This is not going to be it.
I could see fighting game design running headlong into whatever MOBA or whatever design Riot game typically do. I could see them just... That's the thing. It's like you can't... Design and stuff isn't just... I'm trying to think of a polite way to phrase this, but it's like just because you make a popular game in one genre doesn't mean you have the skills to immediately translate that into another genre. And I think people tend to think that's possible. It's like, oh, they made a really good MOBA game, so of course they'll make a great fighting game. I say this because it comes up with shmups all the time. Everyone's like, oh, Platinum, they make awesome character action, so they'll be great at a shmup. It's like, well... You have to actually know what you're doing still. But I think the way people's minds work is like the more popular genres are more specially designed. They're more intricate and important. So when you look at those like humble fighting games and shmups and these arcade games, you know, these were designed by cavemen. And so if you get a real sophisticated dev in there, they're just going to blow up. They're going to just know exactly what to do. Now, I think what happened is maybe... I'm just totally spitballing here. I think that's probably what happened to Project L. They came in, they're like, oh, we got this. And then like, oh my God,
it's a fighting game. How hard could it be?
Yeah, exactly. And then they go and they're like, oh shit, like fighting games are hard to make, dude.
Well, no, they're easy to make, but they are very difficult to make well. That's the issue. You know, the way I like to put it is that you can make a fighting game. This is how easy fighting games are to mess up from a developer standpoint. You can make a fighting game with only the best intentions in the world, you know, only wanting the game to be as engaging and as interactive between players as possible. And your game can come out and people can enjoy it and it can be considered, you know, a really good game. And then 3 months later, some guy in Brazil, we're really picking on Brazil tonight. Some guy in Brazil.
South Americans. They're my homies.
Some guy in Brazil finds out that your game's OTG state is bugged, and now everyone in your game has a practical infinite, and now all that work you did to make the game good effectively doesn't matter until this gets fixed.
Yeah.
You know, and that's fighting game design in a nutshell, really. It's kind of a meme in the community terrifying. Of like, no fighting game is good on its first version, which isn't necessarily 100% true, but it's true enough, right?
Yeah.
It's hard. It's hard to get it right the first time.
A lot of people forget that like arcade revisions were a thing. People just assume you released Street Fighter into the arcade one time, and it's like, oh no, we released Street Fighter into the arcade like 10 times, or whatever.
I mean, sometimes not even an iterative update.
Board
Yeah,
divisions,
yeah.
all that stuff.
Border visions were a big
Yeah.
thing. It was Third Strike. The port that we got on the Dreamcast was the updated border vision, right? It's still Street Fighter 3 Third Strike.
Yeah.
It still looks like the same game, but if you played Urian or Oro, you knew pretty quickly that was not the same game that people were playing.
Yeah.
So,
Well, a funny example of this in Shmuppland is Pink Suites, where there's one Pink Suites, but there's like 6 board revisions. Some of them have infinite lives glitch, some don't. You have to look at the dots on the bottom of the board or some crazy, like, yeah, board revisions are a thing. So back in the day, Capcom was like, yeah, let's patch this. Let's change it. Shh, no one talk about this. And people don't know that went on. So they just assumed, yeah, they nailed it the first try, when that's not the case.
But yeah, I mean, to bring it back to the main point of the topic here, of the homogenization of fighting games, I think it has become a circular phenomenon, right? On a long enough timeline, something gets popular again, and then the less popular thing sees some level of, reference in the popular material, and then eventually what was less popular becomes more popular. I mean, Guilty Gear now has, it is Strive, but,
Air Dash?
2.5.
Like, Air Dash is everywhere now.
Yeah, honestly, even Street Fighter 5, they gave it to some characters. So
Yeah. But like if you're at home and you're like, I'm gonna make a fighting game, like a lot of like smaller fighting games now, they're like Air Dashers. That's like, you know what I mean? I feel like that's a more popular like template fighting game design than even maybe old school Street Fighter Fireball Uppercut. Like, everything has an air dash.
I can't really run the numbers on that offhand. I have a feeling that you're not like off base. It's just I couldn't tell you based on the games that have come out in the past 5 or 6 years. You're talking about like the indie games coming out.
Yeah. Like smaller games, or like games that aren't really all that. Like if an indie dev is like, I'm making a fighting game, that sucker's gonna have an air dash in it. I tell you.
Yeah, these days, you're probably right. It'll probably also have a tri-jump too, because for some reason they love having tri-jumps in these games.
Yep. Well, there's one final topic before we get into the proper topic. This is all proper topic, which is, you wanted to talk about UI in fighting games, because this ties into the fighting game design discussion we've had really going, and I'm really excited about people.
This also ties into
design more. Yeah.
This also ties into being able to run tournaments in a reasonable amount of time.
Yes. Which has to do with UI. So I'm fascinated because I'm kind of uncertain about my thoughts on what proper fighting game UI is. I know what I think about it in most arcade games. Fighting games a little bit trickier. But and then of course matchmaking and online play, which I'm really excited to talk about that as well. So give me your thoughts on UI. Inform us. What's going on with UI?
So again, credit to Street Fighter 6 for bucking this trend and actually going in the right direction. But we're not talking about Street Fighter 6 here. We're talking about just about every other fighting game in the past 7 or 8 years. They love to waste your time. Guilty Gear Strive is one of the worst offenders, actually.
Oh my god.
Just to start the game, you have to phone home to AWS. For what?
I assume that's what like reason? Anti-piracy thing? That would be my guess.
If you want to just play the game, you're not even playing it online, right?
I know. They're that serious. They're like, no.
Yeah.
You're not even.
That's just it.
Yeah.
Someone on Twitter a while ago. Someone on Twitter a while ago made a video. That might be it, but honestly, that means we need better anti-piracy.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
But someone on Twitter a while ago made a video comparing the amount of time it took to start a fighting game and to enter training mode. So that was the goal.
Yeah.
Start the game, enter training mode.
Speedrun.
Plus R won this by a landslide, by the way. But every other game had some type of login, some type of connecting to server, some type of obstacle between you and the game.
Yeah.
Now, in the moment, this is a minor inconvenience, right? But there's a problem with taking that approach to this, which is that if you take a step back, you'll notice pretty quickly that a lot of the time that you spend playing a game anymore is actually spent looking at a screen and waiting. And I remember this first started to bother me when I played Street Fighter V online. And I remember one day I was so like caught up about this. I was like, I'm going to record my online session today. And then when I'm done, I'm going to go through and I'm going to look to see when I got a match, and then I'm going to timestamp the start and end of that match, and then I'm going to do that for every match that I get, because I was just doing the ranked grind, right? And when I was done and I did that, I spent almost exactly as much time playing as I did waiting.
Yep.
And, okay, I know with Street Fighter V and other games, they give you the option to wait in training mode. So, okay, you could do something while you're doing this. However, that's still not really a solution, right? For example, like, you know, during the day, if I'm working and I get all my tasks done, I might want to play for like 30 minutes at a time, right?
Exactly.
Or a game
That's
like,
the issue.
For a game like Plus R SF6, that's totally doable. In 30 minutes, I can get 20 matches or more, right? For Street Fighter V or Strive or, you know, Tekken is actually maybe the worst offender.
Yes.
If for no other reason, those ridiculous loading screens.
That's why I stopped playing Tekken Online. I'm not kidding. I stopped playing
Honestly,
Tekken Online.
That's fair.
Because I would spend, I would count this on Discord, and people could just see me ranting about this on Discord. I'd go on Discord, I would play, you know, it'd take like, 5-10 minutes to get into a match, play a guy, have him rage quit round 2. Okay, now we're going back. Let's go again. And I ran into like 6 rage quitters. It took me, like half an hour to actually complete a match, because every time I was winning, I would get a rage quit, and then the other times I'm sitting at loading screens or in matchmaking, it was pure hell. And coming back to Tekken 7 now, because of like solid state hard drives and like it being a little bit better, made it so I can actually sit through the matchmaking. But in the early days of that game, it was truly torture. And if you're on console, forget it. If you're on PS4, just forget it.
Yeah. I think it's still unacceptable, but I mean, yeah, it's probably better now. It's just the amount of time you spend not playing modern games. And this honestly isn't even just a fighting game problem. However, it's really bad for fighting games for 2 reasons. Because 1, the matches shouldn't take long. It's a fighting game. And 2, there is no excuse for bad matchmaking in a fighting game. So again, to help put this in perspective, right? Another game I've played online a decent amount is Rainbow Six Siege, right? 5-on-5 FPS. That game, my Steam hours are close to 1,000. But when I go on my R6 stat tracker, it's about 500 in terms of actual in-game played hours.
In-game shooting, yeah.
So this is roughly the same as Street Fighter V. So, okay, that's about par for the course for modern gaming, right? Well, hold on a second here. A game of Siege requires 10 players. A game of Street Fighter requires 2.
Just 2. Oh, that's funny. I never even thought about that. I was like, there's got to be a twist here. What's the twist?
So,
yeah, you have to sit and wait for 10 people to enter the match.
And they got to be on the data. I think they do still have to be on the same data center and whatnot. But with a fighting game, you should be able to, like, honestly, every game should have plus R quick match. Like, even people who play bigger fighting games have remarked and said the community isn't as big, obviously. But if I want to play some games of Plus R online, it doesn't matter what time of day, it doesn't matter anything else. I can go in a quick match. There will be someone, at least one person to play with, and I can just select them and go. And there's no wait, there's no loading screen, there's none of that crap. And again, in 30 minutes, you can get 20 matches or more, right? Depending, but like on average, you're going to get about 20 matches in 30 minutes. Yeah, and that was not true for any modern fighting game until Street Fighter 6.
You know what really opened my eyes to this phenomenon was, for a long time, I literally said to myself, I'd go on Steam charts before I'd buy a fighting game, or even consider playing it, even if I owned it, even if I literally owned the game, I would still go into Steam charts and say, if there are not 300 active players, I will not play this game. And the reason why I thought that, which I thought was pretty legitimate, is because I did the mental math. I'd be sitting waiting for matches forever. And I was like, I do not have the time and patience to sit and wait for a match forever. So I need at least 500 or so players active so I can get quick matches. And the experience that turned me around on this was playing Fightcade, where there's like 12 people in a room. So there's only 12 of us, but it's like the second you leave a match, like challenge, you know? So the turnover was literally like 3 seconds. And I was like, oh my God. it doesn't actually matter all that much how many people play. It's more of how quickly the game can connect you to them.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
and that's a huge deal. Huge deal.
And for fighting games, as far as I'm concerned, there's really no excuse for it, honestly. At this point,
well,
it's like...
Here's a crazy theory. And this is a theory, so you can say it's wrong. But
okay.
And you would know because you spent time in Japan. But my experience with like Japanese streaming and like Japanese events and Japanese scheduling is they are surprisingly super generous with time. Like there's Japanese shmup events where they would have hour-long layovers in between the runs where they're just hanging out. Same thing with like streams, like an announcement stream for a game. Like M2 would do announcement stream. You'd think, okay, let's get in, let's get out, let's show them all our games. We'll get this covered in 30 minutes. The stream was like 4 hours with like literally 20 minutes of actual announcing going on. And they're just like hanging out the rest of the time. And so I wonder if this might somewhat play into maybe some Japanese culture where they're not as, you know, American now. We need this now. So they're like, what? You got to wait 5 minutes between matches? What's the big deal? Do you think, is that, that's a theory. Do you think that could maybe play part of it?
Maybe. I don't know. I honestly couldn't say. I mean, I think, here's my theory on it more than anything, right? I think this has more to do with, and this started with console, but I think it's infected PC now. Standardized, like console online interfaces, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So, to me, like the patient zero for this was the Xbox 360, because before the 360, at least on the Dreamcast and a couple other consoles, you had what was called a soft reset function, where you could reset the game by pressing every button on the controller at the same time. With the 360, that completely went out the window. That did not exist anymore. You had to press the guide button and have a little window pop
the application.
And then go back into the dashboard and have all the ads load in, and then you could restart the game.
Yep.
So for a typical at-home single-player experience, again, this is like, what's the big deal? It's just a moment or two. Which, yeah, for a single-player at-home experience, this doesn't really matter. However, when you're talking about running a tournament with 7,000 entrants, right?
Or if you have 30 minutes to kill and you want to get some matches in and you do the mental math in your head and you say, okay, I got 30 minutes, I can play approximately 4 matches, or I can go get a sandwich. I think I'll just go get a sandwich.
But if you play 20 matches, there you go.
Well, what you have
changes the calculus.
Yeah, what you have to do is basically, I really pick up what you're putting down here, because basically, I know this in my own behavior. Like, for modern fighting games, you always have to schedule time. But with like a shmup, I'm sitting around, I've got 30 minutes to kill, I'll just fire up Ketsui and be like, 30 minutes, done. Because there's no matchmaking, there's no lobbying, and all that. And like the fat, if you can cut down that fat to where I'm sitting there and I'm like, you know what, I could get 30 minutes of a fighting game in right now, and I'd play it. And you'd get more people playing, and you'd get more retention, I think.
Yeah, no, and honestly, I think that's one of the things that fighting games need to lean into. That's, if anything, a unique strength of these games that is not being properly utilized, is that you can just play a fighting game for 20 minutes at a time.
Yes.
Or at least you should be able to. Unfortunately, again, SF6 accepted here, most modern games do not let you do that.
Nope. As much as I love Virtua Fighter 5, can't do that, because you can't get you can't get enough matches in that time.
Nope. And again, I don't even think that's a problem of community. I don't even think that's a problem of not having enough players. I think they're using such an archaic matchmaking system from when like the 360 first came out, pretty much, and they've just stuck with it.
Here's a hot take that I've had that I want to run by you, because you've really thought about this. I had a thought the other day, which is, and I know a lot of players are going to be uncomfortable with this idea, but what if fighting games destroyed player match? As in, player match no longer existed. And the game that really sold me on this idea was Devil Daggers, because Devil Daggers, what it does is, even if you're just playing to dick around, it'll just put your score on the leaderboard. Even if you're not even trying, even if it's a failed run, it'll just say, okay, this isn't your PB, but it's not your PB, but it's just doing the work for you. And I was wondering, the big problem, I'm a rank player. I don't like player matches. I like rank matches. And I hate player matches because I always feel like they're siphoning away so much competition out of rank. And I feel like people have the wrong view of rank. People view rank like it's a game you need to, so you can get up to your top 10 X factor rank and feel good about yourself. But my view of rank is more holistic. Like, it's a tool to help you matchmake. So everything you do should be involved in rank in some way. So if you're playing your buddy and you're kicking your buddy's ass, ranking should be sophisticated and it should, scale it and everything, but why not count that? And then if you're playing people, because it's like weird, if you get to know people online, like in Virtua Fighter or whatever, like, doesn't it feel kind of dirty to be like, okay, but now let's play ranked together? No, of course not. You always play in player matches, but then you have like 80%, 70% of your time in the game being unranked, uncalculated. So then when you try to go into rank, I go in and I'm playing against a guy who has, like, you can see their player card, like 6,000 matches in player rank. This guy's going to destroy me, but we're the same rank. What do you think of this idea? Like, obliterating player matches and make everything ranked. Just have it ranked.
I think there's an easy solution to this that doesn't involve removing player match. Just implement hidden EVO, because a bunch of games already do that.
Explain that.
Street Fighter 6 sort of does that with that thing where with the first time you fire up ranked, it's like, what hidden ELO queue do you want to be in, right? Do you want to be in the iron through bronze, the silver through gold, or the platinum through diamond, right? And of course, it's just an honor system at that point. It's like, just whatever queue you want to go into, you're in, right? I don't know the inner workings of it, and I don't know how much it matters past a certain point. I feel like once you hit like plat, it just kind of goes out the window. But I think if they wanted to keep player match, which I'm not opposed to it too, and I'll also say I don't really care very much about rank. Okay, rank to me is actually something I view as a problem in some ways.
I do in its function. I care 0% about my rank. In fact, ironically, the best way to get better at a fighting game is to not care about your rank. Because then you're actually challenging yourself. You're not doing that little bitch thing where you get a close match so you run away because you don't want to lose your rank. And I hate
that happens so
that,
much in SF6.
And Tekken 7, it's a plague.
Yeah.
It is a plague. Someone can beat you. But if they beat you too closely, they're like, this dude could actually beat me, so forget it. It's terrible.
I'm done. Yep.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, like, but the function of rank, to me, is super important because I want to be matched up against people at my level. I know some players love farming players lower than them and they just get a kick out of it. I find it quite boring, and I almost feel guilty. Like, if I'm beating down some guy who has no hope, I don't sit there and be like, oh, God, this is just great. I feel like, no, match him against someone and match me against someone. So, like, for me, that's why I almost always play rank, so that I can find people of my skill level. But the mental part of it, of people who get so attached to the ranking number and stuff, that's why I'm saying, like, make it so built in that you don't even think about it. You never even think about your rank. You never consider it. You could even, like, somewhat hide it from the player a bit, but have that system in there that forces players to play their own skill level.
To bring this to my experience with rank in the arcades, I actually didn't view rank as anything to care about. And what really reinforced that for me was that I noticed when I beat people and they were using the card that tracked their win-loss and gave them their rank, if I beat them too much, they just stopped playing. So I was like,
take
okay.
Their card out, or they would just stop playing entirely?
They would just stop playing entirely. Yeah. So I ran an experiment. I was like, okay, I'm not going to, because at least for Plus R, the way it worked in the arcades is if you didn't use your card, it didn't count at all. It was essentially a player match, right? Unranked match.
Right.
So I stopped using my card, and I noticed people would play me more.
Yes, so because it's that stupid mental hang-up on rank.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really... But the function of it, don't you think?
The intended function of it, yes, is noble, because you want to have people roughly of your same skill level.
Yes.
And the problem with SF6 especially is that the rank is so fake. I mean, it's so beyond fake. People are getting master rank with 40% win rates, which is like come on, like that's not real.
Like I'm saying, people game it like it's a meta game. Like, oh,
Right.
I'll pull the cord if I'm about to lose, or I'll make sure to only I'll
here's the
selectively
thing.
match up against scrubs and all that.
You know, this is something that like other, not even video games, just other games, right? Like chess, of course, is probably the template for rank in gaming, right? Because the ELO system originated from chess. And I don't even think ELO, from my understanding of it, is really perfect either, but like it works well enough for chess and what you needed for that. But for a video game, and especially for a fighting game, it's really hard to say that there's going to be a productive way to use rank to reflect skill level. Because again, just using SF6 as an example, because it's the biggest game I'm playing, and it's the one with the most prominent ranking system, I guess you would say, and that it does just shove it in your face at all times.
Yes.
I have played against people of my rank who are way worse than me, and I have played against people of lower ranks who clearly are really good at the game and are just starting off with a new character or something. And I think,
go ahead.
Go ahead. You're good.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say that the placement matches that they do, right? The 10 placement matches do serve as kind of a way to establish like where you actually are, right?
Yeah.
Because there is that questionnaire at the beginning, right, where it says, hey, choose like your rank bracket, and then after that it's judged based on your placement games. So that part of it I think is okay, right? But I think ideally you should just have a lot of placement games. The game shouldn't ask you anything, and based off of that, they should have a good idea of where you rank in terms of skill.
Yeah, because what's funny is, what I was going to say is, I play so much rank matches across games that I actually can develop my own meta rank for people, where I can tell things about their skill, I feel like more accurately than what the game thinks, based off of the stuff the game is telling me. I'll give you an example of this. So I'll see a guy, and he's got a 90% win ratio, win ratio, and he's played 100 matches, and he's at the same skill level as me, let's say level 20. I look at this guy and said, this guy is extremely high ranked, and what he is doing is he's scrub farming. So what he did was, he's in platinum actually, and he got tired of playing platinum, so he's going to reset his profile, and now he's good. And I'm almost always right. Every time I see the stats, 90% win rate, 100 matches, level 20. I'm like, this guy is farming, and he destroys me, obliterates me. There was this one guy in Tekken who was like trolling me because he was so much better than me. He was like bored because he was kicking my ass so hard. And then I'll see other metrics where it's like, okay, a guy's level 20 like me. He has 800 matches and a 40% win rate. I'm like, this guy's like my skill level. And it's almost always right, because that's like kind of reflective of my skill level. Like, my win rate isn't amazing, but I throw my body at match after match after match. And so when I see players like that, I'm like, oh, he's kind of on my skill level. And then you'll see other players who will have like a lower rank. They'll have like, let's say level 10 rank, and then they have 100 matches, and they have like a 90% win rate, and you can kind of tell like, okay, this guy, he might not be really good. What he might be doing is he might be a rage quitter. And rage quit time. So you can kind of, even though the ranking system can't fully account for everything, sometimes you can kind of pick up meta elements from the information it gives you. Like, oh, this guy's a rage quitter, this guy's a farmer, this guy's a legit player. I think the most legit players are always people with like 50% win rates and like 8 to 1,000 matches. You're like, okay, this guy's like a legit player. He plays.
I would say for most fighting games, the threshold for high level, assuming that you're not, doing all the stuff that you just said.
I'm a mid-level player,
Yeah, I would say the threshold for high level is about 60% win rate. That's about right.
Yeah.
And honestly, if it's like between 60 and 80, regardless of how many games played, generally speaking, it's probably a pretty good player, right? But any higher than 80, that is true too. But any higher than 80, that's where it's like, okay, probably someone farming or rage quitting. Or
yeah. So you weren't sold on my idea of removing player matches entirely.
The only reason I'm not sold on it is because I have yet to see a single rank system in any fighting game that actually adequately matches you with people of your skill level.
That's true.
That's the thing. If they could figure that out, I mean, at that point, there's no need for a distinction at all, right? It's just a match, right?
Yeah,
as far as I'm concerned,
I'd want my player, because Fightcade kind of does that because there's no rank at all. But
there is. It's not great.
Really.
Yeah, there is rank, not for every game. So for Dreamcast games, they don't have the rank yet, but for all the FB Neo games, they have rank.
Oh, maybe it's because I played Fightcade 1 for Third Strike, and I haven't played Fightcade since then for Third Strike. But when I played a Third Strike on the first Fightcade, there was no rank, and it had an interesting effect. Where for one, you didn't get the crap. Like, no one rage quitted. Why would you rage quit? Especially because I can message you in the chat room and be like, bro, why'd you rage quit?
Yeah, what's going on?
Right, but so, like, you almost never got rage quit. You almost always got, like, better quality sets, better long gameplay. The only Achilles heel of why I would say that having no rank at all is kind of an issue is sometimes I'd match up against a guy in Japan who is so much better than me, but there's just like the two of us, so he's bored. So he would literally do the entire character screen on me. He'd go from top to bottom, just rotating characters until he got the full set. Yeah, because there was no... But so if there was like... You could find that sweet middle spot of where you can get an idea of how good someone is, but you don't care. It's just a mechanism to match. That would be the perfect sweet spot.
So a lot of the modern ArcSys games have... I can't really call it a hidden ELO because it is in plain sight. They do like a little thing where it like displays your power level above your character avatar, and it's represented by a square, and whatever color the square is, that's your like power level, right?
Right.
And even that, honestly, I don't think is great. I mean, again, it can give you an idea. But what's funny too about that is that in addition to that power level square that they also just have a typical ranked mode as well. So I don't know how much they're believing in their own product there.
I think what we talked about before, I think developers are just throwing ideas. They're like, let's try it. Let's see if it works. Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. Let's try it.
And on the subject of UI and wasting time, please, ArcSys, stop with the chibi lobbies.
Yes.
I get it. It was a neat idea at first, like, oh, we could bring the arcade experience to people who don't go to arcades, but that's not what it actually is, all right? No. You know what it actually is? It's an enormous waste of time. That's what it actually is.
Absolutely. I agree 100%. I feel like the best solution to that is what SF6 did, whereas if you want your stupid lobby, go in there, but you don't actually have to use it.
Right. You don't have to use it.
Yeah, that's what... Guilty Gear should do too. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. At this point, I have to say, I have to give credit where it's due because, I have one of my hottest takes, and one of the things that gets me in hot water with people in the FGC is I say SF4 was not the savior you all think it is, right?
Right.
And one of the things that I point to is that look at all the missed opportunities. Didn't have rollback. It existed. They could have. It was possible. It was technically possible. They didn't put rollback in the game.
It also started that really nasty trend of baking in lag. Let's not talk about that.
Well, actually, that may have actually been BlazBlue. But BlazBlue had a way BlazBlue introduced the modern input buffer, basically. So that was their workaround with that. Right. But like this is what I say to people, right? And some people get it. Once I put it this way, I say, remove Capcom, remove Street Fighter, remove your personal investment from this game. Look at it as a video game that released in 2009.
Yeah.
Name one aspect of this game that is up to par for standards of that year. I can't think of one.
I would say it's online matchmaking, while not amazing. I feel like it was a little bit more fleshed out than some of its peers at the time, like the online matches. Because I remember playing other games online and wishing it had like the lobbies were like you could get pretty quick matches in it. I think compared to a lot of its peers at the time. So playing it online, I found a lot more enjoyable than like trying to play other fighting games online. But I didn't.
You might have a point there, but also how many people were playing it? You know what I mean? But here's the thing. Right? Street Fighter 6, I'm actually going to say on record, has actually set a lot of good trends.
Yeah,
Especially in the UI department. I mean, the netcode is great. I don't really have any issues with it. I haven't tested it yet. I can't really say exactly how it works. It does raise an eyebrow when it says 0 frames of rollback, because most rollback based netcode shouldn't be doing that. But I have some theories as to why I might be doing that I need to test. But as far as the UI and the matchmaking and the overall just experience of playing the game, it's pretty on point, honestly. And I think
you could tell Capcom guys, they really were like researching this stuff.
Yes, and they really went out of their way to make it good, and you can tell. It's so much better.
They're like,
even
we
Street
need
Fighter
to save
5.
this franchise.
Even Street Fighter 5, the UI was terrible, right? There was all these weird like arcane menus you had to know how to navigate through, and all this other stuff. And like a little bit of that bled into 6 and like the player rooms and stuff, but like otherwise, it's really good. It's really well made. All I care about is, hey, I'm a simple man. I want to start up the game, I want to play some matches, and I want to be done. Does this game let me do it? If yes, okay, I'll play it. I'll at least give it a shot. If no, forget it.
Yeah, it's just really hard to, and that first impression too really goes a long way. You know, like if you're so sold on playing the game, maybe you'll sit through 5-10 minutes of waiting around for a match.
Right.
But if you're just trying it out and you have to wait 5 minutes for a match, that game's flushed. You're like, done.
I don't think most people are going to do that, honestly. Yeah. And you know, and then again, people in the FGC will go, oh, well, look at League of Legends. Look at all these games where you have these wait queues. It's like, but again, these are like 8, 10, 16 player games. Fighting games need...
And it's a totally different demographic.
This many.
Demographic, yeah.
What is fighting games' excuse for not having good matchmaking? Like, you know, that's just... It's one of those things that frustrates me to no end when I talk with people in this community sometimes. It's just they lose perspective and they lose scale. That's the other thing. They have no sense of scale. They think fighting games are way bigger than they actually are. Yes. Right? Yes. It's crazy.
And remember that rule you brought up, the rule of a fighting game. The more someone talks about it, the more it's talked about, the less it's actually played.
There's a certain threshold for that.
You know the classic example of that? Well, there's a few of them, but the biggest is definitely Virtua Fighter. Like, if you show up, you roll into any chat and you say Virtua Fighter, everyone's like, Virtua Fighter?
Hell yeah, bro.
Yeah, they're like,
okay, who wants to play?
No, yeah. And then you go to an online match in Virtua Fighter, which I do, and I sludge through it, I believe in it, but it's me and 4 dudes for the evening. Yep. We're getting to know each other. It's me and these 4 guys for the evening. We're playing.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
Fighter,
crazy.
Third Strike, Soul Girls. To some extent, even Legacy, Guilty Gear these days.
XX,
you know, it's just it's one of those things where it's like fighting games in general do actually have a lot of buzz surrounding them. It's weird. Like a lot of people who don't play fighting games still know about, like, you know, Justin Wong, Evil Moment 37, and you know, stuff like that. So like this has been one of my longest standing frustrations with this community. We do not know how to tap into latent interest. We don't know how to make the best of these games' presence and, you know, their whatever space they occupy in the cultural paradigm, which I'm not going to go too far into the subject, but I think there's a lot of parallels with professional wrestling, to be entirely honest with you.
Oh, yeah, there's a huge crossover.
Because it's one of those things where, like, not a lot of people really watch wrestling anymore, right? But people used to, and people remember it.
Yeah.
And if you press the right buttons and get the right people from the past in something now, it helps, right? I mean, The Rock, highest paid actor in the world.
Yeah.
He started with this, you know, outdated hick, carny bullshit, right? But, you know, that's just it, is fighting games have a similar level of latent interest. People remember Street Fighter.
Yeah.
Right?
And the arcade days.
If you're old enough, you almost don't even have to be someone who identifies as a gamer. If you're old enough, you know what Street Fighter is, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's just one of those things. It has that power. It has that potential. And at least with 6, it seems like we're finally starting to dig into that somewhat in a really meaningful and impactful way. outside of just, oh, well, there's more people at EVO this year than last year. It's like, well, no shit, dude. It's a new game. That's not really, like, to me, that's not really an accomplishment. Like, even if it's a lot more people, like, in and of itself, just having more entrants at EVO, that's just one aspect. You know, well, that's just one thing.
One thing I'll definitely admit, and this is something that I thought that I was wrong about, totally, was after my personal experience with Street Fighter 4 into 5, and then I found playing 3D games and Tekken, and even like Guilty Gear to some degree, XX and all that, playing these other fighting games basically, is I felt like, you know what? After my experience playing other fighting games, like I've kind of moved on from Street Fighter personally, and I kind of overestimated that and figured most people probably felt the same way. So coming into Street Fighter 6, I was actually quite convinced that it would not have a big resurgence. I was quite convinced it would kind of be like, and then the series would continue this decline. I was quite convinced of that. And I was absolutely wrong because I expected people to be like, Street Fighter 6, who gives a shit? But holy crap, it caught fire, and people who were latent, basically what you're saying is like there's this crowd, there's this giant wave of Street Fighter fans out there just waiting around for Street Fighter, and I completely underestimated that. And maybe that's a fighting game thing. Maybe a lot of other fighting game players thought exactly the same thing. They're like, we've moved on, it's all about anime games and Guilty Gear now, because that's what's hot in the inner crowd, and we totally forgot about that latent fan base just waiting.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Big time. And I bet the developers do too. I bet developers kind of forget about that, and they're like, hey, we gotta take some ideas from these other games that are popping in the scene, and they're forgetting what their wide stream appeal could potentially be, maybe.
Absolutely. And again, like, you know, one of the things about fighting games, and I guess for me personally, this was kind of a positive, right? Because I didn't really appreciate where gaming was going for a long time, and in some ways still don't, but at least at this point, gaming has become more of a, I guess you call it more of a splintered landscape where you can kind of just choose your own adventure to some extent.
Absolutely.
But, you know, during like the SF4 days and things like that, like every time I played a modern fighting game in that era, right? It felt like I was playing a tarted up Dreamcast game, which, okay, to me personally, that's kind of a plus. But I could totally see how that limits mass appeal to a pretty significant degree, right? I mean, I would say the only kind of exception to this, it's on your screen right now, funnily enough, is actually Marvel 3, because that game did use an actually decent for the time graphics engine and actually looked the part of a modern game. At least certainly more than SF4 did, right? You know, but that's just it. It's like tarted up Dreamcast games that might fly in Japan, right?
Yep.
But it doesn't really fly over here.
No.
Or most places.
Internationally, yeah. And I think what people forget is, and I actually was listening to a podcast about King of Fighters, the Kane and Rince podcast, and they asked Ryan Hart about, okay, what pulls you into fighting games? What's important to you? And he said, you know, the graphics are nice and everything, but, you know, I'm all about the gameplay. That's what connects me to fighting games. That's what I connect with. But I was like, that's Ryan's feelings personally, but I was like, that is the incorrect answer. Because I feel like with most people, with most gamers, they actually judge not just the appeal of the game by the graphics. They actually judge the quality of the design on the graphics, because to the average gamer, strong, well-made graphics signal quality, care, professionalism. So if you make a fighting game like type LUMINA or something, like even though it has awesome mechanics and awesome ideas and is forward-thinking in a lot of ways, for fighting game fans, the average person looks at that game and they're like, oh, this is an indie game that's probably a wannabe Street Fighter, because it doesn't present itself as like made by a high production team, if that makes sense.
No, I agree with that,
players
but
absolutely underestimate that.
I think there is another aspect of that, or I guess another side to that coin these days, is that in general, anime is actually pretty mainstream. It's actually pretty popular.
Yeah, that is true. Look at
that in and of itself may not be as much of a problem as it once was.
Maybe it's like the proper anime, like DBZ style anime that people can connect with more broadly, maybe. versus
Maybe.
like a Melty Blood, which is a little bit more like niche Japanese style anime.
Right. I mean, it's literally based off of a indie,
niche Japanese anime.
Yeah. No, I mean, I get what you're saying, and I do agree. And again, we even talked about this earlier. Fighting games used to sell consoles. Like they used to be some of the biggest drivers of hardware sales. Like I personally, right? I played games before this game came out, right? But if I had to really pin it down, and even before I played fighting games, I probably would have given you this answer. If I had to really pin down the moment where I was like, okay, I'm a gamer for life now, it was playing Soul Calibur on the Dreamcast. Like straight up.
Oh,
like,
yeah, Soul Calibur is big.
That's one of those things, if you were there, like I still remember where I was, the room I was in, who I was with, everything. The moment I first played that game, there was nothing else like it at the time, visually. It was absolutely nothing else even in the same stratosphere, even on PC, because PC gaming wasn't really what it became later on at that point. It was insane just to witness it. And like, obviously, I didn't have the wherewithal to like test the game as like a fighting game, right? But it felt good to play too. And like, it didn't have input lag, right? Like, and even as a kid, if it's bad enough, you'll notice it, right? Like, and I think for some of these games these days, you'll notice it.
Yeah.
And that's just it. It looked great. It felt good just to play, just to do stuff without really having, like a visceral approach to the game. You could still just pick it up and play it and have fun. And like, there is still value in them, right? Even with the games that we have now that are trying to vie for spots at EVO and all this other stuff, there is still room for that square one, first interaction with fighting games, and that needs to be accounted for, I think. And I think it's almost a type of hubris on the developer's part to be like, we don't need that anymore, right?
Yeah,
you guys will just accept whatever legacy. It is that we give you.
Yeah, legacy. Yeah, those fighting games in that era were hungry because, one, they probably actually did make money. So they're like,
they did make money back then.
Yeah. So back then they took them a lot more seriously in terms of graphical presentation and stuff like that. I feel like Namco kind of still get it though, because all my complaints about Tekken 7 with some of the system changes, you can tell Namco are like, we're gonna make this game look as good as possible. We're going all in on this. And I think that actually helped Tekken 7 a lot too, because when Tekken 7 came out, it did look pretty solid. It looked pretty good.
Yeah, visually it was one of the better fighting games for sure.
Yeah. Well, awesome, because now we're going to talk about the tournament. Well, that's cool. I'll retitle this podcast a bit to be like our state on fighting games generally, and then also EVO 2023. So let's start off talking Melty Blood, because that's the first on my itinerary here. So like I said earlier, I was quite shocked Melty Blood got in a second year. I don't know how they pulled that off, to be honest. But they did. It kind of reminds me a little bit of Persona 4 in that I remember, weren't there quite a few years where Persona 4 was in there? And we're kind of like, how is Persona 4 in here? But here it is. Any insights onto how Melty Blood got in the second year? Because I was quite certain it was a one and done type of affair.
I think this is one of those games where I mentioned earlier, someone on the EVO staff probably had an ear on the ground and knew that there was still a lot of interest in this game and that it would be worth having for that alone, right? I don't know. I mean, did Arxis publish it or not? Because they published a couple of those French games.
I think so. That's why I wonder if it was almost like kind of a package deal. Like, sure.
That could be it.
Or do you think? Here's an interesting question. Could it be that there aren't many viable alternatives to Melty Blood outside the games that are listed? Like, could you think of a viable alternative to it? And like, let's say
as far as current fighting games,
yes,
no,
current really. Active fighting games. Like, could it be as simple as like maybe we're underestimating? There's only 8, so there's 8 slots. Is there a 9th game out there somewhere that would be a more viable candidate? Because it could be simple as like they're like, okay, we got 8 games. What's the 8th game? What do we put in here?
As far as modern, like on the market fighting games, no, I don't think there is a viable alternative to it.
Right, because it wouldn't be Blaze Blue. That might cut into. I mean, it's just so Arcs is heavy already. They're like,
yeah.
And what about Unist? That would be the other one. But isn't Melty Blood more active than Unist? It's
more active than Unist. Of course, they did announce today Under Night 2. So that game is getting another shot at life.
Sorry, right. Melty Blood.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I think part of the reason why, because I know Under Night has a very dedicated player base. I mean, insanely dedicated. One of the most dedicated out there.
Is it connected to the Melty Blood guys or Melty Blood folks at all? I
always
kind of feel like they must be, but maybe I'm wrong.
It is, but I wouldn't say there's actually a huge amount of overlap. Just enough to notice, pretty much.
Right.
Honestly, though, probably the biggest problem with Under Night, I'm going to sound like a broken record tonight, doesn't have rollback.
Really?
No, does not have rollback.
That's crazy.
Now, Under Night 2, they haven't said anything yet. It better.
They're gonna
it better.
I feel like,
because if it doesn't,
I feel like the one thing that indie-ish smaller fighting games had going for them was they adopted rollback faster than like the bigger ones that I can remember, right?
Yeah.
I feel like Melty Blood.
I would say generally speaking, that's true, because those were community-driven efforts.
Yeah. So they're like, let's do it. You know, the red tape was not involved.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, honestly, I wasn't that surprised at Melty being on here. It's just, again, obviously it's not going to be the most entered game by a long shot, but it has a big enough following that, you know, I could see it, honestly.
Yeah, I guess I just underestimated. I don't know. Because, like I said, cross tag, battle, all those lasted one and then they're gone, you know. So I just assumed Melty Blood would live a similar fate. But surprisingly, this may sound bad, but I was actually quite surprised it sold 400,000 copies. I mean, that's not a lot, but by Melty Blood standards, I bet that's like a home run, right?
Yeah, it's not a lot, but it's not like a small number either. You know, it's like, considering what little marketing. I mean, I didn't see very much marketing for the game, honestly. Not that I was looking for it, but I wasn't looking for SF6 marketing, and I found it. So
yeah.
Considering how little they probably put into the marketing, that's probably fine. They probably broke even, maybe even made some money. You know?
Oh, I bet compared to Actress again, I bet these sales blow that game's. I should have looked it up, but I assume it destroys it.
Probably, yeah. I mean, I don't know offhand, but yeah, probably.
Yeah. So, Melty Blood, do you know anything about like the competitive scene or meta of this game?
Most of my knowledge of the community is from the older versions, because I did kind of dabble in Melty Blood a little bit back in the day. I'll say that it definitely attracts like a very specific demographic, generally speaking. Like back in the day, these are the people who would have been entering AnimeCon tournaments, right? Not really going to Evo.
You mentioned that is I feel like one of the strongest crossovers with Melty Blood is shmups, where a lot of like if you go into a shmup chat, well, you know, like the Toho players specifically, like Toho players really seem to like Melty Blood, and maybe because it's like very close to those Toho fighting games, for all I know. But yeah, so I feel like that is kind of a overlap between the Toho players and the Melty Blood players. I could see that being a really natural fit, especially because Actress again looks like a Toho game. When you look at it, you're like, oh, this looks like Toho, and it's got sick music like Toho too. So,
well, Melty also has the benefit of being able to run on, you know, your grandma's laptop. So, you know, like Toho. You can really, yes, exactly. So, you know, if you're like, in my head, right, I'm envisioning like as a, you know, like a marketer, right? It's like early 20s, college student.
Yes.
Works part-time, if at all. You know, just
he's sitting in between classes, bored out of his mind. So he's gonna play, but he's got a laptop. So he's gonna on keyboard. He's gonna play Toho and he's gonna play Melty Blood.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that's such a good fit. Yeah.
And changing gears a little bit, but still on the topic of Melty, if I had to give a most improved game award to any game on this list, it's gotta be Type Lumina, because that game actually,
because I would just. What's funny is I actually find myself preferring Actress Again over Type Lumina, because yes, Actress Again is definitely more homebrew looking, but I just like, to me it has a bit more of a textured look to it, and I think it has a better soundtrack. Like
that's all fair.
The thing about like Type Lumina that I think is a little bit tricky for this game is it's definitely an improvement in visuals, but in that improvement I think it's a little too amateur professional. Do you know what I mean? Like that jump from like homebrew kind of janky but it's kind of homey cool of Actress Again to like amateur professional.
It's not the CalArt style, but it's the closest approximation anime might be able to get to the CalArt style.
Do you know what I mean? Where it's like,
I kind of get that.
Yeah, where it's like amateur professional, but it kind of loses that homey charm of like, oh, this dude made Actress Again in his basement, and isn't that sick?
Right.
So I kind of actually prefer Actress Again visually, even though, like, technically, obviously, Type Lumina is much more professional. But I think, like, maybe if Type Lumina could go that little extra mile of being a little bit more close to Guilty Gear XX to quality visuals, maybe, you know, somewhere in there.
So when I said most improved, I didn't mean like compared to prior Melty Bloods. I actually meant compared to itself.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Sorry, I just totally ruined your point.
No. Honestly, that was a fine point in its own right, and I don't really disagree with it. But what I was really referring to was on launch, Type Lumina was rough from
because I bought
design.
It on launch, and I regretted it. I was like, no.
No, you were well within your rights to. I mean, it was Shield Simulator when it came out, and I mean everyone agreed. I mean, even the best players are like, yeah, you just gamble on Shield. That's the game. But seeing where it's ended up now with the subsequent updates, it's so much more solid. And I don't want to say like this is the most important thing, but it is probably a selling point to some people. It's much more in the vein of the older Melty games than
I think that's the proper direction, because the whole point of Type Lumina, in my opinion, would be not to change the series, but to present the series to a wider audience. So you want to retain the series, but you just want to present it more palatably to a wider audience, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think with the state the game's in now mechanically, that's a fair representation, I think, of what the game is.
Yeah, so now I might actually play it again, because I was watching match footage. I'm like, oh shit, they did update this a lot. There's like more characters, there's more backgrounds.
Yeah.
It looks more polished than on launch. Yeah, on launch I felt a little like, oh, I regret buying this for $60. Yeah. Well, then up next, I wanted to keep the anime theme going. Dragon Ball Z Fighter. Oh, just to go over the stats real quick, because we're going to track these. Melty Blood had 554 entrants. It today had 365 active players on Steam, so that's pretty close, entrants to Steam people. In fact, higher entrants than Steam people, which is quite unusual. And then 500,000 copies sold. I think the Melty Blood guys are quite happy with the way it's going. It's in EVO a second year. I think it's worked out pretty well for Melty Blood so far.
Yeah.
As far as who's going to win the tournament, I have no clue. Could we at least identify a region? Do you know the regions? Like, who are the strong regions for this game?
For Melty, I mean, historically, Japan, of course, has been the best, if not very close to the best. In the U.S., I would say it's hard to say, honestly, and a part of me says given to the bias and a part of me says doesn't. But I will say that both California and New York have had a good showing in Melty Blood over the years.
That makes sense.
It's somewhat popular in South America, from what I know. I don't really know very much about... That also makes sense,
too, because of the low spec requirements. Because one thing I know the South American scene, to some degree, I've talked to South American players a lot, like, you'd be surprised how important that is to South American players, because they don't have access to modern PCs as easily. Yep. They don't have access to graphics cards as easily. Like, there's a lot of smart players out there who's, they can't access that stuff. So I could see it, like Actress Again, being accessible on that hardware being a really big point for it in the South American scene.
Yeah, besides that, I'm honestly not sure. I mean, I'm sure there's players in Europe. I just couldn't really tell you where. As far as the rest of Asia outside of Japan, that's a big old question mark for me.
Yeah.
Again, I'm sure there's some, but I couldn't really tell you.
Yeah, so I'm going to play it safe here and say that there will be a Japanese victory in Melty Blood.
It's probably going to be mostly a Japanese top 8. There'll probably be an American or two, and then maybe someone from South America as well.
But, I can actually see America being quite strong in this game too, because of its sort of homebrew nature. I don't know why. I could see American players picking up on that. Like you said, I could absolutely see kids in California being like, dude, this is sick. So I'm going to go with the Japan pick. And up next, DBZ FIGHTERZ. You seem to know quite a bit about DBZ FIGHTERZ as far as the scene and everything. So to go over the stats, 838 entrants, which, what do you think about that entry number? Does that sound about right to you?
Yeah, honestly, that is about right, because it's like I was saying earlier, they're a pretty insular community. There's not really all that much crossover with any other game. Not saying that like they just none of them play any other games, but like it's not like with some
players.
That is a little bit of a different subject, I think. Well, if you're talking about like the people who win most consistently, though, I'll be honest, I haven't been following it so much in the most recent years, so that could also have changed.
Right.
But from what I remember, it was actually, believe it or not, Goichi, the Melty Blood player, who came out as one of the stronger DBZ players when that game first came out.
Because I could see like what I could see happening is kind of like, okay, I'm really good at Melty Blood, I'm really good at Unist, but I actually want to win some money here, so let's play DBZ. I could see that being an idea.
Honestly, as far as just the entrants are concerned, it is about right, because, you know, it doesn't have major crossover with other games for the most part, and even if some of the top players do come from other games, strictly speaking, overall, it really is just kind of its own pocket of the community. It doesn't really, especially with other ArcSys games, there's not very much crossover, and the people who like Dragon Ball FighterZ tend to really just like Dragon Ball FighterZ. They don't really tend to go into many other games.
And I wonder if part of that is because it's pulling these mechanics from these Namco 3D fighter games that are not from Guilty Gear, and they're not from other ArcSys games, so they're like, maybe they're a little bit more attached to these mechanics than they are to the ArcSys mechanics. That's, again, maybe that's my theory, but
I mean, I think it's a fair point, honestly. I mean, it's hard to say for sure without actually asking them, but I think there's merit to it. Like, it's definitely not like an ArcSys game, right? And if anything, probably the biggest strike against it in terms of acceptance among the broader community, in the US at least, it's actually not even all that much like Marvel. And I know people kind of... Yeah, people kind of liked to lump it in with Marvel, but if anything, you know, the Marvel players were very adamant about, no, this is not the same type of game.
Yeah, I think it had great Marvel marketing, maybe, but maybe that's as far as it goes. Kind of recalling what we're saying about where you can't just take a mechanic, stick it in another game, and now it's Marvel. Right? Okay, so online, I was actually quite surprised. 1,557, which I would say is a healthy number of online players for a game. So this thing is still kicking. It's getting good entry numbers. It's getting good online numbers. And then the units sold 10 million copies of DBZ FighTERZ. There is celebrations currently happening at Arc System Works. They're like, we can make Guilty Gear forever. We did it. 10 million copies of this game. I do wonder how much of that has to go to what's their name? The DBZ company. I can't remember.
Oh, Toei?
Yeah, I wonder how much of that has to go to Toei. What do you think?
That's a good question.
Yeah, do you think Toei's
they're pretty stingy in general?
Yeah, I get the feeling that Toei's taking a deep cut of that profit, but still.
Yeah, and it's published by Namco, so who knows how much ArcSys is actually making away with there.
ArcSys might be face-palming for all we know, but that massive commercial success, probably the biggest commercial success of ArcSys, I would imagine. I can't think of anything that would get.
I actually haven't checked on this. And so when Grand Blue Versus was announced, right? My immediate thought was, this will outsell Dragon Ball in Japan. In Japan, I truly thought that would be the case. Of course, the game came out in March of 2020. Yes. So
great time.
Really just immaculate timing there. I don't know how much that's actually. I honestly don't know the sales numbers for that game at all.
You keep speaking, and I'll find them. You talk.
If
talking.
If there is an ArcSys fighter that has outsold Dragon Ball FighterZ, it's probably Grand Blue, if I had to guess. But as far as Dragon Ball FighterZ and the community goes, again, not very surprising to see it where it's at, in my opinion. It is getting kind of long in the tooth, despite getting a lot of updates. That game has seen a lot of updates throughout its life. You have to remember. Yeah. You have to remember, it first came out in 2017. That's 6 years ago now. So
that is crazy.
Yeah. So I think the pushing 1,000 mark for entrance is about right. The active player, honestly, the active players on Steam comes as a bit of a surprise. But then I also remembered that the game, I think if it doesn't have rollback already, it's getting it pretty soon.
And so also, I wonder how many of those guys are playing casually. They're not playing competitively.
Good question. I'd imagine probably a good portion, but I guess the question at the end of the day is, does that really matter so much? Because it's a bit of a leap here, but let's say all of the good players are at EVO, right?
Yeah. So
if you have 800, let's call it 850 good players, and let's call it 1,600 scrubs, that's a 1/3 ratio, right?
That's true.
1/3 of your community is actually good at the game. So doesn't sound so bad to me, honestly.
I hate to break your heart. Wait, no. Is it Grand Blue Fantasy Versus? Or is that the wrong game?
Yeah, that's the game.
Grand Blue Fantasy Versus, all versions, sold 500,000 copies.
Wow.
So they got wrecked compared to
it got wrecked.
Fighters.
Yeah, it got absolutely wrecked. But to be honest with you, I think
that's pretty good for an ArcSys game, though. I mean, prior to Strive, that's pretty solid for an ArcSys game. 500,000.
Yeah. Well, again, I expected it to outsell Dragon Ball FighterZ in Japan, not anywhere else.
Right.
But in Japan, I expected it to outsell.
Yeah.
But who knows even if that's the case with a sales figure like that.
So do you think we'll see like a Goichi or like one of these other players in other scenes wanting to be like, okay, let's make some money here. So I'm going to enter DBZ FighterZ and win some prize money here.
I mean, these days, I don't know what the prize money's even looking like for this game, but
right, because who would front it? It would be ArcSys, right?
Or maybe Namco. It might be Namco.
I could see them. I could see them paying it out though.
They did run an invitational series for this game. It had a very fitting name. It was like the Summit of Power or something like that.
Nice.
But I think that was ran by Namco. I think they actually used some of their Tekken World Tour people for that.
Yeah. So weird. Namco getting into the anime scene. It is weird how these developers are crossing over more and more, it feels like.
Well, it's weird in a sense if you remember when they were like at each other's throats back in the day, but these days it's like it makes so much more sense to just work with another team, especially if you know that there's something that your development studio is not quite up to snuff on. It makes so much sense to just outsource to another fighting developer.
Right, yeah. That is interesting. Okay, so any picks or any players you're aware of? Well, I promise, chat, we'll know more about these games as we go. DBZ FighterZ, I'm going to go with Goichi because I feel like the guy probably wants to get paid, and so he probably has been practicing.
if he entered, then yeah.
And if I mean, know, and he's also the only player I know besides like Sonic Fox, and I'm sure Sonic Fox got other things to do.
Yeah, honestly, it's a game that I did follow early on, and I just kind of lost interest in it over time. So who knows? Maybe the players of today are completely different from the people who are playing.
That tends to be what happens in the lifespan of a game, right? Like as the game goes on, those like figurehead players that you recognize start to drift off to other games, and then the specialist players hang in there to the bitter end.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah.
But I mean, honestly, as far as I could honestly say in good faith, US might win in terms of region. Yeah, I think US might win Dragon Ball because even though it does have a decent scene in Japan, I think a lot of the stronger players have just moved on at this point.
Right. Well, that's pretty cool, though. I'm always happy if the US gets a victory. All right. Now, this one I'm counting on you to know about.
Speaking of games that the US typically wins.
Yes. It's America's baby, America's pride, EVO'S love child, Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Let's go over the stats real quick. We got 1,300 entrants, which is absurd, to be honest.
That's really good.
That's silly. I wonder, do you think, now it sounds cool to say like the Marvel guys, they're just, they're waiting. They've been waiting in their rooms all these years and then they come out. Or do you think this is bleed over from SF6 where they're like, I guess I'll enter Marvel. Why not? I played it one time at my cousin's house. Do you think it's a crossover audience, or do you think these are Marvel players coming out of the woodwork, coming back?
These are Marvel players. These are Marvel players.
They're back.
If you play Marvel, you are a fanatic. So a couple years ago, I used to go up to Super Arcade. It was in Azusa. It was ran by Mike Watson, the old school Street Fighter player.
Yeah. I listen to ATP Live religiously, so I hear the whole saga of that arcade.
There you go.
In detail.
So I used to go up there mostly to play Plus R, although I actually got to play Watson in Alpha 2. That was a lot of fun. I remember, though, we would stay pretty late playing Plus R, right? Playing casuals after the tournament. There was one group of people who stayed later. That was the Marvel 2 players. The Marvel 2 players, they had like the keys to the venue, I'm pretty sure. They ended up closing it at like 5 in the morning or whatever.
Well, here's an interesting, I'm really glad you brought up Marvel 2 because my first thought, my first like gut reaction was interesting that it's Marvel 3 because over all these years, over and over again, I've heard the Marvel players say, yeah, but I really miss Marvel 2. Oh, you remember Marvel 2? Hey, we love Marvel 2. Like, this seems like if you're going to bring back a legacy Marvel, I was curious why they didn't go with Marvel 2 versus Marvel 3. Any insight?
So, Marvel 3 does have more players overall, I'm going to say.
Okay.
Like, I don't know for sure, like, take it to the bank, but I'm just going to make a very safe assumption that there's overall more people that played Marvel 3 than Marvel 2. And that, as a result, there'd be more active players today. There's also the consideration of, Marvel 3 does have good ports on relatively modern consoles.
Yes.
Whereas with Marvel 2, there's the PS3 version, which it works, but, people will acknowledge that it's not perfect, and they definitely don't want to be whipping out the Dreamcasts on the main stage right now. So
when you were at Super Arcade, were they playing it on cabinets, or were they playing it on Dreamcasts or something?
Both. They had a cabinet, they had a bunch of Dreamcasts in the back.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, the porting. Because most games are ported to something these days, so yeah.
Yeah.
So you think that that's it? Because so is Marvel 2? Is this kind of like it's done, kids?
We can say it's done. I think the people who did play that game, like it's never going to leave them. It's like riding a bike for them.
Right.
And in the pre-SF4 era, that was the biggest game in the US.
Yes.
It's not even close.
Exactly. And I just remember hearing all the Marvel 3 players being like, man, just if we could play Marvel 2 again.
So, I mean, and there's some merit to that, right? I mean, Marvel 2 is definitely a more difficult game just to get into, for sure. But, like, the way I put it to people who tell me, oh, I want to play Marvel 2, I go, okay, you need to be honest with yourself here. Are you going to play this game all the time? If the answer to this question is no, just play Marvel 3.
Right.
It is 75% the same game in a lot of ways. I mean, obviously the 25% matters, right? But if you just want to play a Marvel game,
right,
you can do a lot worse than Marvel 3. Yeah?
It hits that kind of sweet spot, it sounds like.
Yeah. And it's definitely a lot easier to just jump into.
Yeah. Yep. So what are your feelings about Marvel 3 being at the tournament? Are you doing handstands? Do you care? Me, I'm a little bit. I'm not a big Marvel guy myself personally. I thought it was kind of amusing to see it return.
So this is where I share my I won't call this a hot take. It's just not something I've really heard anyone else say. I think there should be a Marvel game on the main stage of EVO every single year.
Why,
I think every single year there should be a Marvel game. So I have three main reasons.
Okay.
For starters, I think, and I think a lot of people would agree, the biggest spectacle in fighting games has got to be Marvel vs. Capcom. I don't think there's any other game
people
that
go
really
crazy for it. There's no denying that. When Marvel is like a famous thing, they go crazy for it.
And even like on the other side of that coin, I think as a casual observer who knows next to nothing about fighting games, I think it's actually easier to watch and follow Marvel than most other fighting games. When you see a beam,
I've struggled with it myself personally. Other than people going, "Whoa, hype!"
So here's the thing. This is why I say this, right? When you see a beam traverse the whole horizontal span of a screen in a Marvel,
I'm going to put Marvel on while you're speaking. Yeah.
There you go. When you see a beam going across the screen in a Marvel game, as someone who knows nothing about fighting games, you do know something is happening, right?
yeah, that's true.
You know something is happening. If you don't know anything about fighting games, though, and you watch Street Fighter and you see two people walking back and forth, you might have a vague idea.
Yeah, like, what are they doing? That's true.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So between the appeal as a spectator sport for the people who love fighting games or love Marvel, one of the two or both, and its appeal to just have a casual viewing audience be able to grasp it better than I think probably on almost any other fighting game, that's one big point in its favor. Another big point in its favor is the name, Marvel.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know.
Why not Marvel Infinite? Now I'm just being a troll. Why not Marvel Infinite? Because that's more up to date.
Because we need to hit a bit of a middle ground here. But okay. I'll be honest with you, I almost feel like it doesn't even matter which Marvel game at this point, but because these 3 points are almost universally applicable. So Marvel, I don't know if the movies make as much money as they did last decade because I don't follow movies like that. But undeniably, Marvel movies made a lot of money.
It's the biggest IP in the world. There's no contention. You know, and like Marvel and Harry Potter. You know, we got the two biggest IPs in the world.
And the public perception of like Marvel's stock, not like their S&P 500. I mean, like their standing as value. A property. Yes, I think is still generally quite positive, right? And if you want to talk about, I mean, think of why Marvel versus Capcom exists to begin with, right? Because Street Fighter was a phenomenon, and because Marvel, even before the movies, were a phenomenon, right? Yeah.
I do think, though, that Capcom got hella lucky because this was during the era where Marvel were kind of struggling financially, so there were a lot more like, go ahead, Capcom, sure, do whatever you want. Versus now, you approach Marvel like, hey, can we make a Marvel game? They're going to hand you a binder and a contract that's a mile long. Yeah.
And like, that's cute, but we already got that sorted out with EA. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But honestly, again, as long as rights and all that stuff allows for, yeah, absolutely. Because of the mass appeal potential for a Marvel game, just a game with Marvel in the name, is huge.
That is true.
And then my last point, and this is a little more sentimental, but again, as someone who played fighting games in that era, I always have considered the Marvel community to be the heart and soul of the U.S. fighting game scene.
That's what everyone says. I would always assume it would be Street Fighter.
No, it's actually Marvel, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because during that stretch of time, right, that period where Capcom wasn't really making fighting games anymore, and you know there were still fighting games being made. That's why I kind of have issue with people calling them the Dark Ages. But at the same time,
3D
right?
fighters, they don't count. Just remember that. If it's a 3D fighter, it doesn't exist.
But during that stretch of time where Capcom wasn't making fighting games, Marvel 2 was consistently the biggest, if not the single biggest, it was like the second biggest game at EVO, right? And there's another aspect to this as well, which is that was the game for a good period of time. It was the only game we beat Japan in.
Wow. Yeah, that's cool.
I mean, because Super Turbo, we had a couple Super Turbo players back in the day that could
Didn't Valle beat them in Alpha or something like that?
Valle lost the Daigo in that exhibition.
Oh, okay, I missed it.
But it was very close. It was very close. If anything, it would have been probably the Schaefer brothers, because they actually did go to SBO for Super Turbo back in the day. And there were some other players who were close to that level, or maybe a little better. But at the end of the day, we never really won Super Turbo. As far as I know, the US never won Super Turbo either.
What about
Third Strike?
Alpha? No Alpha wins?
So, it's weird. I've actually thought about this a lot lately. During that period of time, when I started playing fighting games, they didn't really give the Alpha games the time of day back then.
I could see that. I could see that.
If anything, right? The first example I can think of like a fighting game getting like memed on is actually Alpha 2. Because people used to just say, oh, it's the low strong game, LOL.
Right.
And like there is a little bit of truth to that, but actually, in my opinion, Alpha 2 might actually be the best Street Fighter game.
It's cool. Alpha is really cool.
It's one of the better ones.
Yeah.
But you know, Super Turbo, I don't believe we ever won an EVO. Third Strike, we definitely never won an EVO.
Yeah, famously.
Japan dominated us in Tekken. CVS2, we actually had some good CVS2 players in North America that actually did make their way to SBO. One of my favorite CVS2 players ever, Bucktooth. Legendary. If you've never seen him play that game, you need to watch Bucktooth CVS2. Go on YouTube. Search for Bucktooth CVS2.
I love watching old FGC match videos.
In a region like the US, where everyone was playing A groove, C groove, and trying to stick to the basics, like the Sagat, Sakura, Vega type teams, he was playing N groove Morrigan. And he was basically going, hey, have you played Vampire Savior before? Because if not, you're going to lose right now.
That's cool.
So he really represented like that definitely less popular, even among the better players of the time, flavor of fighting games, and a game that let him play against those players.
The groove system was so cool.
And it's not just that. He was so good at it, he went to SBO. So there you go. That's Bucktooth with a K. Buktooth.
Nice.
Tied for my favorite CBS2 player. But my favorite one from the US for sure. He's tied with a guy whose name, and I'm not making this up, Otaku no Densetsu. That's his name.
Nice.
And he's from Japan. And I love him because he played K-Groove like a madman. His match videos, good God. You watch him and you look at the dates, right? And he's doing things with Just Defend that people hadn't even figured out in Guilty Gear yet. Like, that dude played out of his mind all the time. And he, to me, was like, yeah, again.
I wonder if part of it was he's fighting against a bunch of Vism people, and he's like, I got to figure this out if I'm going to play K-Groove.
It could be that. I don't know. Maybe that was his motivation.
Defending.
Yeah. But it's just crazy to see, like, people play a game that, for the longest time, was considered, like, it's the wheelhouse of the Capcom players, right? It's the John Choi, Ricky Ortiz game, but, like, you saw people play completely different styles in that game and do great.
That's what's cool about it.
And that's one of the coolest things about it. So, but did we ever win EVO for CVS2? I don't think so. I don't think we did. If memory serving me, I don't believe we did.
Man. Rough times.
And what else was played at EVO back then? Virtua Fighter, occasionally. Never.
Yeah, we're not winning that. No way.
Guilty Gear, back in the day, there was zero chance of us winning EVO.
The Japanese Virtua Fighter scene is insane. Even today, insane.
Tekken. Did we win an EVO for Tekken? I feel like we may have.
Ryan Hart, but he's not an American.
Yeah, he's from the UK, so doesn't count.
Damn you.
But Marvel 2, I'm pretty sure I can name all the Marvel 2 champions. Justin Wong, Sanford Kelly. I think that's it. There may have been one more, I can't remember. Justin won like 5 or 6 years of EVO. And then Sanford won 2 or 3.
So can you explain this phenomenon, though? Like, did the Japanese not care about Marvel that much? Or was it like there's something about it that Americans connected with better? Like, explain the phenomenon. Why were we only winning in Marvel?
Yeah, I'm going to say it's probably both, honestly. Because from a traditional fighting game perspective, Marvel was not a good game. Right? If you view it as like, oh, this is supposed to be like a logical continuation of like X-Men vs. Street Fighter or Marvel Superheroes or Marvel vs. Capcom 1. Marvel 2 was not that game in most ways. Right. I mean, it did allow for like assist on hit, which was kind of a logical progression, and a couple other things. But like, what really set Marvel 2 apart was that it was a game that was still like in arcades in the US. Like, obviously, arcades in the US weren't in great shape during that time period, but
maybe because I remember like a lot of like I never saw alphas or third strikes or anything at local arcades, but I remember
Third Strike was a unicorn back in the day.
Yeah, but I remember I would go into my movie theater and they would have, I think it was the first Marvel, which is like X-Men versus Marvel.
X-Men vs. Street Fighter, I think.
X-Men vs. Street Fighter. Yes, they had that, and so maybe like the Marvel branding really helped with
that. Probably did contribute, honestly.
Yeah,
I think it was really just a perfect storm of like the game was actually in arcades in the US.
Yes, you could play
the Japanese scene wasn't really the fondest of it for the most part. And I think as a result of that, and because it was the only game we always beat Japan in at that time, maybe just by default, it just became the game that we cared about the most. And I mean,
that's awesome.
It's it really is like the attitude era of the fighting game community, at least as far as I'm concerned. Those were our unprotected chair shots to the head that we're never getting it again. Right? That's never happening again. That perfect storm,
basically, yeah.
That perfect storm of just having the game that we always beat Japan at, because first of all, that doesn't mean as much as it used to, right? Because we have beat Japan in other games since. But like back then, that was the one game we could always count on, no matter what. Between that and just having a strong community for it and what was left of American arcades, and honestly, just a lot of the shit talk, a lot of the hype surrounding it, it all came together in this beautifully messy way, and it's Marvel. I mean, at the end of the day, what more could you really say? The Marvel 2 community it really was the heart and soul of the US scene, and I feel like in some ways look, Yipes still commentates.
Right. He also didn't he like preview EVO this year when they did the announcement? Yeah.
And I mean, I'm not saying that he's like washed or anything, but it's just like he got his start in Marvel 2. Maybe the first viral video like of the YouTube era of fighting games was Yipes yelling and being ignorant over Marvel 2. And again, I think a lot of it was just a perfect storm of just the conditions of the time, the limitations of the era, and it just came together in a way where like, yeah, this was our biggest game, and it was our best game too. And it was for a good while. I mean, even somewhat into the SF4 era, some people were still playing Marvel 2 like that. It was already kind of on the downstream, but you know, it was still pretty big, pretty relevant to the people who played it. Now with Marvel 3, to go back to what we were talking about, Marvel 3 tried to recapture some of that essence of the community, and it did, but again, different time, different era. Some of that stuff wouldn't fly even just a couple years later. So, you know, it was a PG-13 version of the R-rated movie, but you know, you got the highlights of it, at least some of them. I mean, it's just even then, a lot of the best moments of you know, EVO of that era were Marvel 3. KBR versus F-Champ. I mean, that's high up there, right?
Yeah. I remember every year, like, you know, when it was at EVO, it was always people were going crazy for it.
Yep. The year Kusoru, the Guilty Gear player, went to final round and beat everyone with Rocket Raccoon. I'll never forget that one, because here I was knowing who Kusoru was and how infamous he was in the Guilty Gear community at that point. He goes over and plays Marvel and just starts shitting on everyone. But here's the double-edged sword of the Marvel community and everything it stands for. He never wanted to come back to the US after that, because he had so many people asking him for money matches.
Right.
Some people may have threatened him even. Jeez. I mean, just like
he walked into
just crazy stuff. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. He knew the game, but he didn't really know what he was getting himself into by going to the US to play it.
That's awesome.
So, yeah.
Well,
No,
I
Marvel
took
3.
a little looky and
Go ahead.
So its active player base was maybe surprisingly low, or maybe they're just not on Steam, which was 239. Do you think part of this is just people aren't playing the Steam version? They're like playing the older versions, or?
If anything, they're probably playing over Parsec because the netcode isn't that good.
Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes
but actually, no, Parsec would count towards Steam, I believe, because Steam chart is just if they have the game started up on Steam, right?
Yes, but it would cut you in half. But it would cut you in half because the other guy is playing your copy. So if there's two,
yeah, that's true.
It's cutting the number in half.
Yeah.
And then 2.8 million sold, so not too shabby in the lifetime of Marvel 3.
So there's a little bit of an asterisk on that one.
Okay.
If you look at the sales of the PS3 and 360 versions of the game, verifiable flop through and through. I don't even think it broke 50,000
right
between those two.
It was
horrible.
I've never seen someone play Marvel outside of the FGC. Like, I've never been over to a friend's and he's had Marvel or played Marvel. It's only FGC people I've ever seen play Marvel.
Well, there were some factors that went into this, right? So Vanilla Marvel 3 came out that same year, I believe. It was at least within a year of the release of Ultimate. I think it was like 10 months later Ultimate came in. And when Ultimate came out, so I don't know how much of this I subscribe to personally. Some people blame the earthquake and tsunami that happened, and which led to the game's delay and led to the game maybe not being, what they wanted it to be or whatever. I've heard arguments along those lines, and obviously I didn't take them seriously enough to really remember them. I don't know how much stock I'm going to put into that, honestly. I think really what it was following the age-old trend, going back to Street Fighter 2 itself, of iterative updates of fighting games, just not selling as well as the originals.
Yep.
And Marvel 3, again, I don't think the Marvel movies are really a thing yet at that point. Nope. I think the first Avengers movie wasn't even out yet. So the MCU, at least, wasn't really around, and so Marvel didn't have the stock that it does now, and it really only appealed to the people who just really wanted to play Marvel, which...
Yeah. And probably tail end of arcade era, so you're not going to see it hanging out in your arcade, probably.
Yeah. Oh no, it didn't even have an arcade release. So
okay, so there's no arcade. So there you go.
No arcade. But
so
the fact that the fact that it did well after the fact in the subsequent releases, again, speaks to, I think, some of the latent interest in fighting games.
Oh my gosh, it has to be the FGC and all the viral moments. There's no other explanation.
Yeah, there really isn't. And, it may sound like I'm poo-pooing Marvel 3 a little bit here, but I'm really not. Like, if anything, I've really come to appreciate it over the years for the type of game that it is. Is it a game that actually, honestly, if it got rollback, I'd play it at least for a little bit. I mean, I'd at least give it the college try all over again, right? But if there's a horse in the race I'm going to bet on, regardless of whether I think it's going to win, it's Marvel, baby.
Yeah, so you think it could be kind of like just a grandfathered in as like a consistent, but what if no one shows up? That's a question. Like, what if Marvel 3 is there next year and there's like 400 players?
I don't think that'd be a death sentence, honestly. I think they would just need to... Here's the thing. The mentality of the old community is still very much instilled in the Marvel community, even the Marvel 3 community. So if they figured out the right way to tap into that, you could get back to 1,000 and some change pretty quickly, I think.
Really?
I think so.
Maybe if people knew it would be a mainstay, then that would sustain it more too, right?
And again, I see nothing but reasons to have a Marvel game on main stage every single year. The only thing that might be a limiting factor here is if Marvel somehow, not even for hosting the game, but just for having it streamed, right? That might be a problem.
Yeah.
But otherwise, why not? I see no downside to it.
Yeah, that would be really interesting if it was kind of treated as like a feature of EVO. It's like you come to EVO and Marvel's just going to be there by default.
I had a thought on this, right? And I'm glad you mentioned that because it brought it to the front of my head. There's the concept in business of a loss leader. Right?
Yes, indeed.
The product that you don't necessarily expect to make money off of directly but because of the interest it generates, and you know, the people it gets into your store, metaphorically speaking here, but because of the increased interest of just having this product on display, you potentially can make money off of it. Yeah. If nothing else, Marvel could be the lost leader for EVO.
Right. And it also has a history. So from tournament to tournament, you could always say, oh, well, last year and the year before, you know, it creates kind of a built-in ecosystem for itself versus, you know, this is a new game every year. You know, sometimes it's hard to come up with compelling reasons to talk about the game. It's like,
And you know what? Also, another aspect of this too, and this is a little sentimental as well, but like, in my mind, I still feel that the most prestigious fighting game tournament ever is not EVO. It's Togeki, SBO. And a large part of what made SBO what it was and why it was so special was because they treated the old games with the same level of legitimacy as the games that were just in the market. Yeah. And I'm not asking for EVO to do that with their entire lineup. I get that they don't. There's no reason to do that. Like, there's no reason to have. Honestly, there's not even a reason to have Street Fighter 4 on the roster. Honest to God, there really isn't.
Hell no.
No, there isn't.
Say that.
But Marvel,
because it doesn't have an equivalent, basically.
Until a new game comes out that isn't Infinite, why not? You know, because that brings a little bit of prestige of the old era of fighting games into the new era.
I could see that. Like, it's like the Turner Classic Movies of fighting games.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. You got me sold. All right.
Yeah.
So let's see what happens next year. Marvel 2, baby. Next year. Get the Dreamcast.
That would be insane. That would
bring out the Dreamcast. Sponsored by
It would be insane if they actually did that.
Okay, up next, MK11. Oh, okay, yeah, we covered Marvel 3. MK11.
Yeah, we definitely covered Marvel 3.
449 entrants. Oh, boy. Yep. So it got owned by Melty Blood, it got owned by DBZ Fighters, and it got owned by KOF, which is quite wild. MK11. One thing I want to put into context. Let's talk numbers here. 449 entrants at the tournament. You look at the active Steam charts today, 4,403. So 10 times the amount of entrants. And then you look at the sales. 15 million copies. I about said 15,000 million. 15 million copies of MK. It blows everyone out of the water and takes a bath in their house. 15 million copies of MK11, and yet the smallest entry is at only 449. It boggles the mind. For me, it's insane. Now, I can see some factors for this. One, I do know a bit about Mortal Kombat. I have an increasing interest in the series, and I do know that MK11 among Mortal Kombat guys is like, let's get to MK1 already. I know they're not thrilled with MK11, so that could definitely be part of it, where they're like, we'll just take a pass this year. We'll see you next year for MK1. Do you think that's part of it? Like MK11, I know MK11 itself is less popular among Mortal Kombat players.
Yeah, I think that's a contributing factor. I also think too that, in the case of Mortal Kombat, they have a target audience, and frankly, it's not the average person going to EVO.
Yes, I know that because I know these people.
Yeah,
they're my people. My entire family, like my brothers, they kind of like, Street Fighter, whatever. The new Mortal Kombat comes out, they're like, you get Mortal Kombat, right? That's funny. I never talked about this, but like growing up, that was the fighting game in my household, was Mortal Kombat 3. I mean, that was it. That was the game to play. And so that's, I've also been playing more Mortal Kombat 3, reconnecting with it. So like that fan base is not this FGC fan base. It's like a fan base of like the general gaming public, probably.
Well, it's that, but also, again, I even touched upon this a little bit earlier. Even the diehard Mortal Kombat players, they eat good off of just the NRS backed tournaments for these games.
Yes.
I mean, they actually do make of all the games on this list. Again, with the only exception right now of SF6, which technically we haven't gotten to that point with the game yet, but you make the most money off of MK11 out of any of these games. If you're looking to play for money, this is the one to do until CPT for SF6. But yeah, honestly,
I think Mortal Kombat 1. Do you think that one could even surpass in price?
I don't know. Honestly, maybe. I mean, if they see that as a priority, if they think that's important for the health and longevity of the game, and their prospects of making another one after it, yeah, probably. But I don't know what's going through the heads of the people at NRS, and all we can do is speculate. But
yeah,
their established track record is that they take very good care of their players financially compared to any other fighting game.
I know, and I think that is so cool. I know people have various opinions on that, but I think it's like really cool. I know it's like, yeah, they've got some serious studio money to throw around, but
yeah,
if you want to live the esports dream, I mean,
I don't see it as a problem. I don't see it as a
Mortal
problem.
Kombat, man.
Yeah, I mean, if people want to play the game for money, then fair enough. I mean, whether that's the thing is like, people have said over the years, like with every other fighting game, right? They go, oh, well, we don't like it, but we play it for money. I'm like, what money? Like, what are you playing for?
Yeah.
What? Like, come on. In the case of MK11, or any MK, really, any NRS game, even if you don't like the game, if you want to play fighting games for money, if that's your prerogative, that's where you should be.
You got to get through Sonic Fox, though. That's going to be tough.
Right. And as far as Evo entrants go, I think it's kind of in line with that. Honestly, I think really more than anything, the hardcore audience for Mortal Kombat just doesn't see Evo as a priority, right? To them, it's just another tournament, and I can't fault them for it, honestly.
Yeah. Isn't it also that the MK scene is a little bit more East Coast based, and so it's like a little bit further away, Evo wise?
That might play a factor. I mean, I'd have to look at like the entry numbers for the East Coast, not specifically NRS, but like general fighting game tournaments, and see what the numbers are like.
Midwest East Coast, I guess. Midwest East Coast.
My only objection to that is that there's a game with 2,500 entrants that also has a big East Coast presence, and a game with 7,000 entrants that also has a big East Coast presence.
But what we're saying though is like, okay, you can, let's say you're a pro Mortal Kombat player, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can go to these other tournaments and get some money, and so maybe for them it's like, just like, okay, I have to, the expense of it, like, okay, I got to go to Evo, or I could just go to this East Coast tournament, which also has developer support, publisher support. Maybe that's it. Like it's like they need it less, basically, and then the travel, and like it's not as regional. Maybe that could be an explanation. I'm trying to explain this. Maybe they're just sick of MK11. They're like, screw this game. Let's just wait for MK1.
It could be that the distance to Evo is the straw that breaks the camel's back here, but I wouldn't say that's the primary reason.
Okay. I'm trying to come up with explanations. MK people, let me know in the comments.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. I mean, honestly, if you play any of these games,
15 million copies sold. Where are you guys? What's happening?
I mean, at least for myself, I can say for any of these games, if you think I'm wrong, feel free to let me know. I don't claim to have the best pulse on the modern community in every aspect. I'm kind of just focused on a couple different areas at a time, but I feel like these are rough estimations on my part, and I feel like I'm at least somewhat grounded in reality on them.
Yeah, so. definitely. And I'm curious how MK1 is going to go. I'm actually going to check it out when it comes out, because I've been wanting to be like, it could be the perfect opportunity for me to get into more Mortal Kombat.
Yeah,
and it has a block button, and I like that.
It does have a block button. It does have a block button.
More 2D fighters should have block buttons, I've decided.
Well, so
I've decided that.
I'll go into a little bit about
it. We could battle about them. So Street Fighter players and traditional 2D players, they love their hold back to block. But I think from a game design perspective, I think they underestimate, Tekken players do, I think they underestimate what a block button can do. It's not just a scrub mechanic, because I play Virtua Fighter and play DOA, like guard buffering, and freeing your movement off of guard. I think there's a lot of actual, like, really legit stuff that block buttons do. Soul Calibur has a block button.
I think for 3D fighters, they're generally preferable.
Absolutely. Not even
2D
generally.
fighters,
They're absolutely preferable.
For 2D fighters, though, I see a bit of a problem here. And this is where I'm going to go to a short story. Many years ago, I had a very good Mortal Kombat 2 player show me, hey, this is how you play high-level Mortal Kombat 2. He's like actually teaching me the game, like not as a joke. Well, and the first thing he says is, this is how you play footsies in this game. You hold forward and you tap the block button.
Yep. Yeah.
So
rush down, baby.
Footsies too, apparently.
But it's like it's pretty cool though once you get into it. I know if you're into the Street Fighter method of footsies, it's like an abomination. But I've been like playing a little bit more MK3, and it is actually a lot more. There's a lot more to it than you think, as far as it's like.
And I know these games have their depth to them, but like there's a couple problems with this approach. And again, it's kind of a two-pronged thing between the currently existing fighting game player base and the, prospective casual player, right? So if you play 2D fighters already, and now you got to work with a block button, this is already like, okay, so now my gas is on the left and my brakes on the right.
Distinctive, right? We're talking about homogenization of mechanics and games. Like having a block button does make your game distinctive from other.
It does.
Formulas.
So how do I put this?
Put it as bluntly as you'd like.
there's a good and a bad way to break the rules of fighting game design, right?
Right.
There's doing it because you genuinely think there's some type of interaction that can come as a result that other games either haven't done at all or haven't done as well.
Yes.
And then
I think that
there's
a case for that.
And then there's just doing it, right? One of my favorite examples of modern fighting games just doing it is throw loops in Street Fighter V, and unfortunately, yes, Street Fighter 6 as well. So throw loops are just, in my view, the worst thing in the world, just about, because what you're doing is you're foregoing a long-standing rule of fighting games. I mean, going back to Street Fighter, I'm pretty sure even World Warrior had built-in throw-in blow and wake up, and that was to prevent true meaty throws, which are now surprisingly common in fighting games. And the way they balance it, which I don't agree with this at all, because it works off the presupposition that, there's a counterplay. That means it's well designed. Yeah. Well, the opposite is generally true, right? If there's no counterplay, that usually means it's pretty poorly designed. But just because something has a counterplay doesn't mean it's well designed or a good idea. Yeah, so the counterplay to throw loops is you do a metered reversal, and that basically wins right there, right? Because that's the other thing. They got rid of reversals that don't cost meter, but we won't go too far into that. You do your EX DP or EX flash kick. That'll beat a meaty attack, and that'll beat a meaty throw. Okay, fair enough. But how about when you're in burnout and you don't have meter? What do? So here's your counterplay. You either guess on a throw tech, or you guess on a jab dash. That's it. That's all you can do.
Yeah.
That's all you can do.
I know.
It is a straight 50-50, and it's not even one that's particularly interesting, in my opinion. And as the attacking player, I don't feel like I'm outplaying the opponent. As the defending player, I don't feel like I'm being given my fair shake to fight back in any capacity, really. So,
it's a real simplification of how the game operates.
Well, yes, and I'm not equating a block button to this necessarily, but the idea is that when you break rules of fighting games like that, there has to be a really good reason.
But here's something that's going to blow your mind a little bit.
Okay.
You know what game kind of has a block button?
Street Fighter 6.
No. Well, I'm not talking about Street Fighter 6 though. A game that kind of has a block button and kind of uses the block button, kind of like Mortal Kombat, is a little game called Guilty Gear with the faultless defense. And the way you use FD to break your runs and to break that type of stuff. I mean, that's what you do in MK too. It's like using FD. Yeah. You run and you use the block to break your movement and to do really precise spacing with it at a high speed. There is a really important distinction here, though. Now, correct. I don't know if this is true for every Mortal Kombat game, so correct me if I'm wrong. But generally, Mortal Kombat, you don't actually have to hold back at all to get your block. I mean, that's what the block button is. I only know MK3. I don't know the other ones. So.
Right.
No.
But like the thing is the reason faultless breaking works the way it does is because what it's doing, right, is it's making an exception to the rule when it comes to running in fighting games. Because generally, I mean, we're not talking about Mortal Kombat here, we're talking about most other fighting games of that era. When you ran, there was a recovery at the end of the run, or they call it input jail sometimes.
Yeah.
So what Faultless is your way of getting around that.
Absolutely. Just like your block button.
Right. But the implications it has in neutral, well, first of all, it's a little different because it's a game that's built around the triangle of preemptive attack, faultless defense, break, or backward movement, right? So, or actually forward movement. My bad. I'm actually getting more tired here. I'm starting to cross a few streams, but that's the triangle of Guilty Gear basically in terms of neutral, right? Like the Japanese term. So don't want to go too far in the weeds here, but very interesting thing between Japan and US is that the Japanese actually use the same terminology for these three parts of the game in every fighting game. Even if the actions themselves are different, they actually think of them conceptually as the same thing. Whereas here we go, this game doesn't have footsies. Yeah, right?
Yeah.
And it's that's because I think
just dumb. That's really what
I think that contributes to a lot of our perceptions of these games, to be honest with you.
It really does.
But Japan's model of this in Guilty Gear is you move forward, you preemptively attack, or you move forward and faultless, right?
Yes.
And the reason this works in Guilty Gear is because you do have strong backward movement options, but strictly speaking, this is not a game where you are playing footsies in that sense at its core. There are footsie scenarios in Guilty Gear, but those are usually kind of earned, right? With Mortal Kombat, that is still ostensibly the core of the game. And when you add faultless breaking to a game like that, what you're doing, in effect, not always, but a lot of the time, you are punishing one player for having the reactions to someone being in range and, at a point where they should be able to be attacked. And again, the only reason this really matters, in my view, is because Mortal Kombat... I'm
trying to see the difference. So, like, if I run up to you and block and bait out a counter swing, which you do in Tekken and VF as well, like you run up, I want you to stick out a limb, so I'm gonna run up right up to your range. You're gonna stick out the limb, and then I'm gonna punish you for sticking out the limb. I don't see how that is an issue in footsies, because that's like some fundamental footsie play, I think, generally.
The problem with it is that what you're doing is you're allowing people to move forward while also not having to give up that input, that motion, not really motion, but input, to be able to block at the same time. Because part of footsies, right, going back to Street Fighter 2 even, is if the opponent sticks out a move and you want to block and you're not in range, but you see them stick out a move and you press back, you are now in proximity guard, right? What Mortal Kombat with its block button effectively does is turn everything into proximity guard, right? There's no proximity, of course, but
it moves it. Yeah.
Well, yes, but that same scenario of I want to move backward, but now I can't. Well, now it's I want to move forward while tapping guard to basically make my approach as safe as possible. And then if I want to move back, I could do that with or without guarding at all. So what it's done is it's kind of flipped the triangle on its head. Now, don't get me wrong, it's still a triangle. I'm not saying the game is broken, right?
But in Mortal Kombat 3, you have to back jump. There is no back dash. So
right. But you can walk back too.
So but the walk speeds, turtle.
The walk speeds aren't great. Yeah, you are right. The walk speeds are not great in those old.
So you got to run up, and then block, and then let's say I'm like, I ran up in a bad situation. Then you got to back jump, and they can chase your back jump. I mean, Mortal Kombat 3 is wild. The neutral in that game is insane, but I don't know. I really like it. I really like it. It's got a cool vibe to it, I think, but. Maybe I can't say.
And here's the thing. I'm not even saying that I don't think this works for Mortal Kombat or whatever, right? But kind of going back to what I was trying to say originally about it is that it's going to be very alienating to the currently existing fighting game player base to a pretty significant degree. But then on the other side of that coin too, you have to ask, is having a block button really that much more intuitive or any more intuitive than holding back to block for a 2D game specifically?
I don't think it's about being intuitive or not. I think what it can do is it can free up a certain style of meta that we kind of just take for granted. Like you're saying, like, well, we've always held back the block. That's how it's done. But I think if you can, like with Soul Calibur and games like that, if you start to use the guard in other ways, other than just simply holding back the block, like with Virtua Fighter, you do a lot of guard buffering and guard canceling of your strings and stuff. I think that meta is super cool, and I think it's really underexplored in 2D games. Like in 2D games, that doesn't exist really in the same way.
Well, for things like guard canceling moves, part of the reason it works so well in VF is because that game's triangle is strike beats throw beats guard, and guard beats strike.
Yeah.
The problem is in 2D games, strike doesn't beat throw most of the time.
But that's just because of how they make their throw system. Like you could make your throw system more in line with the VF style.
But here's the problem though, is you have to do that in a 2D game while also making it so that throw beats guard. And that's been historically the biggest problem with that. Because really the only way you can do it in a 2D game, besides just making throws invulnerable, which that would just be bananas, is slowing down the startup of throws, right? Which also has implications elsewhere in that, one of the things that people that play modern fighting games don't like about the old games is the one button instant throws, right? The 0 frame or 1 frame throws. Right. But I actually think that's one of the biggest losses in fighting games.
Them too.
And the main reason, right? The main reason I think they need to come back, not just in terms of how they're used on offense, it's actually more about how they're used on defense. The utility of throw as a defensive tool is almost entirely gone in fighting games these days. And especially when they make it so that throws don't come out instantly, so throws don't beat meaty attacks. There's a whole, again, and I don't want to sound too much like the old man yelling at the cloud here, but there's a whole dynamic in games like Street Fighter 2 and even Guilty Gear where it's like, okay, I have the knockdown, I have the frame advantage, but here's the problem. My best meaty, the move that gives me the most advantage, puts me in throw range. So now you have to make the decision, am I going to go for my best meaty and risk getting thrown? Or am I going to play it even just a little bit more safe, maybe do something that gives me a little bit less frame advantage, but I'm safe from throws? That aspect of fighting games is almost entirely gone now.
Yeah, I agree. I miss those style of throws as well.
Right. And the thing is that you can make 2D throws more like 3D throws. BlazBlue does that, right? BlazBlue has startup on throws. It even has attributes for invul instead of hitboxes. So it's more like a 3D game in that regard.
Yeah.
But that comes with its own problems. And again, in BlazBlue, throws do not beat meaties on defense in that game. And that game has a whole ground tech mechanic, which that's again, now we're going really far off tangent, but the point I'm making here is that this has actually kind of been done before, but the problem with doing it is that it necessitates changing so many other things about how these games work, because the moment you mess with the basic triangle of strike, throw, guard, right, which I think for 3D,
we're coming at it from two different directions. I think the heart of the disagreement is that I'm saying that guard should be implemented in 2D games, and then the fundamental gameplay should also shift along with that to make something new and interesting, rather than saying, I'm not saying stick guard buttons in Street Fighter. I'm saying I just feel like it's still an underexplored mechanic within 2D games, because I do think you could create a really interesting meta with that. But
I think you are right that it is underexplored. I don't necessarily disagree with that. But you kind of have to wonder why, right? Because and again,
for me, like as a 3D player, I'll tell you why. As a 3D player, there is this meta of guards that I really like, that I think is really cool. We talked about like the triangle system in those games, and it's just not represented two-dimensionally in a lot of 2D games. And so for me, when my friends are like, here, play this game or that game with me, I would love it if there was like this two-dimensional version of Virtua Fighter that would be different. It'd have to be different, but it'd be like kind of a nice middle ground between the two, because basically it's like you got, you know what I mean? It's like you're kind of, all the 2D games feel to me like very, in one way or another, very heavily Street Fighter influenced in some degree or another. And it's like, what variation of Street Fighter are you playing?
Yeah.
Whereas Mortal Kombat kind of interests me now because it's like, oh, it isn't playing Street Fighter. It is you're doing something different here. You're doing something different. So that's why I'm kind of more interested in this style as of late.
And I get that. And honestly, I wouldn't even say I'm a Mortal Kombat hater, right? Like I do appreciate many aspects of those games. And it's funny you say you want a 2D Virtua Fighter because Ed Boon's gone on record as saying he wanted to implement some of the things that Virtua Fighter does in Mortal Kombat.
He definitely did.
I mean, he straight up admitted it. Yeah. So maybe you're on the right track already for finding that.
See me even next year winning MK1. I won't as far as too much about that though. I definitely know though. I know a lot of 2D players hate the idea of putting a guard button in. I know they hate it.
I don't even necessarily hate it. It's just that again, you're breaking a very fundamental rule of at least 2D fighters here.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying there's no reason to do it, but it's like if you're going to do it, honestly, it should really be like the starting point of your game. You should be designing just about everything else in the game around the existence of a block button.
I think so. I definitely agree there. I think you should.
Yeah.
And I just would want to see that happen. And
right.
The will for people that have that happen is pretty low, I know.
The will is pretty low. And it's because, again, whether it's fair or not, a lot of the perception does go back to the old days of Mortal Kombat where you hold forward and you tap guard a lot.
Yes,
and it just flips the whole neutral triangle of, and how blocking fundamentally works in neutral on its head. It goes from being an option that's like, how do I put this?
Defensive? Because it's naturally defensive in Street Fighter. It has to be,
but more than that, it's an option that it allows you, it actually forces you to hedge your bet, right? That's what blocking in neutral does in a lot of games. Even Guilty Gear with FD Break, that's hedging your bet to some extent. Whereas the way it works in Mortal Kombat with the block button, I wouldn't say that it's hedging your bet in Mortal Kombat. I would say it's more
fundamental to how you play. It's like it's like part of your base movement now.
Correct.
I think that's cool, personally, but maybe that's.
I think it's a cool idea. I think it's a cool idea. I don't think the idea is necessarily horrible. It's just I have yet to be convinced by a game that's done it that it's worth changing that aspect of fighting games. That's just been my approach to that.
Yeah.
But I would love to be proven wrong. That's the thing. Is like, and you're right. When it comes to homogenization of fighting games, there are scenarios where you can tip some sacred cows, right?
Yeah.
But again, if you're gonna do it, all I ask is you have a damn good reason. That's really all it comes down to.
Yeah. Well, I think it does give MK its distinctive feel, though, and I do appreciate that about MK. It's like it's not a Street Fighter clone. You can say a lot of things about MK, but you can't say that it's not a Street Fighter clone. But I think that is pretty cool. So anyway, Street Fighter or MK11. I'm watching it. I'm just gonna assume Sonic Fox is gonna win if he's even in it. Is Sonic Fox playing? I don't even know. But
I actually saw Sonic Fox playing SF6 earlier.
I know, right?
No idea. What if
Sonic Fox wins SF6? Wouldn't that be awesome? I'm hoping. We'll see. That day. I'm hoping.
It does make sense that Sonic Fox plays JP in that game, though. That character was pretty much made for the NRS scene.
Yes, I would love that personally. So, KOF 15, the game that barely squeaked by, and Mortal Kombat 11 in terms of entrance, 666 Mark of the Beast.
Yeah.
Interesting. So there's 666 entrants, and then there's 725 active on Steam today.
That's my big surprise. Yes, I'm amazed anyone's played that game online.
I know. I was actually. What's funny is to put this in context, everyone. Like, if you go onto Steam, usually like Guilty Gear XX and like even Xrd, they're hanging around that area usually, right? Wouldn't you say around 500 to 700 or so?
Honestly, no less than that. But
maybe 300 to 500, maybe somewhere in there.
Yeah.
So KOF is still beating those games out, which is incredible for how how owned this poor game gets by the FGC. Let's admit it, myself included. I'm a guilty party here. We talked about this earlier. I just do not like the direction it went in terms of the graphics, and it's just hard for me to get over. I can't get over it. It's too much. It's too much. Too much for me to do. And then you mentioned the online play is an issue. How is this game getting played?
Yeah, that's a legitimate question. I mean, it's hard to find a match, and even when you find one, who's to say it's actually gonna, be a real match?
Yeah.
Like I was saying earlier,
data is so low that it didn't even register on VG charts.
Yeah, that's crazy. So like I was saying earlier, anyone who's still playing KOF 15 for the most part has to be playing it at local events, which, that pretty much limits it. I mean, again, a dedicated crowd to be sure, but that's a really limited
I wonder if you
appeal.
gave a spread. Here's an interesting thought. I wonder how much of a spread of this is international. Like, what if the entire 666 is like international players coming in from South America? And I know there's a big Chinese scene for KOF as well.
Absolutely. Middle East has a good KOF scene. I have actually gone to Morocco and played against some of the players there. Yeah, they're very strong over there.
What's the draw for them? Because I know the South American story, which is they couldn't get Capcom, so they played KOF, which is cool.
It's probably along the same lines, to be honest with you.
Probably right. And China, same thing. Interesting.
In terms of like
SNK
players, in terms of like the amount of players of all KOF games, right? And all the regions that it's played in. Like if you measure that and you compare it to like all the games in the Street Fighter series and the regions they're played in primarily. Yeah. So we're not measuring directly here, but if you measure the
regional,
the breadth and not the depth, right?
Yes.
of the appeal of KOF, it arguably has the most appeal of any fighting game when you look at it on a global scale.
Yeah. It's very international. You know what was a super interesting insight I actually got from a South American... I interviewed a South American shmup player, and of course I brought up KOF, I have to. And he said something that was super interesting, which is one of the big reasons why KOF was really popular in South America is because you could have 3 characters, and so you could have 6 players on 2 quarters. So what they would do was they would team up, and you would actually play one character, and your friend would play the other character, and then your other friend would play the other character, and you all could play together for less money than like a one-on-one fighting game. And they said that was a big draw of why KOF was so popular. And they love team sports. They love soccer. He said the team sport aspect of that game, which probably wasn't totally intentional, was one of the big draws, is because they would do, what's that called when you all team up, but you play different characters? There's a term for it. I can't remember in FGC, but it's like, it's not, I can't remember. But anyway, like player switch or something. But yeah, so that was one of the big draws, is because you could get 6 guys on a cab, and they didn't have a lot of cabs and they didn't have a lot of money. So getting 6 guys on a single cab for 2 credits, that was a big deal.
I've actually never heard of that myself, but it checks out, honestly. Isn't
that cool? So someone on your team was like the Iori guy. He plays Iori. Another guy on the team plays Terry or something. That's so cool.
That is pretty dope.
If I had 6 friends, I would do that. So KOF
honestly,
15.
The game itself, I don't mind so much, honestly. I mean, I wouldn't call myself a
team
KOF
battle. Thank you. The guy mentioned I do team battle in the chat.
Team battle. I do like KOF, and I think KOF 15 does a good job of capturing a lot of the better aspects of the Dream Match style KOF 9802. It does have the modern day TOD. Well, for KOF, you can't really say that's modern. Actually, KOF was one of the games that introduced that.
Yes, so, and a Mexican player is confirming my story. That is so
nice.
That is so cool. I want to go to Mexico and show up at an arcade and be like, who wants to be on my team in KOF?
So cool. I don't think any of the problems with KOF 15 are really related to the mechanical design of the game. I mean, if anything, the worst thing you could say about it is that it's another KOF game.
Yeah.
Right?
But maybe that it's his strength, because like I said, maybe these guys are mostly playing 2002, so like in a weird way, maybe that's good, so that it can translate over to the.
But within the wheelhouse of just 15, that online experience is inexcusably bad.
You know what's sad is like, why do all the newer KOF games have terrible netcode? Like KOF 13, 14.
Well, 13 is getting rollback. They did announce that actually. So that game will be getting rollback soon.
Is Code Mystics on the case?
I don't remember if it's Code Mystics or not.
Because I remember they did Ultimate Match and stuff, which was really cool.
Yeah, they did 98 2 UM.
Yes.
Yeah, honestly, my biggest surprise is that there's that many people playing it. But again, you actually might be right. There might be more international players than either one of us initially thought.
Yeah, they're all showing up for KOF. Like, oh, we're so excited to play the Americans, and it was like 3 Americans in it.
Yeah.
So, any other thoughts on KOF? I'll be tuning in and watching out of curiosity. Oh, let's. At the end, we're gonna highlight our top 3 that we want to watch.
For sure.
I just did.
If Xiaohai's there, he'll probably win. If Xiaohai is in attendance,
I remember Xiaohai playing Street Fighter 4. I actually remember him during that era.
He plays everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's Chinese player.
He's nuts. Yep. So if Xiaohai's there, my money's on him. If he's not there,
but what about? See, I've got to go. I don't even know if there are any there, but I'm just gonna say Team South America. If South America's there, I gotta pick them as the team to win. So, because I think they've won one before. Like, I think they've won an EVO or something.
I think Bala. Yeah. I think Bala won EVO.
Yes. So I'm going to go with a South American player for my pick, and your pick is Xiaohai.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And then up next, now I'm really excited for this one because I want to hear your thoughts on it. Guilty Gear Strive, or as I like to call it, Guilty Gear Street Fighter Edition. What are your thoughts on Strive as, let me remind the chat, an accomplished Guilty Gear XX plus R player, which I think is the best Guilty Gear?
So the game itself...
Yes, I'm going to make you talk about it.
Oh, no.
Because I want to know.
All right, look.
I want to know what the XX players think specifically, or as an XX player.
Well, I mean, I can't speak for everyone, but I'll say this much, right? As a game that is... I mean, from the moment they announced it, right? They said, we're trying something different. And I remember when I read that developer post from Daisuke, I was like, you know what? I'm down with it, right? Try something different. That's fine. Because if anything, Exerd was not different enough in a lot of ways. And then because they kind of just left
in other ways,
because they left good enough alone, the game ended up actually suffering a lot because of it. Because the differences they did make ended up, I think, in the long run, really hurting the game. Because it wasn't really made with those differences in mind. So, you want to make an entirely different game? Okay, by all means.
What did you think when you announced that? I kind of was like, maybe it'd be like Blaze Blue. That's actually what I thought initially. Maybe
I honestly had no expectations of any kind. I honestly had no expectations of any kind, just based on the announcement, right?
See, because my theory, I was completely wrong. But my theory was, okay, they've got these 2 series. They've got Guilty Gear. They've got Blaze Blue. They've got 2 separate fan bases. They got to marry these somehow. They've got to put these together in some way. So I thought maybe Strive was going to be Guilty Gear X Blaze Blue mechanically. That was my assumption. But I was wrong.
Well, I didn't really have any expectations based on the announcement itself. But when the trailer dropped, and when people were recording footage of the game, first of all, the idea that it was an entirely new game was a lie. One of the first things I noticed watching Strive was that it had the beat counter still, right? And because the game has no air-teching, it counted things that would have been a black beat combo in previous Guilty Gear games. It's a true combo in Strive, but the beat counter was saying it was a black beat. So what does that tell you? They're using assets from the older games.
Right, yeah.
So that was not true. And then, from there, I just progressively stopped caring more and more, to be honest with you.
Well, what's the fundamental breaking point for the XX players? I have guesses, but I want to know from your perspective. What's like the fundamental? Okay, this is different. Like, what are the fundamentals here?
Throw not being on heavy slash is a big one.
Yeah.
The restrictions they made on Gatlings. Which
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Oh shit! Oh, I won't be able to forget about that even if I try.
Combos.
And here's what kills me about that, right? If anything, Gatlings are one of the most intuitive things about Guilty Gear. It's actually one of the most intuitive things in all fighting games.
That's just the funny thing is like
press in order.
I was saying to myself, okay, so Guilty Gear is going to remove Gatlings, and Street Fighter is going to put them in.
Yeah,
because they are intuitive. They are more intuitive than link combos. There's no doubt about it.
Right. Yeah. And now you have to memorize what moves you can cancel from and into.
Yeah.
Which was like barely a thing in the older Guilty Gear games. It's like, oh, if it's weak to strong, it's probably gonna work.
Yeah.
If there's an exception, it's usually for a good reason. So I was saying earlier, right, how fighting games copy each other kind of in cycles, right? The less popular game gets its idea taken and adopted by a more popular game, and then that eventually comes full circle, and the less popular game starts to copy the more popular game because, well, frankly,
it's starting to get popular.
Yes, they're tired of being, the second fiddle, and it worked for Strive. It did.
It did. It absolutely worked.
it did. It now I will put an asterisk next to it and say it didn't work in Japan. But let's be honest, that probably wasn't. Oh no, it flopped hard over there. But was that really their target audience for the game? I don't think so. So I don't know if they really care.
So this is fascinating because the Japanese player base. What do they like? Like, why? I know they love VF, which is amazing, but why don't they like Strive? Because they like Street Fighter.
Well, because it's not Street Fighter enough for the Street Fighter players over there to really warm up to it like that. And for the Guilty Gear players, of course, it's just like, okay, this is clearly a different type of game entirely, And to be honest with you, and I don't want to go too far on this subject, but there's actually a pretty stark contrast between how the North American community views Xrd and its legacy and how the Japanese community does.
I could see because they played XX and we didn't.
Yes, and on top of that too, the games didn't change all that much comparatively speaking, compared to the XX entries, which were radically different. With Xrd, they were very conservative about the changes they made, and honestly, by the time Rev 2 was even out, the game was basically dead over there. It basically just killed a lot of interest in Guilty Gear.
So they're playing BlazBlue or something?
No. I mean, honestly, I think a lot of them just stopped playing fighting games, or if they did play fighting games, they just played whatever was popular. So, Tekken 7. I can't even really say Street Fighter 5 because it wasn't in arcades at the time.
They're Tekken boys now.
Yeah.
VF. They all went and played VF.
VF, that's its own. Maybe one of these days we'll do a stream on VF and kind of
any day
that game's trajectory over the years. But let's just say VF actually kind of fell out of favor by then as well.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. But as far as like why Strive bombed in Japan, I think it's pretty. Well, I don't want to say it's pretty clear. It's pretty clear to me. But basically, the preference for a more Street Fighter style game was already pretty much filled by if you played in arcades. Yeah. If you played in arcades, you could actually still play SF4 if you wanted to. And SF5, of course, was still decently popular in Japan. Not having an arcade release was a damper on the game, but it wasn't like a non-starter, right? Like it actually did have a following over there. And then the Guilty Gear players, of course, are just like, forget this, like we've been there, done that with these other games, and now you're releasing a game that's not. And here's my problem, really, with Strive. Like my overarching criticism of the game is that, okay, you want to make a different game. That's fair enough. Not everything has to be the same. I'm actually okay with that. That's not an issue. But again, going back to what I was saying, when you break rules of fighting games, right? Rules that have been around for a long time, which in the case of Guilty Gear, a lot of it goes back to XX, right? There should be a reason, right? There should be some type of interaction, something that arises out of this, chaos of changing all these rules and changing things up on people that makes it all worthwhile. And with Strive, I don't really see what makes turning the game into basically Street Fighter 5 worthwhile. Because for
I
one,
think I have the answer actually, and it's not a happy answer.
By all means,
it's not a happy answer, but I think it's the most realistic answer. Is they look? I think this is VF Fate as well. They looked at the Guilty Gear essential components, the essential fundamentals of that game, and they said this game will never be popular. It's too fundamentally mechanical. It's too much. It will never be popular. That was college. Now we have to get a big boy job. So now we're going to morph this into some sort of amalgamation that could be popular. I really think that was the thinking. They just saw that because they tried with Blaze Blue. They tried with all these Guilty Gear games. They're like, this just is not catching on, and we're grown-ups now. Let's make it popular. I really think that's what the whole thing behind Strive was.
I agree. I'm talking from just a mechanical design perspective, right? They break all these rules, and for what? And well, that's really the reason. Is there isn't really a reason rooted in game design principles, right? It's just something they're doing because they want the game to be popular, and it is popular in its own right. I'm not going to say it wasn't an overall success, and I think I even said this earlier.
Massive success.
I fully expected SF4 or not SF4. Yeah, I'm really getting tired. SF6 to completely destroy Strive. I expected SF6 to just kill all the remaining interest in that game.
Yeah,
and it hasn't.
I can see that.
But the long and short of it is, Strive is a game. I don't even care about making it a Street Fighter style Guilty Gear game. Why'd you choose Street Fighter 5? Why'd you choose that one?
Why not Alpha, baby?
Yeah, you know what I've wanted from a Street Fighter game for such a long time now, right? I've wanted the Alpha art style with modern, whether it's sprites or like the ArcSys 3D technique.
Yes, me too.
I want a modern game with the Alpha art style, with some of the progressive mechanics of that game, things like guard canceling or whatever, right? Some of that, but still keeping the essence of Street Fighter. I've wanted that for such a long time, to the point where I honestly don't care who makes it now. If it's ArcSys, great. If it's SNK, great. SF6, I like it enough, but it's not
Strive
that,
too.
right? If it were that, I would be crazy over it. But
yeah, I would love to see that too. I've always said that about because I felt like Capcom's kind of struggling with the art direction of Street Fighter. Definitely, I think.
Yeah.
I think though the issue is that they feel that it's too anime and they want a more as broad of a appeal as possible. So they'll stick with 3D, but I feel like if they're at least informed a little bit more by the Alpha games, because they're super cool. They have a really cool vibe to them.
Yeah, I love them. I really do. But Strive, I don't know who entered Strive this year. If Latif is there, he might win. I don't know.
Do any of the XX players play Strive?
Latif was an XX player many moons ago. He actually played SF4 as well. He played Viper, and I think he won or placed very high at EVO one year.
Wow.
Or no, I don't think he won. I don't think he won EVO. I think he won another tournament that same year, but placed really high at EVO. Latif is actually from Saudi Arabia, if I'm not mistaken. But he was a crazy good XX Eddie player, and still plays Zato and Strive. So.
What about the American scene of Latif, but the scene that you're hanging out with, the guys you hang out with, do they play Strive?
Not most of them, no. For the most part, I mean, some of them did for a little bit. I mean, honestly, it's kind of a potpourri as far as the modern day XX players go. I mean, some of them came from Melty Blood, so they might be playing type LUMINA. Some of them might be playing, KOF if they feel like it. It's really kind of all over the place. We tend to be very picky when it comes to picking our maybe our all-time favorite game, right? We're more picky with that. But when it comes to picking games that we just play for whatever reason, whatever type of enjoyment we get, we tend to be pretty open-minded. As XX players, I guess. I don't really think of us in that sense.
Right,
But yeah.
Well, I haven't been following Strive at all. In the slightest. I
haven't really been following it much either.
Doesn't it seem a little bit underwhelming competitively? To me, it just kind of does. I don't really hear much about it. I have no idea. there's not like moments around it. Like, remember, you know, what you're standing up for and all that, and with Xrd and stuff. Like, there's none of that with Strive. Someone needs to stand up.
It's
or
kind of
something.
true. It's kind of true.
Like,
there actually
I can't
hasn't
even
been
think of
like
any like real interesting viral moments of Strive.
And I mean, you could just say, well, it's because we haven't been looking for them. But it's like, well, if you have to look for them,
I didn't follow Xrd at all, and they found me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
I still use that clip in various videos from time to time because it's so entertaining.
But
And
no,
every
honestly,
year,
it's
also,
just
every year people would say, "Did you watch Xrd's top 8? It was amazing. Did you watch Xrd's top 8? It was amazing. Did you watch
That is
Xrd's
true.
top 8? It was amazing." Every single year I'd hear that. I have not heard that about Strive one time. No one's messaged me and be like, "Did you see Strive's top 8? It was amazing."
It's one of those things like Strive almost has the opposite of what I mentioned before, right? Like, people don't really talk about Strive a whole lot, but
they don't.
It has the players. It does have the players.
It is fulfilling the true prophecy. It is played and no one talks about it.
Yeah.
You know, one thing though I have to mention in Strive's favor though is they nailed the graphics of this game. I mean, unbelievable. That's the thing is like, you could tell me all day, every day, you know, King of Fighters 15, you know, it's got the great mechanics and everything, but I would still more likely play Strive because the visuals of the game are so compelling and so good. I
like
play
the
this
way the game looks.
When Dizzy comes out, I may play her. So
I like the way the game looks in enough ways, but if I can be honest, I actually kind of prefer how Xrd looks. It's not as like technically sharp, but I prefer the color palette of Xrd, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Strive's got a little bit more, you know, grim style graphics. I don't mind that. I don't mind that. More muted.
But I mean, visually though, what other game right now? What other game at EVO
looks as
on
good?
This list looks as good? I mean,
is there any competition? No.
I honestly don't mind the way SF6 looks for the most part, but I will say like the background characters and stuff can look a little goofy.
I think SF6 is very uneven. Like Cammy looks fantastic, Jury looks fantastic. Some of these other characters look truly terrible. Like the South American girl, she looks like
Lily?
She looks like she jumped out of a PS3 game. Like, what the hell is happening with her? Yeah, and some of the new characters I think look really rough visually. I think even JP kind of looks kind of stupid, you know. So I feel like
it looks weird.
I think Ken looks pretty good though. Like, it's very uneven. I think it's very uneven.
That I can agree with.
Yeah, but Strive looks fantastic, I think. So I think that could be one thing that really carries this game, because when you're winning in the game, it does look good. You look awesome.
It does, yeah.
What do you think about the UI? We've talked about the UI. No, I don't mean the UI in terms of like logging in. I mean the UI in terms of enormous beat numbers and perfects and counter hits.
Not a fan of any aspect of the UI, to be honest with you.
I'm not gonna lie, I really like it. I like the giant text and stuff. I think it's really cool.
Not even that it's giant; it's that it's just so like off-putting and bizarre, and like
it is
not made bizarre with the player in mind at all. You know, like even the guard gauge in Strive is like so obtuse for what it is. It's like just let me see it. You know,
one of the things you talked about, like reinventing things for no reason, but the round count is how it goes down. That is such a bad idea because they forget that people watch the game like okay, people watch an Evo, people are going to be confused as hell what is happening with the rounds this Evo.
Yeah.
If you're like a player of Street Fighter 6, you know, and you come, watch us Strive. You're like, what is happening? How come they're playing on round 5 all the time?
It's not the first game to do it, but it's the first game in a while to do it. And it doesn't, I don't see the point. I think they just felt like it, honestly.
Yes, I think so too.
I don't know what other we didn't talk about the worst aspect of Strive, the online lobbies with your Atari 2600 character.
What the hell
walking around smacking other people's Atari 2600 characters and asking them to play.
Visual direction? I don't even get it.
No idea.
Why didn't they just stick with the cute arcade look if they had to do it? I don't get. I'm about to fall over. I don't get why they went with the Atari graphics. What the hell?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you honestly. It's nuts.
Weird. And it makes the game look really bizarre. It really to have that contrast with these amazing 3D character anime models, and then the dumbest looking online lobby ever made. What a
and not even a good ranking system. You know, not even like
But hasn't Guilty Gear always struggled with that, the ranks and all that?
Oh, rank, sure, but like if you're trying to make a modern game, you should try to buck that trend at least. Right?
Yes, absolutely. I just think that's funny. So you're going with Latif. Okay, I'm going to. Oh, is Sonic Fox entering? I want him to win something.
I don't know if Sonic Fox plays Strive.
Oh, probably not. Now that Street Fighter 6 is out. I don't know. I don't really follow the Strive scene too much, and I can't count on some of the old Xrd players to play. Can I? Are they in there?
And a lot of them don't actually play. No.
Because remember that Johnny player who destroyed everyone all the time?
Omito?
Yeah. Is he playing?
Yeah, no. He's not playing.
Oh. Any other Johnny players? I know there's a lot of Johnny players destroying people from Xrd.
There's what's his name? Karanchu. He was early on in Xrd, dominating with Johnny. Satu also early on, but yeah, no, none of them play as far as I know.
I almost wonder if there's like a potential overlap between Strive and DBZ fighters in the future.
Maybe, I don't know. I couldn't tell you how that would manifest, but
is Goichi playing Strive?
I don't think so. Not to my knowledge.
I give up.
That's the thing. A lot of the like really good players of old games don't.
They just don't do it.
Yeah, they just don't bother.
Okay, well, Strive. I'm gonna go with an American then, because the Japanese have turned.
Who would an American that would actually? I don't know of an American that would be able to win it right now.
Okay, so it's still Japanese dominated, even though they're not thrilled with it.
The U.S. scene honestly isn't weak. It's just that I think the Japanese scene just has a more thorough understanding of the game. I actually do remember when EVO Japan happened. Someone tweeted out, I think it was GC Yoshi. He said, "It's funny how no one over here understood the Japanese tier list and why they placed characters where they did." And then we went over there and they showed us why.
Owned.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
I'll switch on the fly and say a Japanese beast shall win.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a Japanese player, but or Latif if Latif is there. But.
Okay, get him, Latif. Alrighty, and now we get to the games I actually do know about somewhat.
Yep.
Tekken 7. Let's switch over to Tekken 7 in the match footage here. Okay, so first off, Lil Margin, I don't believe, is at EVO this year. That's a bummer. So won't get any sick king action from him. From what I understand, this tournament is like... Oh, let's talk the stats. Okay, so... Oh, I also wanted to mention, Guilty Gear Strive has only sold 1 million copies so far, which I thought was
kind of... It took a while to hit 1 million, too.
I thought that was like year one.
Yeah, it took a while.
I, for some reason, thought it sold, like, super well. But, I mean, it did, but... You kind of are expecting more, right? I kind of was.
For the amount of marketing they put into the game, I'll say it probably did underperform on that front.
Yeah,
but
I was expecting like
they did hit their target audience pretty well. So
yes, they did. I was expecting 5 mil or something. Only 1 mil. Okay, Tekken 7. So there are 1,500 entrants, which I thought was middling, and I compared it to all the other years, and Tekken 7 is always like 1,500 to like 1,700 and 1,300. It's like in that range. So it didn't... I thought for some reason the hype of 8 might get people to come out in like the final year of Tekken 7, but nope. Just an average year turnout-wise. I looked at the Steam charts for Tekken 7. This sucker has 5K active players. So it's got an assload of active players and no one's showing up to EVO. So that shocked me. because typically when you go on there, it's like 3 to 4K, but 5K today. So basically, what's happening, I think the phenomenon is all the Tekken players are hyped, they're excited, but no one's traveling. So they're all playing on Steam and they're all watching on Evo. And then Tekken 7 home run for Namco, 10 million copies sold, which I believe is one of the highest, if not the highest, sales of a Tekken game. I know Tekken 3 sold a lot too.
It's certainly up there. Yeah. I think Tekken 6 lifetime sales actually comes close, but Tekken 6 on launch did not sell it on that.
Really?
No. It was a big flop.
I thought it was reversed. I thought it came out the gate hot and cooled. I didn't know it came out cold and warmed up.
So I was actually thinking about this the other day. So when I bought Tekken 6, it was when Namco cut the price of the game in half in month 2 or 3.
That's when
of its release.
Too. Well, no, years later. That's why I thought it cool.
No. I bought it right when it came out, and I bought the limited edition with the wireless stick for $60.
I remember that stick.
I got a game and a stick for $60. That's why I got it, really, because it's like, screw it. You know, what's the worst that can happen? I don't like the game, I sell it. I don't like the stick, I sell it.
Yeah,
and I ended up selling both, but it was $60, so who cares?
Yeah, Tekken 6 reached 3.5 million copies.
Lifetime? Okay, so not really close, but it did recover from a really, really bad launch.
Tekken, I want to look at Tekken Tag 2 real quick. Sorry, chat. Tekken Tag 2 sales. 1.35 million. So that was a bomb. By Tekken standards, that's a bomb.
Yeah, that's not good.
And then let's see Tekken 3. Because I think it was a lot. I just want to see which one's bigger. 8.36. So Tekken 7 wins. Tekken 7, I believe, has sold the most copies of the entire franchise. So
I mean, that's not a surprise to me, honestly.
Yeah, it's such a home run for Namco. I could see why with Tekken 8, they're trying to go even more Tekken 7 with it. I can see why they're doing that. I just think they're overdoing it.
You know, I think it was you who linked the video of Eris the other day, and I think he made a very good point where he said, who is Tekken 8 trying to appeal to? Existing Tekken 7 players?
Yes.
Because it's only kind of doing that.
Yeah.
New players? Because it's not doing that at all, really.
Nope.
People from other fighting games? It's kind of doing that, but
yeah, it's
not
trying to
that much.
With the heat system. Well, it works.
And it's, you know,
I can tell you exactly. I can explain it to you.
Okay.
Perfectly.
Okay.
What happened was Namco found that perfect balance point. That perfect balance point that they were looking for, where it was just hardcore enough to be competitive and Tekken-y and for Tekken players to like it and accept it. But it was also just accessible enough to bring in a new audience. And then they sat down and they're like, we have no idea how to follow this up at all. What the hell do we do? That's Tekken 8. They don't know what to do. I feel like if Namco felt like they could get away with it, they'd just release Tekken 7 again and be like, yeah, so it's totally Tekken 8. Because they don't know where to go. They hit exactly where they wanted to hit, and now they don't know how to proceed from that. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like if you, as a YouTuber, it's like when I make a YouTube video and it like catches on and it's really popular. Like there's a moment there where you're like, okay, I have no idea what to do now. Like I don't know how to follow up a video with 80,000 views with a video that's going to have 4,000 views, you know? I feel like Namco's just like that. They're like, we don't want to follow up this massive success with a bomb, but we don't know what to do. And so they're trying to do this careful threading of the needle to keep it as close to Tekken 7 as possible without being so close that people will say it's just Tekken 7. That's exactly what they're trying to do, I think. So
I think you're right.
They're trending on the little bit more cautious side and being a little more Tekken 7-y. They're like, let's take the Tekken 7 meter up a tad more.
We kind of mentioned this earlier, right? How much of Tekken 7's success it can be attributed to the failure of its peers?
A lot.
I think a significant amount. I don't know if I'd say all of it or even most of it, but definitely a significant amount.
No, it was a perfect storm because Tekken 7 brought the goods. It wasn't like Tekken 7. It's a great game. It brought everything it needed to bring. But had Street Fighter taken off, people wouldn't have looked at it. They would have done the same thing. I show up to the local, hey, anyone want to play Tekken? Look how sick it is. Yeah, whatever. We're playing Street Fighter. Yeah. That's exactly what would have happened.
I think the playing field is definitely very different now, and you're right. I think they're trying to take as conservative an approach as they can possibly take.
Yeah.
Which is also, it feels weird to say that with the heat mechanic being as just off the wall as it is.
Right. but the thing is, you can tell by their reaction to the feedback where Marauders like, we'll do whatever you want, whatever you say. We don't even care about the heat system,
what
dude.
I said.
We don't even care about the heat system.
Remember what I said earlier about how when Tekken 6 first launched in arcades, so not the console version, that had a rage system, which was also just bonkers.
I heard that was really silly.
Yeah. It was really crazy, and the game was actually just kind of bad, if we're being honest. But I think what's happening, right, is instead of releasing a game in the arcade, recouping some of the development costs there, and then with the feedback releasing the game on console, which is what they did with 6 and 7, I think what they're doing is they're using Twitter as the arcade.
Yes, they are. They better be watching my YouTube video. They better be watching Emco.
I think they're using Twitter as the arcade, and they're using the network test as basically their excuse to just get it out there.
I think
too. Get the game in people's hands.
I think so, 100%. I don't. Some people in the comments of my video were like, "Hey, man, this is just to test the netcode." I'm like, "No, it's not." They are absolutely paying very close attention to what people say about the game and the system.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
100%.
It's just a nice option select to use a fighting.
Right. Yeah. But that's why I say it's kind of hard to predict how Tekken 8 is going to be at launch because it could just be a different game.
They could just throw heat. They could throw heat in the garbage and be like, and have it just be there in name only. I could see them doing that. I could see them panicking and just releasing Tekken 7 with new graphics.
Yep.
So
I think that's a real possibility.
Yeah. I wouldn't really mind that so much, but I'm one of those people that I like consistency. I'm one of those. I like, for me, a little change is a big change in my book. So it's like, oh, we nerfed backdash, big change, Yeah. That's how I am. But anyway, so Tekken 7 this year is not going to have JDCR, who you see on screen. It's not going to have a lot of the fan favorites because I don't know why. They're just not showing up. Knee is there. No Q-Dans. So my favorite player is not even showing up. My second favorite player is Knee, though, so he'll be there. So that's who I'm voting for my pick is Knee. Though I believe Arslan Ash is also showing up, and I could see that being an epic clash between the two in the grand finals. So that would be my prediction of grand finals. I'm going to go as textbook as possible. Arslan Ash versus Knee, and Knee is pissed about losing all that money to him, and he's been night and day at the arcade playing or wherever he plays now. He hasn't slept, he hasn't done anything but play Tekken 7 to get revenge after losing so much money. I'm sure that had to be. Did you see that tournament? I don't know if you even know what I'm talking about. There was a tournament.
I've heard roughly.
I think it was in Saudi Arabia, where the prize money was crazy high. Hopefully they actually get paid, but the production value makes it seem like they would, because the production value was crazy too. Right. And they barely at the end, Team Pakistan won it, and it was so much money. And so imagine being Knee in that situation. Yes, he made a lot of money too in second place, but just losing out on that much prize money, that must eat at you. Because from what I understand, it was massively more than EVO'S or anything, so that's my prediction is Knee's gonna want revenge. And I think Arslan, after walking home with that much money, he might be like, I think I can take a nap. I think I can chill for a bit. I think I can relax and celebrate here. I just won an assload of money. So that's my prediction for the finals and for the winner.
Before you even said any of that to me, I was probably going to see Knee anyways. I mean, he's got to be one of the all-time best Tekken players. So, I mean,
yes.
Yeah.
So what's fun is that one of my favorite tournaments of all time, one of my favorite Tekken tournaments, was one of the very early Tekken 7 tournaments where it wasn't even out on console. It was the 2015 Global Championships, and I had no idea who any of the players were at all. But I remember like immediately liking Nee because all the other players were like kind of smiling and having fun, and he was just stone-faced the entire time. Never smiled one time. I was like, I like this guy. He's here to win. I like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's my favorite Tekken player. Well, Q Dans, because he plays Devil Jin, but he doesn't seem to be in the tournament, so we're going with Nee.
I'm going with Nee. That's my final answer.
Okay, then we can do one other little pick, which is, do you think there will be an American in top 8?
Ooh.
I think there will be, because I think the Koreans, there's not many of them showing up, and I think the Japanese, everyone's taking a vacation, so I think a home turf advantage is strong this time around.
Yeah, I was going to say, how many Pakistanis are showing up?
Like one, Arslan Ash.
They won? Okay, yeah. So
I think home field advantage is
there'll
going to be
probably
very
be some
strong.
Americans.
So we'll see an American, hopefully like Anakin or one of those, or Jimmy J. Tran, one of those in top 8.
Yeah,
awesome.
That's fair. That's a fair bet.
Yeah, and I'm also, it's bittersweet for me because this is the final Tekken 7 at EVO, and like I said before, the way people's mentality is that at the time you're like, whatever, let's get this over with. It's time for Tekken 8. But then you look back and you're like, oh man, I wish there was more Tekken 7 tournaments. That could be the story in the next few years. So I'm looking forward to this a lot. I'm going to be watching alongside. And then there was Street Fighter 6. The big mama.
Yep.
To say is the elephant in the room is the understatement. I can't even think of an analogy. The blue whale in the room. Street Fighter 6. What are your initial thoughts?
Well, Capcom really knew what they were doing with marketing this game. It's sold
No kidding.
quite a bit in a very short amount of time. Has the most entrants at EVO ever for a Street Fighter game, making it maybe the biggest Street Fighter tournament to have ever taken place, at least in North America. I think a couple old Japanese tournaments may have had more entrants, but like we're really pushing it there.
Yes. Insane.
Yeah. The game itself. So this is my assessment of SF6, basically, is that it is still a new age fighting game at its core, right? There are still certain things, like if you played SF5, you'll actually be at a pretty big advantage over in SF6 over people who didn't.
Yeah. Carried over some of those mechanics.
With that being said, they have thrown a surprising amount of bones towards people like myself who vastly prefer the older style of fighting games. Probably my favorite thing about Street Fighter 6 right now, and who knows, maybe this will change, but I don't feel like
controls.
It will.
Yes.
No. Although, that's a spicy meatball. I'm
going to talk about that in a bit here.
Yeah. One of my favorite things about Street Fighter 6 is that, especially in comparison to Street Fighter 5, it really rewards playing, I guess you could call it, fundamental fighting game offense,
yes.
2D fighter offense, and knowing how to space yourself out. Because in Street Fighter 5, when it came to offense, it was a lot of get in the other player's face, crouch strong, EX move.
Yeah.
And if that didn't work, you do another crouch strong, you do another EX move. And then if you land a throw, and if it's applicable, you start a throw loop scenario if you can. Whereas Street Fighter 6, it's like, okay, we do still have throw loops, unfortunately. But otherwise, getting in people's face is not that viable in this game, because even crouch jab into crouch jab, I don't believe is a true block string for any character.
Really?
So, yeah, I don't believe there are really any true block strings just with normals in this game. So you have to really make your commitments count on offense, which incentivizes staying at further ranges.
Yeah.
So for someone like me, who has pretty much been playing older fighting games all these years and hasn't really been that fond of the new style of game, and especially SF5, it's a breath of fresh air to finally be able to do this again and actually have it work and matter. And that is in spite of the game having things like drive impact, and even drive rush, right? Because drive impact could potentially blow up offense played in that style, and drive rush, of course, is a really easy way to get in. So
yeah, I like to think about it. It's like with FADC cancels for a lot of characters, the staple to make that work is you needed to throw a fireball to make it work grounded, right? Like you stick out your low forward fireball, FADC the fireball into your move. Well, they sat and said, well, why do you need a fireball? The fireball is unnecessary. So we'll just let you cancel off the poke. That's my read on how it
and someone in the chat just said that comes until drive rush comes into play, and then you get to skip neutral. So I'll be honest with you, right? I'm not the biggest fan of drive rush, but I think a lot of the problem with it is that I don't know why they did this. They made it a character specific thing. Like DJ has a better drive rush than almost anyone else.
Everything needs to be character specific in this damn franchise. Everything.
But when you're making system mechanics like that, it shouldn't be.
I don't agree, but I'm saying that's why they do it. They just do that because everything needs to be character specific.
I think if they made it so that there's at least like 3 different classes of drive rush, right? There's like a slow, medium, fast, and that way at least it's the same window to react to it for every character, right? Yeah. I mean, obviously there'd be a difference in class, but it's not like, oh, DJ has a 7-frame drive rush. Or I don't know if that's the number, I'm just throwing it out. Yeah. Right? DJ has a 7-frame drive rush. And Chun-Li has an 8-frame drive rush, but Zangief has a 14-frame drive rush, right? So it's like, okay, so now you have these 2 characters that are technically different, that technically require 2 different answers, but are unreactable all the same. And then you have this character who's just like, borderline reactable all the time.
Yeah, it's just, I agree. It's one of those things. There's certain things in fighting games where if you make them too character specific, it just gets silly. Because then it does come down to like, oh, okay, so this guy's got 14 frames, so I can do this move. But this guy only has 10 frames, so I can't do that move. It's like, just try to make it more uniform. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think for something like Drive Rush, it would really benefit from that. Also, there's a couple weird things like how Drive Rush eats inputs, but it appears that Super Flash does not. I have not actually tested that, but based off of what I've seen and observed, it doesn't seem that Super Flash eats inputs, which definitely makes, at least sometimes, quote-unquote, random super a more viable option than otherwise.
Right.
But
what do you think about the parry system of this game?
So you, as you know, I'm not a fan of parries in general, right? Or maybe you haven't read those discussions in your server, but I'm not a fan of parries in general.
You and
with that being said,
would be best friends.
Yeah.
He hates parries.
With that being said, I think the way this game does parries is mostly okay, but there's one kind of big problem I have with it, which is that a successful parry, right? Just to be clear here, I'm not talking about when you hold the buttons and you're in the stance.
Yeah.
When you successfully parry a move, the game counts that as block stun, meaning that the strategy or the tactic of that goes back to SF3, where okay, you can go ahead and parry my fireball, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk and I'm going to throw you.
Yeah.
Doesn't work anymore. And again, SF3, that's a game that, if you ask anyone who played Street Fighter before that, they'll tell you zoning isn't strong, fireballs aren't strong, parry overpowers everything. That game lets you throw parries, right?
Yeah.
And this game doesn't. I honestly wouldn't even have a problem with parry otherwise if that weren't the case. As far as like for a parry, I think it's well executed.
Right. Yeah. It's interesting because it's like, and this is like a lot of Street Fighter 6. It feels like they're trying to integrate mechanics throughout the series, but they're like, you can't just go all the way with it. So we can't give you like a full-on parry because that's going to cause too many problems. But we kind of want you to still get some of that feel. That's how the parry system feels to me. It's cool. And it feels like they're trying to incorporate the parry in as much as they can without like blowing up the game, basically. Yeah.
Well, you said earlier that another game uses a block button. I said SF6, and that's because the parry kind of is a block button.
Yeah, it is like a block.
It kind of is a block button.
Now, if only you could run cancel with it. Now we're talking, baby.
Well, after the perfect parry, you might be able to. I don't know. I have to try that. But again, it does impact neutral as well because, you know, people can just walk back and forward, and then once they, at least with this though, you do have to successfully parry a move in order to really get the reward for it. I think that's really what balances it out.
You're not having MK fun with it, unfortunately.
No.
I might play 6 if that was the case.
Yeah, overall, I don't have that many issues with the parry. Like it automatically does high-low, which I wouldn't see as a problem if you could throw a parry. That's really what it comes down to. Like, if you could throw parry, I would have almost no problem with this implementation of it.
Do you think? Let's say this becomes kind of a point of criticism. Do you think Capcom would ever patch that in? They're like, you know what, you can't throw it, or would you think that would be too much of a change for them to do?
I don't know, honestly. I think the biggest thing with this game in particular is that everything in this game is so intertwined. Like you really can't change anything about this game without changing something else.
Yeah, that's very
so.
What do you think of the? What's the one? It's the drive impact, the one where it's like a ultra focus attack that you have to. I
like it. I straight up think it's a good mechanic. Honestly, it's very refreshing to see something like that in a Street Fighter game. At least for me, that's like something SNK or maybe even Arxis would normally try to do. To see Capcom do it is refreshing. I like the automatic forward movement.
I can't figure out what the inspiration behind it is. Like, what is it accomplishing exactly?
So, as I see it, right, it's basically a way to.
It's like a crush move, I guess, like an ultimate crush move.
Well, it's armored though, so you can actually throw DI. So it's basically just like having an armored move on deck, ready to go, as long as you have the meter and the frames to get it out. So, on principle, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, clearly this is a wrench being thrown into a well-oiled machine on principle, right?
Yeah.
But because of the rules of how you can counter DI, how you can beat it with 3 moves, so that is one problem I do have with it. And this is well, yes, but it's kind of a side effect of that, which is something that a lot of fighting games over the past decade or so have been guilty of, is they incentivize sticking out lights over mediums and heavies.
Yes.
And that is the one. If you
stick out a medium or heavy, you're going to get owned if they do drive impact.
That's the one significant downside to drive impact that I think has a negative effect on the game. But otherwise, I mean, I'm 32 and I react to it, you know? I mean,
I've never really played a lot of online, so I have no opinion on it, but as far as like my own personal dealing with it or not, but for me, I was like, odd. You know, I just didn't see what exactly the motivation behind it was, but I guess I think if you're getting like Blanca rolled in the corner and you don't want to get hit by that over and over, like you're getting spammed on and they don't know what to do.
Well, here's the thing: is it does kind of cover some of what Focus Attack did, right? Right. While being far less unwieldy, because honestly, by the end of SF4, if we're talking like 2012 or Ultra, I actually mostly liked how Focus Attack, not FADC, but Focus Attack on its own worked. Yeah, my only real problem with it was that, you know, there wasn't really like a what's the right word I'm looking for here?
A proper use.
There wasn't. Yeah, it was more like there wasn't really like a leniency in like, okay, I know you're sticking out this move, so I'm going to Focus Attack it.
Yeah.
But because I'm like a little bit out of range, I just end up whiffing a Focus Attack, like that type of thing. I think that's what DI was supposed to overcome, right? Is they give you that forward movement automatically, and it's basically like, okay, you made the read, right? Like if you messed up on the range with this, that's on you, right? No complaining about that anymore. So I think that was kind of the inspiration behind it, was to make a less unwieldy, you know, a little bit more forgiving Focus Attack that does have some hard counters. But again, I do think the main downside to it is that it does end up incentivizing lights over mediums and heavies, which is a recurring theme with fighting games over the past 10 years.
Yep.
Unfortunately, but
yeah,
that's probably the worst thing I can say about
like heavy kick.
DI.
If it's not a poke, like why would you heavy kick?
I'm reading a chat comment. DI needs some major changes, more bar cost, punish counter unbroken with a multi-hit attack. More bar cost, I don't know about that, honestly. And I'm not saying that I think it's fine. I'm just saying, like, I don't know at this point if you really could say that it's necessary. Punish counter when hit with a multi-hit. So here's the problem with that, is that favors characters with attacks that hits 3 times. Yeah. Which I don't believe every character, at least as far as like moves that could actually beat a DI. Because like
hold on. I gotta pull up.
I was just gonna say, like, you know, a 3-hit like EX Dragon Punch, yeah, that's a 3-hit attack, but you're not gonna beat a DI with it because the 3rd hit is, you know, however high up on the screen or whatever.
So I'm gonna ask Superpower Man, who made the comment, about what he thinks about my idea, which is rather than doing 3 hits, what about 2? Because 3 feels a bit much to me. I feel like 2 would be more reasonable. Because there was times when I was practicing just for the review or whatever, where I knew they were going to do the drive impact, and so I threw out the lights, but it was still not enough. I'm like, all right, do I really need to hit you with 3? How about 2?
I think the good middle ground is they should make it so that at any point in any attack during a drive rush, or not a drive rush, a drive impact specifically, at any point you can cancel it to DI. I think that would be the good compromise there. Because
I stick out a medium, and then he absorbs my medium, and instead of me just saying sayonara, I can drive impact back.
You can drive impact. So, and you would have to change the frame data on some moves for that, probably. But, because as it is right now, I believe you can only DI cancel moves that are special cancel. And so it's that special cancel window, which seems fair enough, but there are definitely some characters that worry about DI more than others.
Yeah, and I think if your poke isn't special cancelable, you're in trouble.
Yeah, and Manon really struggles against DI. So if they made it so that, again, just at any point, like at any point once you've already landed a hit against the DI. So let's say you stuck out a medium punch and you hit a DI, but the move's not cancelable, right?
Right.
If you are able to counter DI at any point, but I guess the problem with that is you'd have to lower the hit stop on DI too, because you'd have to make sure that they actually reacted. That would be the problem with that. See, that's designing fighting games. You run into problems at every point.
Yeah.
But that's just an idea that I've thought of, really, because the only real frustrating thing that I run into is that it's kind of like what you're saying. Even when I do like jab, 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 I might only have the frames for 2 jabs.
2 jabs.
Right?
Dropping it down to 2 hits, I think, makes more. 3 is a lot. That is a lot of hits.
It is.
That's a lot of frames.
I'm not sure how you would change that and make it make it, I guess, a little bit feel a little bit more fair. But overall, I actually like drive impact. I think it's one of the better aspects of the game, for sure. I think it was a big risk to take to put that in a Street Fighter game, but I think it's mostly paying off, to be honest. Let's talk about something I actually don't like about SF6 at all.
Go ahead.
They made it so that not every anti-air in the game, but almost all of them, if you cross up the opponent on the ground, so you don't even have to stick out a move like a cross-up move. If you jump over the middle of the grounded character, your anti-air, with I think 2 or 3 exceptions, will not connect against the airborne opponent.
Like so if I knock you down and jump over you, your wake up anti-air won't autocorrect? Is that what happens?
I don't know about the autocorrect part, but outside of autocorrect, so like in neutral, right? If you jump over me, right?
Yeah.
And you go past the center of my character's hitbox, my anti-air will not connect anymore.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Which, that explains a lot. Once I found that out, I was like, okay, that explains why certain characters like Lily and Jury with these weird jump arcs will be in flash kick range, and then on their descent, when I stick it out and let it rip, it just whiffs. It just entirely whiffs.
I wonder how that's designed. Is it like a hitbox thing, do you think? Or is it... What's going on there? I believe
it's what I described. The game just checks to see where you are relative to the center of the other player.
Like,
I think it's actually that simple.
Street Fighter, stop being weird. What's the idea? So you don't have too many clippings, like if you're trying to cross someone up and you don't get...
I don't know, to make jumping stronger. I don't know. Because that's what it does. It makes jumping a lot stronger.
Maybe I could see that because newer players really like to jump, so I could see them throwing newer players a bone and saying, we'll buff your jump a bit.
Can't you just cross cut? Are you talking about the dead angle? I mean, sure, but I think the point being made here is that it's not that you have to block a cross up or anything. It's that it's based on proximity of the character relative to yours, right? So if you're on the ground and the other player starts their jump and they're in front of you, and at any point they cross over to the other side, once they cross over to that other side, then it just whiffs.
Yeah, I don't like programming that overrides the hitboxes naturally. Because that's unintuitive. That's unintuitive to...
It is unintuitive. Players. Chat, what is a crosscut DP? Are you talking about like a autocorrect to the other side DP? Is that what you're talking about? Because otherwise I'm not familiar with this terminology of crosscut DP. I know what autocorrect is.
Yeah. Well, like I said, for me, it's not... I think when we talk about design, like you said earlier, it's not always about, is there an answer to it? The question is that intuitive, well done design? And for me, if you're ever doing something that overrides the natural hitboxes without like clear, like, oh, he's invulnerable or has armor, without some kind of clear indicator, it's not good design, because players are not going to pick up on this weird rule that if he's over your head, even if your arm hits him, that he's invulnerable now or whatever.
Right.
Yeah. I think they should have made the hitboxes work. However that's going to work. I don't know. Or just
honestly,
just get hit.
I think my biggest thing with it is that it's like, it's Street Fighter. You jumped at me. Right, I should be able to react with an anti-air pretty much as late as I want, right?
Yeah, and that was the meta of 4, right? Remember, you try and like as late as possible with those anti-airs because you could get juicier follow-ups or whatever.
Yeah,
you remember that?
Maybe that's what they were trying to get rid of.
Maybe that must be it. Maybe they must be getting rid of that, because remember how like they would just wait till you're like you're just right about above the ground, then they'd anti-air and they could combo you or whatever.
Do you remember that? But honestly, I mean, so that I could think is a negative of SF6. Throw loops, I don't want to beat that dead horse. I don't like throw loops.
What about the big elephant in the room? So the whale in the room, but now the elephant. The controls, modern controls. What are your thoughts?
So, I'll preface this by saying I haven't actually used modern controls myself.
I play modern controls exclusively now. If I ever play the game, I swap to them.
I was watching earlier, Haitani was using modern controls with Chun-Li. And someone who was watching it with me was saying, okay, the only reason he's able to super through these fireballs is because of modern controls, because he gets a one-button super.
Yeah, baby.
And I guess he also gets one-button lightning legs.
Yep.
And if you hold back, you get one-button up kick as well with Chun-Li.
Yes.
So...
that's hella good, right? That's like
it might have to be tweaked. It might have to be tweaked, or honestly, they might just ban it for tournaments if it doesn't change. I mean, it depends. I don't know if it's going to take like a modern player actually winning a tournament for that to happen, and who knows if that'll even happen, right? Because honestly, a lot of the better players aren't using modern right now. But
is that because like peer pressure, social pressure? Because for me, I feel none of that, and so. When I'm playing Street Fighter 6 and I can hit confirm into super every time, yes. I don't
think it's peer pressure. I think, like for me, I don't use it because I'm just not used to it. And to me, when I think Street Fighter, I think 6 buttons.
Well, it's funny is because I play a lot of Dead or Alive, and if you set it up where you put your modern modifier button in the place of the guard button, it plays surprisingly, it controls surprisingly similarly to like a 2D Dead or Alive or something. So I actually quite like it. It's in terms of feel. So to me, it's not that strange at all. And then of course I can hit confirm into super. That's gonna drive people crazy.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, well, I know like better players.
Chat's telling me crosscut is a way to buff your DP to make it autocorrect. So. What if I play Guile? How do I cross-cut a flash kick? How do I do that? because I've had my flash kicks with a lot against people doing that, jumping right over me.
Yeah. That's the new meta, baby. You got to flash kick backwards. Modern control.
Right? Yeah. No. So to be honest, like, I'm not even necessarily against the idea of like having a modern control scheme or whatever. It's just that you have to, and I think Capcom to some extent did take it seriously, right? It's not like the stylish mode in Blaze Blue.
Yeah, no, they take it a lot more seriously. That's why it's interesting.
Honestly, it's one of those things where it's like it could be really messed up, and we just don't really know. I mean, obviously, there's some strengths to it that are obvious just by looking, but maybe we don't actually. Maybe nobody actually understands the full extent of it yet.
I don't. Right? I think that's true, and I think we're gonna get a better look at that at Evo, because I'm watching like an eagle. The number one thing I care about. The number one thing I care about at EVO this year with Street Fighter is, does a modern control player get into top 8? I really want it to happen, and I want to see it happen.
Might happen. Tawny was cooking. Tawny was doing really well. Modern Chun-Li. So
yeah, so that's going to be my prediction or hope, is that we see a modern player get into top 8. I think that's going to be.
It'll be interesting. Fun. It'll be interesting to see what happens as a result. Honestly.
Yeah. And what's your prediction for the winner?
Oh, that's Tokido. Until proven otherwise, unless he gets knocked out early on, Tokido. Gotta be.
So I have a wild card pick, which is Kazunoko, because I like him, so I'm choosing him. And he's playing Cammy, and he seems to be sharp. You know, he was kicking some serious ass in Street Fighter 4, so I could see him coming back, wanting the prize money in Street Fighter 6. What do you think about that pick?
I mean, Kazunoko's good, but I mean, I wouldn't bet against Tokido. Just saying.
Why?
Not right now.
I'm not following it. What's he doing that's good?
He's won like every Evo for SF5. He's won like, I believe, maybe not everyone, but damn close, if not everyone.
But SF5 Evos, besides the first one, was like you said, declining player interest, declining player base. Don't you think this Evo is gonna bring out the beasts, the people who like, it's all on the line. So much money, so many people. Or do you think that matters? It's
Tokido, man. You know, he won Guilty Gear.
What if Infiltration gets a plastic surgery and enters the tournament? And Infiltration wins under a new identity. What about that? You didn't even think about that, did you?
Maybe. I don't know. maybe. I don't know if Infiltration would do as well in this game. I mean, he's good in general, of course. It's just like, I don't know if he'd be that dominant.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
We'll never.
I guess you're right.
We'll never know the truth.
One of the I have to give Capcom credit here too, though. They're updating the game smartly, intelligently, like not haphazardly, not knee-jerk reactions. They're actually looking at the things that are clearly messed up and going, these shouldn't be in the game.
How much have they nerfed Cammy? I just assume Cammy's
I don't know yet. But like, so for example, there was the OS with the throw breaks, right? Where you could just do down back and just
that,
yeah, that's gone. Now, granted, it kind of created some other problems that are weird, like if you do like a special move motion and then you do light punch, light kick, throw doesn't have the highest priority for some reason, so you get your special move instead, which I don't know why they did that, but okay. And there's another thing too, where if you press a medium or a heavy within a certain window before a throw tech attempt, you just won't get your throw tech. I don't know why they did that either. The solutions of both of these seem pretty obvious to me, but okay. At the very least, though, they did fix that pretty obvious glaring problem, and they also fixed the Rashid infinite block string with his tornado super.
Oh yeah. So it's mostly like maintenance so far. They haven't come in with the hammer and nerfed characters too heavily yet.
Not to my knowledge, no. Not for like anything intentional. I mean, they did nerf Rashid with his messed up super thing, but yeah. And this is all right before Evo too. So I mean, they are taking it seriously.
Oh,
more so than they have in the past. Yeah, they better.
7,000 players at Evo. Some guy wins with like, imagine someone comes in and finds like an infinite, and they've been hiding it in their closet, and they show up to Evo and win using some kind of crazy infinite or something.
Anything's possible right now, man. I mean, there's so many people out there playing the game, just trying to break it, dissect it.
Yeah. Now there's PC ports. They're going through the code with a fine-tooth comb.
Oh, I hate when people say things like, "Oh, just don't do betas on PC anymore." It's like, do you people not know that like console games get dumped all the time? Like, it's so silly when people say that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you just have to accept it. You know, like,
yeah, you do, and you have to work within it.
You just have to accept it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Besides, like, I've never felt like it's a huge deal in fighting games personally. I know. I guess that the main issue is that like pros get a hold of it and then they like secretly train. But as far as like the average consumer, like, what are you gonna do with a Tekken 8 beta for more than a day? Where it doesn't, you can't play anyone. You know, you get a date, and then everything's going to be changed. Everything's going to be altered anyway.
Even then, right? Two things about good players getting access to the game early. One is that if some good players have access to it, chances are all of them at least have the potential to access it, right?
Yeah.
But then on top of that too, if you're really a good player, you're probably going to play in such a way that, because they're not playing as other people, right, with these cracked betas, right? They're just basically data farming the game, going to training mode. If you're a good player, you're probably going to play in a manner that's going to render a lot of that irrelevant anyways.
Yes, because they're going to change a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Well, not even that. It's like they don't know how to account for your play style yet. They don't know what you're cooking, right?
Yeah.
It's like, unless you find something truly game-breaking, at that point, it's not even a matter of skill. It's just the game's messed up, you know? Like... Yeah. I don't really get this obsession with like, oh, no one should have access to the game early. It's like people had access to the game early all the time with arcade releases, you know, like it's been a thing for
Japan
forever.
had access to the game for years. Ban Japan
ban
from
them all.
Tournaments.
Yeah,
they had the arcade versions.
But yeah, as far as SF6, just the mechanical design of the game goes, again, it holds on to some things that I think it'd be better off without, right? Throw loops, things like that. But otherwise, I gotta say, I think it's the best fighting game to come out in a long time. Probably 5, 6, 7 years.
Yeah, it's definitely a step forward, that's for sure. It's hard for me to say as far as my own personal taste, but it feels like fighting games have not been good coming out lately, so there's, you know, this one does feel pretty good. So that there's something there. Yeah, definitely. And
one thing I like too is that they are kind of catering to both crowds, right? Like they definitely did listen to the older style fighting game players. So like, for example, this game has the level 3 cinematic supers, which I hate. I'm just gonna be honest. I hate having to sit through those all the time.
Me too.
But whatever. But you know what this game also has? Level 1 supers.
Right.
Level 2 supers. And ways to combo in and out of them. And I'm actually convinced that, at least for a good portion of the cast, it's actually better to learn your combos with your level 1 and 2 supers than always confirming directly into level 3.
Right.
With Guile, I really only do like a couple combos. And the only time I ever spend my super, I actually go into the Fierce Hurricane, the one that goes upward at an angle. And then I end that with EX Flash Kick. So like, I'm doing level 3 damage with level 1 and a bar of drive, or however much drive.
Right, yeah.
So
that tends to be how it goes, right? Like, it tends to be that, like, using the level 1s, at least from what I've observed, just the utility and accessibility of them and the availability of them usually outweighs waiting all the way to get a level 3. And
another thing I appreciate is that you have access to all these supers. You don't have to choose at the select screen.
Yes, that's
nice. What super do I want for this matchup or whatever? Like,
yeah,
it's one of those things. It's like, it sounds good on paper, like, oh, you know, the mind game starts before the match.
It sounds like it creates matchups and stuff,
but it really doesn't. It really doesn't.
It's just you play the thirds.
Yeah,
with Ken.
And the other thing too, it's like, isn't it more fun to make a decision in the game than at a menu?
Yeah. That's, you know, yeah, that is true. Absolutely. Well, to end off this epic podcast, this epic Electric Live, there's a tradition.
How long has this been going
This is
for?
This isn't Electric Live. This is Electric Marathon.
Yeah.
Well, that's because you've been such a great guest. It's your fault. So you deserve the blame here.
All right.
If you weren't charismatic and interesting, it would have been a lot shorter. But you've been really fun to talk to. So to end Electric Live, there's a tradition, which is you got to end it with your hot take. You can be whatever you want. You got to come in with a hot take.
A hot take.
A hot take of some fighting game related nature.
Fighting game related hot take.
Yes.
I mean, most of what I say is a hot take, and then it's just accepted conventional wisdom a couple years later. But
I know, right? The curse of.
Well, if I really had to think of one, if I really had to think of a hot take right now in the heat of things, let me think.
Yeah, there's time.
I mean, I hate parries, but I feel like that's almost standard.
That was a hot take last year. Unfortunately, the parry invasion is getting to people now.
Yeah, I think it is. I suppose my hot take is that I don't think leverless controllers are going to take over fighting games.
That's a good one.
I actually don't think that's going to happen. And the reason why is because a lot of the utility of leverless controllers is actually derived directly from games having very, very good input leniency. If for whatever reason this decides to change, if this ever decides to trend in the opposite direction, leverless, I'm not going to say it's completely done for, but it is not going to be as appealing an option as it once was, or maybe is at the moment.
I agree, actually, because you know what was funny, what kind of was an insight for me, is that Virtua Fighter 5 has a 12-frame input buffer, which means you can put your inputs in 12 frames earlier. And I was thinking about that. I was like, oh, so that invalidates all the advantages of HITBOX right there, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can get those inputs out within 12 frames, and by damn, I can definitely get it out within 20 frames on a stick.
Yep.
So it really doesn't matter. And so, yeah, I actually agree with you completely, because I think two things are going to happen. One, the games are going to stop being programmed where hitting opposing directions is good. Like, they're going to say, no, that doesn't work. So the code of the games is going to adjust to that. And two, I think probably we're going to get these type of input buffers where it doesn't matter if you react 3 frames faster, because there's going to be a 3-frame input buffer.
Every game already has a 3-frame input buffer. That's the thing.
Yeah.
From Exert onward, pretty much every game has at least a 3-frame buffer.
Or whatever it would be.
4 frames. Honestly, though, I do kind of foresee things trending in the opposite direction eventually. I think eventually people will want more difficult inputs back, at least in some capacity. And speaking well within my wheelhouse here, the PC version of Plus R has something called a lenient input mode, right? This was patched in. This was patched in with the rollback update, not as soon as it dropped, but a little bit after the fact. The main reason they added this was because the way ArcSys games on PC read inputs, it's I don't remember honestly all the details of it, but basically it pulls windows for inputs at an uneven rate.
Right.
Which allows it to occasionally drop inputs. And this was most noticeable when you were doing repeated half circle motions, or a tiger knee motion, rolling from down to up like that.
Your instant bubbles with Dizzy.
Yeah, or so the example that someone on Twitter posted, the first reported instance of this was the air charge stun edge loop with Kai, right? Because he has the air version of the charge stun edge, and if you do it at the right height, you can do it 2 or 3 times in a row at least. And he had a stick and the input display of another game, I think it was underneath it. So he had a stick cam and another game's input reader, and he was doing it, and Plus R wasn't reading. It was actually dropping the input flat out.
Wow.
So, as a solution to this, and with the added bonus of making certain motions easier to do on keyboard and hitbox, particularly the half circle motion, they added what's called the lenient input interval. And what that does is that makes it so that you don't actually have to hit all the cardinal directions for a half circle in order to get it. But with that being said, I know a lot of people who play Hitbox. I know a lot of people who play not mouse and keyboard, but keyboard. And a lot of those people, even with the lenient interpreter, will say half circles are murder in this game. And I have a Hitbox. I don't really use it very much. I have it mostly for testing, and I kind of bought it just as kind of a why not. And if anyone has a question that I wouldn't otherwise not be able to answer because it pertains to Hitbox, at least now I have a way to test it, right?
I made way back in the day.
There you go.
I threw it away.
But I can confirm, okay, DPs, yeah, they're easy. Quarter circles, pretty easy. DP, or I already said DP motions, but most special move motions of 3 directions or less are pretty easy, right, on Hitbox. But half circles suck. Half circles really suck. And especially in a game like Guilty Gear, where you have the tiger knee moves a lot, which is, doing the air.
Dizzy, you're doing tiger knees all day, every day, yeah.
Yeah, you got to do the air move off the ground. So what you do is you start from a downward direction, you go up to an upward direction, right? Which is give or take a half circle motion, at least, right?
Yeah.
That sucks. And the other thing, too, is depending on how fast you do it, you might get a super jump tiger knee instead of a normal jump tiger knee. Right. So you actually don't want to do it that fast sometimes. So that sounds like, okay, so maybe just for this one game, Hitbox maybe isn't outright superior, but the further back you go with fighting games, I think generally speaking, you find you have less advantages playing on Hitbox. I think most of the advantages with Hitbox come from the fact that games have become very lenient. Not even simple, just very lenient, because SF4 is actually a decent example here, I think. The SF4 command interpreter, I think, was built upon either the Third Strike or the CVS command interpreter, because it behaves in many ways like both. And both of those command interpreters, I think, are mostly fine. But what they also did is they added all those shortcut motions on top of it, which created all sorts of problems.
Yeah.
But if you played Hitbox, you actually could use some of that stuff to your advantage, I remember. And I mean, between playing Hitbox and plinking at that point, you're basically cheating as far as I'm concerned. Although plinking is technically game-sanctioned cheating, at least for the console version. But
yeah, remember Taquito and his up button? So he could do he could do that super.
I mean, that's how it was with that game. It's it's in the game, right? It's going to be very hard to enforce a ban on that because that's just any old button on your controller can be used for it. So it's
it's in.
Gotta let it rock.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I think leverless, there are some advantages. In SF6, if I were playing this game to win $1 million of CPT, playing Guile or DJ, I would 1,000,000% play on a Hitbox. Because you get instant flash kick, right? Although
modern baby, play modern.
They actually did. They being Capcom, they actually did mandate for CPT that the way Hitbox handles opposite cardinal directions be changed, specifically for up and down, because they didn't want instant flash kick anymore.
So does it go down or up?
It normally goes up, but what they wanted to do, I think, was make it down or neutral. So what the Hitbox Twitter account did was they posted a video that shows all the messed up stuff you can do without up on opposing cardinals, which to me was the best argument for banning Hitbox I've actually ever heard. And I don't know what's coming of that, but my example of CPT doesn't actually apply here because they actually had to change how Hitbox works for CPT.
Is there any way on Capcom side they can patch that within the game, or is it because it's handled on the Hitbox hardware they can't do anything about it?
So for things like opposing cardinals on left and right, which the reason SOCD exists is actually because in Marvel 3 the holding left and right on a hitbox had you block both ways.
Yeah.
So that's why SOCD was actually implemented. So for that, that's a pretty easy fix. For up and down, it's a lot harder because now you're messing with the ability to flash kick. Now you're messing with the ability to do all sorts of things, right?
Right.
So what they basically thought was, oh, well, if HITBOX lets you do instant flash kick as a result of the HITBOX doing this, then we'll just change the HITBOX. And I think the reason they took that approach is because
they didn't want to screw up the code.
They didn't want to screw up the ability to do a flash kick.
Yeah.
And I think that's pretty fair. But yeah, so I guess to answer the question, for some things, it absolutely is handleable in-game. And I think that's already been done, because I don't think any game since any Capcom game, at least since Marvel 3, has the left-right blocking problem anymore.
Right.
But the flash kick problem is a lot harder to deal with. Someone in chat saying SOCD now equals neutral. Okay, so there you go. So yes.
Yeah, that's... I feel like... Oh, I'm going to piggyback on that hot take, because I might make a video about this, but one thing that I think people kind of forget is what Tokido did and what any old stick player such as myself can do. And I've considered doing it because it's legal, but I'm like, it's too dirty. I'm not going to do it. But, you know, so basically so HITBOX gets all the heat for this because it's the most obvious, right? Because it's built that way. But I could, if I wanted, I could turn my 7 and 8 buttons into direction buttons if I wanted. And I could do instant flash kicks if I wanted. And you wouldn't even know, because I could just stick it on my 8th button. And with the 8th button, you don't even have to use a finger. You can just use your palm. So I just rest my palm next to it. I just kind of lean it in, and now I'm doing instant flash kicks. So I'm picking back off your hot take, because I feel like this issue, everyone thinks you take the HITBOX, you throw it in the garbage, get it out of here, and you fix the problem. You haven't fixed the problem at all, because it can still happen on a regular arcade stick. And it could happen on a pad, even more sneaky. On a
controller with two sticks.
You could wire, not even just the thumb pads, you could wire your shoulder buttons to do shit. And so, like, oh, I want my right shoulder to be up. I want my left shoulder to be down. I mean, it's some more sophisticated modding, but absolutely possible. So this issue doesn't just disappear with the HITBOX. It's just the HITBOX is the most obvious example of it, because it's obviously how it's built. But like Tokido was doing this shit in Street Fighter 4 with up buttons on his arcade stick. You know, and then I feel like the cross up, I mean, that's like taking it to the next level, even above the HITBOX. Yeah. Because now I have 2 sets of inputs. So if I want to do, so now I can do on different hands, different directions and stuff. So.
No, I do agree fundamentally that this should be handled in the game as much as possible, right?
Yes, yeah.
I just don't know if that's going to be possible for everything.
I don't think it is, but I feel like my point is, like, rather than saying ban HITBOX, let's throw it in the garbage, I feel like you have to create a regulatory system for how simultaneous inputs will be handled, and then test everyone for that shit, not just HITBOX players. I don't know what you would do. Like, I don't know if you have to stick your controller in like an Arduino and it goes beep, 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 beep. Hey.
I've had that idea for a while, actually.
Yeah. Like, you come up to the station, they said, okay, stick your controller in this Arduino. And then the Arduino goes beep, beep, beep. Wait a minute. I sense some naughtiness here. Right? Doesn't that seem like a kind of a... Because this is going to be... Because people forget... Because the HITBOX is such a central point, they forget... Well, people could just map macros. We kind of forgotten about that shit. Someone is just blatantly cheating, but we're all focused on the HITBOX player. Like, dude, you better not be simultaneous. Meanwhile, some other guy's got like a macro flash kick button. He's just quietly pressing. You know, so I feel like this issue of controller regulation should be taken more seriously. But you can't just spend all day thinking about HITBOXes. Because this stuff can happen across all kinds of setups, pads, and arcade sticks.
No, absolutely, I agree, and that's why I think this should be handled at the in-game software level as much as possible.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be interesting, speaking of in-game software, if the game had like a built-in mode where, like, when you go up to do your button checks, it's like, by the way, I'm going to just quickly check for macros while you're setting up your buttons. Right?
Or you could have like SOCD check even.
Yeah, like the game runs it, and the game's like beep, 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 macro alert or something. Yep. That would be really... See, that would be next level. That would be proper esports solutions there.
Yeah.
All right. I'm trying to think of what my hot take was be. I got so excited about yours, I forgot. Mine was going to be... Oh, okay. Here's my hot take. It's a mild salsa hot take, but this has been a journey. So my hot take is I've been playing VF5 a lot. I've been really enjoying it. I've been really playing and talking about it with fellow players and stuff like that. And the number one thing I always hear people say now is, oh man, I really hope they make VF6. If they make VF6, I'm going to be so into that. I'm going to be playing VF6 when VF6 comes out. That's all the series needs is VF6. Here's my hot take. None of you are going to play VF6, even if it comes out. Even if VF6 comes out, none of you are actually going to play it. That's the truth. Because Virtua Fighter, if it remains true to its formula, will always be a niche title because of how fundamental and how frame heavy that game is. I love it for those reasons, but there is just no way a large group of players are going to be super into that. I feel like if either VF6 comes out and it's dead or alive, or VF6 comes out and it's VF6 and everyone says, oh, I respect Virtua Fighter, it's so cool, and no one's going to play it except the same people who play VF5.
And you know what? Honestly, I'll take that a step further. I'll piggyback off of that. I don't even think there needs to be a VF6. I think most of what can be achieved in that formula has already been achieved, and at most, a VF6 would just be putting those elements together in hopefully a better way. I mean, you would hope and expect, but that's about it. Fundamentally, VF's been figured out, and really,
that's what I don't think people
3D
understand.
fighters in general have been figured out for a long time, but it's not a discussion everyone's willing to have, unfortunately.
Well, I feel like with Virtua Fighter specifically, is that game is so, until you start playing it, you don't realize how it's everything relies on everything else. So you can't just go in there and be like, yeah, let's buff Vanessa's, one of her moves, because then it's okay, but it throws off the entire balance of the other stuff. And how much shit all the characters can do in that game is insane. There's moves I'm still oh, I didn't know this move existed. The move set of the character, it's just that's one reason why I can see why Sega hasn't made a VF6, because it's so much work and so much. I don't even know what they'd do. Add more characters, obviously, I guess, but yeah.
I almost feel the opposite. I almost feel like they need to get rid of some of those characters. I feel like there's actually more. There's more redundancy in the VF cast than I think a lot of people appreciate. I mean, sometimes it's in the name even, Lao and Pi. They're not exactly the same, but they're pretty similar.
Right.
I think they do a better job of distinguishing Jackie and Sarah, so I don't mind that one so much. But there's more redundancy in that game than I think a lot of people realize. But honestly, I just think VF4 was such a fantastic game and did so much for the genre. But the thing is, it's I think they could do something interesting with VF6. But again, it's something so specific and minor that casuals won't care. It's not like guys going to buy it. Because I thought one thing they could do that's interesting is if they allowed you to block after, during a backdash, how you can block during a forward dash, and kind of make defensive backwards movement more viable, and see what that does to the formula. I thought that'd be kind of interesting, but VF4, I don't know if it technically lets you block during a backdash, but you could crouch dash backward walk. You kind of crab walk backward across the screen. Yeah, I feel like VF6, they could bring that back and kind of explore that a little more. I think that would be interesting, but is that hot and sexy? Is that a super and add supers or whatever they're gonna? That is not worth making a new game for it, unfortunately.
So I would love to see a VF6, but I just think the likelihood that all the people who say, "Oh, I'll play it. I'm definitely going to be playing it," 1 week after that, they're like, "Oh shit!" I have to read frame data and stuff.
As someone who started playing fighting games with other people for the sole purpose of just improving my understanding of the games, I started doing that with Virtua Fighter 5 with like 3 other people at a guy's house. And to me, you're just speaking my lived experience straight up. Like, because anytime I talked about the game with anyone, it was always, oh yeah, it's cool, blah, 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 blah. And then it's like, okay, so you want to play some time? And it's just like, crickets.
Man.
Every
Frame
time.
data, dude.
Every time.
Or whatever, yeah.
You don't even need to know that much frame data. That's what kills me. Just to get a good footing in the game, it's like, how fast
Oh,
to
it's
throw.
so easy. It's so easy.
What's throw punishable?
Yeah.
What's launch punishable?
Very easy to get into.
What's my fastest mid? Okay. I guess
I think though the thing about Virtua Fighter that it'll never be popular is because it gets to the fundamentals way too fast for most people. Because for most people, like for example, let's take Tekken. Tekken's a good counterpoint. Like Tekken, now for a new player, what is good Tekken? You're like, well, learning to backdash cancel and learning to throw electrics. For me, that was it, right? So it gives you this sort of like really meaty goal, like this really sexy, like, ooh, backdash cancel, throw electrics. When you get into Virtua Fighter, it's super easy to get into, but then you're like, okay, what's next? Well, you should actually analyze the fundamentals of 3D combat, and you should probably look at the frame data of your character. And it just gets way too fundamental way too quickly, rather than having these big sexy, oh man, you just need to learn how to do electrics and combos, and oh, do 16 wall combos and balance, and you know what I mean? It has that, like for example, when I was first playing Tekken 7, there were guys who never learned to sidestep. They never learned to even backdash cancel, but by damn, they learned the 27 hit combos of the characters. Like if they touched you, they would combo you to death, but they could barely move. You know what I mean? Like, and VF doesn't have that. It doesn't have like, oh yeah, don't worry about any of these stuff. Just learn a 15 hit combo. It doesn't have those. You have to learn the stuff. So I think that's why it's just doomed to not being popular, because it doesn't have that really massive hook.
And you would think with all the discourse around how fighting games are too hard to learn and all that, you'd think the game that makes actually learning how to play relatively easy and gets you to it very quickly would be more popular. But
it isn't.
Yeah.
I almost feel like because it's so clear, people don't like that, you know, because Tekken has this sort of vague meta to it. It's like, well, if I learn how to do the combos and learn to do bounds and all that kind of stuff, like that gets you somewhere more. It's hard to explain exactly, but
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, when I'm in training mode with Virtua Fighter, for example, like when I'm in training mode for Tekken, I am like practicing various things, including combos, because you do have to actually know how to do those. When I'm in training mode in Virtua Fighter, I'm actually like staring at the screen blankly, thinking about stuff a lot. Like, you know, I'm like theory fighting way more when I'm training and learning in that game than I am in Tekken. So that is, I think, a big difference between the two. Though I would love, someone mentioned in the chat, like Virtua Fighter 6, it'd be funny if they just like did better graphics and netcode and like, here you go, here's Virtua Fighter 6.
I mean, rollback in VF would be nice.
Yes.
It would be very nice.
Yeah, my thing, what I would actually really like is if they just finished the Ultimate port. If they just were like, hey, let's actually finish this and add more stuff in and add a PC port and improve the netcode, I think would be good to go.
Yeah, I agree. But, I mean, Sega we're talking about. Come on.
Yeah, I heard.
Who do you think you're dealing with here?
I heard, this is kind of an interesting rumor or whatever. I heard that what happened with VF5 esports was basically Sony was like, okay, there's some kind of occasion coming up, we'll give you the money, but you've got like a month, go. You know, it was like they had basically no time at all, and it was just like pure charity for them to make it. That's what I've heard, and that's why it's only on PS4 and 5. That's what I heard, is like Sony basically funded the whole thing, and we were like, we don't even give a shit if you finish it. We don't care. And it was also, wasn't it like free on PSN or something, like for a while?
Yeah, I think at launch it was free for a little bit.
Yeah, like it was, I'm pretty sure from what I've heard, the rumors, like Sony just funded it and they really didn't give a shit if Sega finished it or not. They're like, this is it.
Sounds about right.
Do it.
Honestly.
And Sega was just like, just trying to get it done. I really like it though. Despite being unfinished, I really like it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's VF. At its core, it's still a pretty good game. It's really hard to mess up.
I just like the things they did do with it, though.
Like, I liked the hit sparks. I thought that was a really good idea. I liked the visual update. I think that was a really good idea. I liked the structure of the online a lot. It was just, too bad the netcode isn't rollback and all that, but still solid.
Yeah.
So, still better than 360, that's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, that netcode was rough.
All right, this has been a really fun time. This has been an epic journey, an epic live stream. Thank you all for tuning in. If you all were tuning in for more than an hour of that, a gold star for you. Shout outs to everyone in the chat. Any final words, Quash?
Thanks for watching. If you stuck with any of this, especially if you stuck around the whole time, you're a trooper. I'm about ready to pass out myself, but
me too.
Yeah, if you're at Evo, have fun. Maybe next year. Say for the 17th time.
Year. I might go next year. I might go and play Virtua Fighter there in the community tournament, and then film the event and make content about it and stuff.
If you want to play Plus R, join the server. I'm in there.
Yeah,
and that's about it, I think.
So thank you to the $5 patrons, 100, accepting Panda, Admiral Coconut, Anhold, Alexander Pfeiffer, Dingo, Anthony A, Arcade Hell, Arrow Viper, Beam Pit, Bo, Ben, Beetle Dames, Boghog, Borgy22, Brian Shiver, Brian Romano, Chase Palumbo, Shadow Maltese, Chris Yusufovich, Chronic Burnout 3, Clara Cliff, Climb Me Coyote, Coast, Colorboy, Cooksan666, Cook Some Soup, Corey Mark, That's Audio, Dan Shee, Darren Griffin, Dave Hansen, David Crespo, Delta Tango 6, Disco Star Slaya, DJ 420 Praise It, Elias Alonso, Evan Serafit, FCK, Frames Per Human, Francisco, Full Set, Retro Schmupper, GPM, Hausu, Jake Ryan, JLab, JB RPG, John Kelly, George Sand, Gameboy Guru, K, K2, Contain, Praise the Boys, K-Horse, Low Casting, Malaise, Matt O'Leary, Maz, Megadeth 859, Minung, Michael McCord, Mitch LY, Queen Charlene, Nathaniel Davis, Neon Dagger Games, Oklahogools, Oxidated, Pedro Isilis, Psycho Blizzard, Rattlecat, Raul, Rilskeen, Riff Mason, Rolf015, Scanline City, Seesaw FW, Shmup Junkie, Seropong, Steve Fiction, Street Magic, Superfunk, SW1335, Tamzarian, Takero Mucho, Taze Royu, The Boot Rex, The Dirty Screech, The N1, The Old Bensta, Tony Latundula, TRM, Toho Rizardi, Zugumo, 2YU, Twilight EX, Unicoi Roots, Ursula, Vic Viper, Beautiful, Lappy Legs, Yuzakaya, Zachary Patton, and Zeal.